Welcome to this quick overview. Today, we're diving into a mind-blowing historical parallel about unchecked corporate power. They say history rhymes, right? Well, check out this absolutely wild analogy from our source material. Picture the British Parliament acting a lot like today's massively powerful cricket board, the BCCI. And the East India Company? Imagine them as a giant, completely unregulated monopoly dominating the whole subcontinent. So, let's look at the explosive rise of this unprecedented trade monopoly, kicking off back in 1600. Tracing their milestones, they went from a joint stock setup to literally controlling all of Bengal's revenue. Crazy. By 1803, they're basically functioning as an empire, wielding a terrifying private army of 200,000 men. But ruthless profit chasing caused the devastating 1770 Bengal famine, which then triggered a massive financial collapse. This forced a 1773 government bailout, finally establishing the state's right to step in and regulate them. A series of constitutional acts slowly shifted the real power from the company's directors straight to the British government. Even with those gradual reforms, deep societal resentment kept brewing, ultimately exploding into a massive uprising in 1857. This intense revolt was fueled by a really complex mix of political, religious, and military grievances. Historians actually debate its nature. British sources dismiss it as a mutiny, Indian sources view it as independence. Ultimately, the uprising failed. They relied on outdated guerrilla tactics and critically lacked unified national support. In response, the British totally crushed the rebellion, using severe retaliation and mass executions by late 1858. This monumental bloodshed put the absolute final nail in the East India Company's coffin once and for all. The 1858 Act completely dissolved the corporation, setting up direct British Crown rule through a new viceroy. It was a brutal transition, laying the groundwork for modern colonial administration. Dr. Desai called it inevitable. Which leaves us wondering, when corporate monopolies wield state-like power, is a revolt simply inevitable? Today, we are diving into the absolutely wild story of a company that started out trading spices and ended up ruling an entire subcontinent. This is the unbelievable tale of the East India Company, a corporation that literally became an empire. I want to start with just one number. 200,000. That's it. Just let that number hang in the air for a second. What on earth could that possibly be? Well, that was the number of soldiers in the East India Company's private army. By the early 1800s, this single corporation had a military force of 200,000 men. Now, to put that in perspective for you, that was double the size of the actual British Army at the time. It was a force more powerful than almost any nation in Asia. And that, right there, is the central question we're going to unpack today. How in the world did a bunch of shareholders in London, a company that was supposed to be trading tea and textiles, manage to build a military that could conquer a continent? It's an absolutely incredible story of ambition, power, and, well, a whole lot of greed. So to even begin to understand the East India Company, or the EIC, you first have to get your head around its totally bizarre double life. It was this massive paradox all wrapped up in a business plan. I mean, just look at this contrast. It's staggering. On one hand, you've got a regular company headquartered in London, worried about its share price and answering to its investors. But on the other hand, that exact same company was declaring war, signing peace treaties, and ruling over a population of 60 million people. It wasn't just blurring the lines between business and government, it completely erased them. And listen, this wasn't some criticism from the outside. This description, an empire within an empire, came from one of the company's own directors. They knew exactly what they were and what they had built. A sovereign power hiding in plain sight as a corporation. Okay, so how did this all get started? Let's rewind the clock and go back to its much, much more humble beginnings. It all kicks off on the very last day of the year 1600. Queen Elizabeth I signs a royal charter. The mission? Pretty simple, go trade. But things escalated, and they escalated fast. A huge naval victory over the Portuguese in 1612 let them set up their first trading post. They called them factories, in a place called Surat. Then, just 3 years later, they got official permission from the powerful Mughal emperor to do business across his lands. And just like that, the foothold was there. But, a foothold is one thing. conquering a continent is something else entirely. So, what was the secret sauce? How did the company make that massive leap? Well, the EIC's power was built on what we now call a public-private partnership, but on steroids. Here's the deal. The British government backed the company with its navy and its soldiers. In return, the company was like a giant ATM for the government. At one point, it loaned its entire trading capital to the state. It was a relationship where each side made the other incredibly powerful. And they weren't just powerful overseas. Oh no, they were masters of cultivating power back home. You could honestly say the East India Company basically invented the whole game of corporate lobbying. And their influence was deep. I mean, think about this. At its peak, nearly a quarter of all the members of parliament in Britain personally owned stock in the company. With that many politicians financially invested in your success, is it really any surprise that the laws always seemed to work out in your favor? It was probably the world's first massive conflict of interest scandal. This, cozy relationship between the company and the state, it was about to lead to the company's darkest and most notorious chapter, the moment it shifted from trade to just outright plunder. So after the company took control of the incredibly wealthy province of Bengal, its rule was just catastrophic for the people who lived there. Company agents were said to be shaking the pagoda tree, which is a chillingly polite way of describing brutal extortion, asset stripping, and taxation that completely wrecked the region and directly led to a horrific famine. And the looting wasn't exactly subtle. After winning a key battle in 1757, the company just emptied Bengal's treasury. I mean this literally. The entire wealth of a nation was loaded onto 100 boats and just floated down the river to the company's headquarters. And if you're wondering what that's worth, in today's money, the cash they took in that single haul would be valued at over £250 million. Just imagine that, a transfer of wealth from a country's treasury straight to a corporation's bottom line. But the company's actions didn't just stay in India. The shockwaves from what they were doing were felt all across the globe, and they played a really surprising role in the birth of another major nation. Now, this is a piece of history that is just mind-blowing and so often overlooked. One of the biggest fears of the American colonists was that the British government would do to them what it had let the East India Company do in India. They saw the blueprint for corporate tyranny, and they were absolutely terrified. Think about the Boston Tea Party, right? It wasn't just a protest about taxes. It was about who was selling that tea. The American patriot John Dickinson called the company's tea cursed trash. He warned that if the company got a foothold, it would bring rape, oppression, and cruelty. The company's brutal reputation was a direct spark for the American Revolution. But here's the twist. For all its unimaginable power, the company was also incredibly fragile. After a century of ruthless growth, this corporate giant suddenly found itself right on the edge of total collapse. It was a perfect storm. The company was drowning in debt. We're talking hundreds of millions in today's money. It owed a fortune in unpaid taxes. Then the famine in Bengal, which its own policies had made worse, completely destroyed its revenue, and the stock price just cratered. The crisis was so big, it started a financial contagion, knocking over 30 banks across Europe. You can just feel the panic in this timeline. First, the company goes to the Bank of England for a big loan. The bank says, no, we can only give you half. Just a couple weeks later, the company's directors are secretly going to the government saying they need a bailout of £1 million, an amount of money that was completely unheard of at the time. So why would the government even think about it? Well, the famous statesman Edmund Burke said it best. He saw that the company was so tangled up with the British state and its economy that if it went down, it could, quote, like a millstone, drag the government down into an unfathomable abyss. It was, for all intents and purposes, the world's very first company to be considered too big to fail. The government really felt it had no other choice but to bail it out. And that leaves us with one final, very big question. The story of the East India Company might have happened a long time ago, but its central theme feels incredibly relevant today. It really forces us to ask, what happens? What are the consequences when a corporation becomes more powerful than the state that created it? All right, let's dive into one of history's most fascinating power shifts, how the rule of India went from a private, for-profit company to the direct control of the British crown. It's a huge story packed with greed, chaos, and the slow, deliberate construction of an empire. You know, to really get a sense of things, you just have to hear these words from the British statesman Chatham. This wasn't just some casual observation. He was describing a crisis in the late 18th century, a situation so rotten, so corrupt under the East India Company that the stench of it was reaching all the way back to London. This really sets the stage for why the British Parliament felt it had no choice but to step in. So, how are we going to unpack this century-long saga? Well, we've broken it down into 5 key parts. First, we'll look at the crisis that got this whole ball rolling. Then we'll see Parliament's first shot at fixing it, which, spoiler alert, didn't go so well. After that, we'll get into the dual control system they came up with, followed by the slow, step-by-step takeover, which all leads to the grand finale, the Crown taking complete control. So let's jump in at the very beginning. Okay, so first up, the company's crisis. And really, it all starts with this totally wild idea. A private company, designed to make money for its shareholders, is now trying to govern millions of people. I mean, think about it. This isn't a government, it's a business. And its business-first priorities were about to cause an absolute catastrophe. And this right here, this is the heart of the problem. In 1765, the company gets the Diwani, which is basically the right to collect all the taxes from India's wealthiest provinces. And instantly, everybody wants a piece of the pie. Shareholders back home are demanding insane payouts. The British government itself is taking a huge cut every year. And then you have the company men on the ground, they called them nabobs, who were just raking in personal fortunes through bribes and corruption. These guys would return to England so unbelievably rich, they were actually upsetting the social order. And people in London were taking notice. I mean, listen to Edmund Burke, one of the sharpest political minds of the time. He was not holding back. He saw the company's rule for what it was, a system driven by pure greed, run by officials he called birds of prey, who were just there to strip the land of its wealth and move on. Of course, the real cost was paid by the people of India. You had devastating famines, widespread suffering, all while the nabobs were lining their pockets. But here's the truly absurd part. The company was so badly mismanaged, so focused on quick cash grabs, that by 1772, it was almost broke. It actually had to go to the British government and ask for a loan. And that was the wake-up call. Parliament knew it had to do something. This mess leads directly to Parliament's first real attempt to clean things up, the Regulating Act of 1773. Now, this was a huge deal. Pretty much the first time any European government had tried to impose a formal government structure on a territory this vast, this far away. The goal was pretty simple: stop the corporate chaos and start acting like a real government. And you know, on paper, it looked like a pretty solid plan. You get a new big boss, the Governor-General, Warren Hastings, to centralize power. You give him a council to make sure decisions aren't made on a whim. You set up a Supreme Court to bring British law and order. And, crucially, you make it illegal for officials to take bribes. It seemed like a sensible, logical solution. Yeah, about that. In trying to solve one problem, Parliament basically created a whole new one. The act was full of holes and vague language, and instead of creating order, it ended up sparking this internal power struggle that nearly brought the entire government in India to a grinding halt. So, what went so wrong? Well, there were 2 killer flaws. First, the Governor-General wasn't really the one in charge. He could be outvoted by his own council, and for years that's exactly what happened to poor Warren Hastings. Second, nobody bothered to clearly define what the new Supreme Court was supposed to do, so it just started challenging everyone, interfering with the existing courts, which led to total chaos. The whole system was at war with itself. All right, so attempt number 1 was a bit of a disaster. It's back to the drawing board for Parliament, and this time they come up with something much smarter, much more durable. Pitt's India Act of 1784. This law created a whole new framework that would stick around for more than 70 years, and it was all built around this idea of dual control. So what on earth is dual control? Think of it like a very, very unequal partnership. The East India Company still gets to handle its trading business and manage the day-to-day stuff. But, and this is a huge but, a new government body in London, the Board of Control, now has the final word on all the important things. War, diplomacy, taxes, you name it. The British state was officially in the driver's seat. And this new structure made it perfectly clear who was boss. You've got the Board of Control in London calling the shots. The Governor-General's job got a major upgrade. His council was cut down to 3 members, which meant he couldn't get deadlocked so easily. Plus, his power over the other major hubs like Madras and Bombay was strengthened. This was really the beginning of a single, unified British government in India. So, with this dual control system locked in, the final act for the company begins. The end doesn't come all at once, though. It's more like a slow dismantling, done through a series of laws called the Charter Acts. See, the company's right to even exist had to be renewed by Parliament every 20 years, and each time it came up for renewal, Parliament took another pound of flesh. And you can just watch the company's power get chipped away over time. In 1813, it loses its monopoly on trade with India, a massive blow. 20 years later, in 1833, its last big business, the China tea trade, is taken away. At that point, the East India Company isn't really a trading company anymore. It's basically just a government department running India in trust for the crown. Then comes the final insult in 1853. It loses the power to even appoint its own people. All jobs are now filled through competitive exams. And this phrase, right from the 1853 Act, says it all. The company was officially on borrowed time. That little clause, until Parliament shall otherwise provide, was basically a ticking clock. It meant the company was just a temporary caretaker. The British government could and would pull the plug whenever it wanted. And that moment came a lot sooner than most people thought. The final trigger wasn't some political debate in London. It was a massive, bloody uprising in India that gave the British government all the reason it needed to finally and completely take over. 1857. That's the year that changes everything. The Indian Mutiny, or as many call it, the First War of Indian Independence, was a cataclysm. It completely destroyed the British belief that the company's rule was working. For the government in London, this was the final, undeniable proof that the whole system had failed. It was time for direct, unambiguous rule from the Crown. The Government of India Act of 1858 made the takeover official, and you can see just how total this change was. The whole complicated dual control system, gone, replaced by a single chain of command under a new cabinet minister in London. The company ruling in trust, over. Queen Victoria was now officially the Empress of India. The Governor-General got a title bump to Viceroy, the Queen's personal representative. The company's private armies were dissolved and became part of the British Army. The company, as a political power, was finished. And just like that, an institution that had existed for over 250 years, that had started as a small trading outfit and become a continent-spanning empire, was simply gone. The strange, messy, and often brutal era of the company was over. The era of the British Raj had begun. This new system of direct rule would last all the way until 1947, but it leaves us with a really big question to think about. How did this whole century-long process of building a government, with its central authority, its powerful civil service, its uniform laws, end up shaping the very foundations of the modern nations that exist in that region today? That's a legacy that is still being debated. All right, let's dive into one of the most explosive and important moments in India's history, the massive uprising of 1857. This was an event so huge, so world-changing, that even today it goes by two totally different names. And that really depends on which side of the story you're hearing. So on one hand, you have the British perspective. They called it the Sepoy Mutiny. This makes it sound like a small, contained problem, just a bunch of their soldiers or sepoys getting out of line. But on the other hand, you have the Indian perspective. They called it the First War of Independence, a nationwide fight for freedom. So same year, same battles, but two completely different stories. So what was it really? A simple mutiny or a full-blown war? That's the question we're going to tackle. We're going to peel back the layers and look at what the historical record actually tells us about what went down. Okay, let's start right at the heart of the debate. For more than a century, historians, both British and Indian, have had some radically different takes on this. This quote from Sir John Seeley pretty much sums up the official British line for a long, long time. He calls it unpatriotic and selfish, and claims it had no real leaders and, importantly, no support from regular people. The message was clear: this was just a military problem, nothing more. But then you get the counter-argument put perfectly here by Indian historian Ashoka Mehta. He says, hang on. Millions of civilians fought and died right alongside the soldiers. We're talking about a death toll for ordinary people that was just as high as for the soldiers. I mean, if that's true, it totally blows the selfish mutiny idea out of the water, right? So to figure out why so many people would join this fight, we have to look at what was happening before the explosion. You can think of it like a giant social volcano. For years, pressure was building and building all across Indian society, just waiting for a single spark to set the whole thing off. And the fuel for this volcano came from three main areas. You had deep political anger from the princes and kings, you had widespread fear among everyday people about the religion being under attack, and you had this intense feeling of humiliation bubbling up inside the army itself. Let's dig into each one. First, the political pressure. The Governor General, Dalhousie, was on a roll. He used this policy called the Doctrine of Lapse, which basically meant if an Indian ruler didn't have a natural-born heir, the British would just absorb their kingdom. No adopted sons allowed. And they just started gobbling up states. But the final straw was taking over Awadh in 1856. This was a huge mistake because a ton of the company's own soldiers were from Awadh. They were furious that their homeland, a place that had been loyal to the British, was just taken. And then you have the religious fears. And look, this wasn't just some rumor. This quote is from the chairman of the East India Company. He's openly saying that their mission is to convert all of India to Christianity. New laws were being passed that favored Christian converts, and missionaries were everywhere. So for many Indians, both Hindus and Muslims, it felt like their entire way of life was under threat. Now, this chart, this really puts things into perspective. Look at those numbers. The Indian sepoys outnumbered the British soldiers by almost 8-1. So on one hand, they knew they had the numbers, they had the power, but at the same time, they were treated horribly. They faced constant racism, they were paid less than a brand new recruit from Europe, and they had zero chance of ever getting promoted to a high rank. It was just a recipe for disaster. So, with all that pressure just simmering, here comes the spark. The British introduced a new rifle, the Enfield. Now, the cartridges for this rifle came greased, and a rumor started spreading like wildfire that the grease was made from a mix of cow fat and pig fat. To load the rifle, you had to bite the cartridge open. Well, for Hindus, the cow is sacred. For Muslims, the pig is unclean. This wasn't just an inconvenience. It was seen as a deliberate plot to destroy their faith in their caste. This was the ultimate insult. And on May 10th, 1857, in a town called Meerut, it all kicked off. Sepoys refused to use the new cartridges. They were arrested, but their comrades broke them out of jail, killed their British officers, and began marching to the old capital, Delhi. The volcano had finally erupted. And the fire spread with unbelievable speed. From Delhi, where the rebels got the old Mughal emperor to be their symbolic leader, other major uprisings flared up all over. You had Nana Sahib in Kanpur, the Begum of Av in Lucknow, the legendary Rani Lakshmibai in Jhansi, and Kur Singh in Bihar. This wasn't a mutiny in one town anymore. This was a massive, widespread rebellion. But despite all that early success, all that fire and fury, the revolt was eventually and brutally crushed. So what happened? Why did it fail? You know, in the end, it really came down to this. The rebels had the passion, but the British had the organization. This slide lays it out perfectly. The rebellion was scattered, it was uncoordinated, different leaders had different goals, they were fighting with old muskets against a modern army. On the other side, the British had a single command structure, they could bring in fresh troops and supplies from all over their empire by sea, and, this is a big one, they had the support of some of India's most powerful princes, who actually helps them put the rebellion down. The failure of the revolt changed everything. I mean, absolutely everything. It really was the end of one era of Indian history and the violent beginning of a new one. The biggest change was political. The British government was so shocked by this that they said that's it. The East India Company was abolished. India was no longer going to be run by a private company. Now it was directly under the control of the British Crown. This is the moment the British Raj officially begins. And to keep the other princes loyal, Queen Victoria issued a proclamation promising to respect their lands and their rights. They also completely redesigned the army to make sure nothing like this could ever happen again. They brought in this policy of division and counterpoise. The whole idea was to mix up regiments with soldiers from different communities, castes, and religions, so they'd never be able to unite on a common cause. And the most powerful weapons, the artillery, were put exclusively in European hands. Okay, so let's circle all the way back to our question from the beginning. We've seen the causes, we've seen the scale of it, and we've seen what happened after. So, what's the final verdict? So, was it a selfish sepoy mutiny? After seeing how millions of regular people got involved and the deep anger behind it, that label just doesn't fit. It's way too small. But was it a war of independence in the modern sense, with a single, unified nationalist plan? Well, it's a bit more complicated than that. And this is really where most modern historians have landed. This quote from Dr. S.N. Sen just nails it. He says that the event evolved. It might have started as a fight over a religious issue in the army, but it quickly grew into something much, much bigger, a widespread war to kick out a foreign government. That became the one thing that united almost everyone who fought. And that's maybe the most important takeaway of all. Even though the revolt was crushed, it was never, ever forgotten. The heroes of 1857, people like Rani Lakshmi Bai, became national legends. The memory of this huge popular uprising against foreign rule became a powerful, foundational story. It was an inspiration that echoed for the next 90 years, paving the way for India's final struggle for freedom in 1947. What started in fire became a guiding light. All right, let's get right into it. I want you to picture mid-19th century India. It's this vast, sprawling territory, and it's not actually run by the British Crown. Nope, it's run by a private company, and that company is staring down a crisis so massive, it's going to force an entire empire to just slam on the brakes and completely rethink how it governs millions of people. This is the story of how a rebellion literally changed everything. And that's really the big question we're digging into here. This isn't just about who won on the battlefield. It's about a political breakdown so total that the old way of doing things just had to be torn down and something new had to be built from the ashes. So by the 1850s, the situation was, well, it was dire. The famous 1857 rebellion was ripping through the subcontinent, sure, but behind the scenes, a whole other crisis was boiling over. The actual machinery of government, it was broken. The East India Company wasn't just failing to keep the peace, it couldn't even handle the basics of making laws anymore. And if you want to see just how badly things had gone off the rails, you just have to look at this legislative council they created back in 1853. The idea was simple, right? It was supposed to be an advisory body to help the government out. But what happened in reality? Well, it turned into what officials bitterly called an Anglo-Indian House of Commons. It basically went rogue. It started questioning the government, demanding to see secret documents, and flat out refusing to pass laws it was supposed to. And this quote just brilliantly captures the frustration back in London. This is from Sir Charles Wood, the guy who created the council. He's basically shouting, "Whoa, this was not the plan. This is not some parliament in training." His own creation was openly defying him, and, he was not happy. And here's where those two crises just slam into each other. A top official, Sir Bartle Frere, he just nailed it. He called their whole system a perilous experiment. Because think about it. When you're making laws for millions of people without any real idea of what they want or need, your first clue that you got it wrong is a full-blown rebellion. And by then, it is way, way too late. So, faced with this massive rebellion on one hand and a completely dysfunctional government on the other, London finally decided it had to do something drastic. That solution was the Government of India Act of 1858. The long era of the East India Company was officially over. Let's break down what that really meant. So the first huge change was creating this brand new, incredibly powerful job right in the British cabinet, the Secretary of State for India. This one person effectively replaced the East India Company's entire leadership structure. All the power that was split between different boards and courts, it was now all concentrated into one person sitting right there in London. And the changes were just sweeping. The East India Company wasn't just reformed, it was dissolved, gone. India was now going to be governed directly by the Queen. The company's massive armies were transferred over to the Crown. A new India Council was set up to advise the Secretary of State, and this is a big one. Getting a job in the civil service was now decided by open competition. This was nothing less than a total state takeover. Okay, but here's where things get really interesting. You would think that bringing India directly under Parliament's control would mean more oversight, right? More debates, more people paying attention. Well, what happened was this strange little paradox. So why the paradox? Well, it's because with their own cabinet minister now in charge, Parliament kind of felt like job done. They had won the power struggle. It was all on paper, so they just stopped paying close attention to the day-to-day details. They figured their new Secretary of State had it handled. But look, just changing the org chart in London wasn't going to be enough. Britain had just fought an absolutely brutal war. They didn't just need to rule India, they needed to pacify it. And to do that, they needed a powerful piece of PR. They needed to win some hearts and minds. This quote just lays the strategy bare. The instructions for drafting the Queen's proclamation were super explicit. After all that bloodshed, the message had to be one of reconciliation and forgiveness. The tone was every bit as important as the actual policies. It was a very carefully crafted olive branch. And the promises it made were huge. It guaranteed religious freedom, a direct answer to the widespread fear that the British were trying to force Christianity on people. It promised equal opportunity in government jobs, no matter your race or religion. And, crucially, it promised to respect all the treaties with India's native princes, putting an end to the land-grabbing policy that helped start the rebellion in the first place. The impact was immediate, and it was profound. The proclamation quickly became known as the Magna Charta of India. For many Indians, this was a foundational document, a charter of rights and promises coming directly from the Queen herself. So, the Crown's in charge, the Queen has made her promises. But that one big, thorny problem was still there. How do you actually make laws now? They still had to fix that broken legislative system, but without creating another rogue Anglo-Indian House of Commons. And that led to the final piece of this puzzle, the Indian Councils Act of 1861. The act basically restructured the government in a few key ways. First, they added a fifth member, a legal expert, to the Viceroy's main team. Then, they gave some lawmaking power back to the major provinces of Madras and Bombay to decentralize things a bit. But the biggest change was this. The main legislative council was reformed and expanded with these additional members. And critically, some of them had to be non-officials, which, for the very first time, officially opened the door for Indians to take part in the process. But, and you knew there was a but coming, right? This new council had some serious limits. As this quote makes crystal clear, it was not a parliament. Its only job was to help write laws. It couldn't ask tough questions, it couldn't investigate problems, and it definitely couldn't hold the government accountable. It was there to give advice, not to wield power. So after all this upheaval, this massive rebellion, the collapse of a huge company, a total royal takeover, what was the result? Well, the legacy it left behind is a really complex one, and it's full of contradictions. Let's look at the final tally here. On the one hand, this new system created a more centralized imperial control than ever before. The Viceroy in India and the Secretary of State in London held almost absolute power. But, on the other hand, for the very first time, Indians were formally and officially included in making laws for their own country. And even though their role was tiny, a brand new, crucial principle had been established. And this leaves us with this final, really provocative thought. By introducing the idea of including Indians in their own governance, even in this small, symbolic way, did a system that was designed to lock down imperial power for good actually, and completely unintentionally, plant the first tiny seeds of representative government? The very seeds that would one day grow to challenge that exact same power. It's really something to think about.
Okay, let's jump right in and quickly wrap up our Module 1 overview of modern Indian history.
Think of their power like a giant corporate monopoly, kind of like the BCCI challenging the actual national parliament.
We'll quickly review the corporate empire, creeping state control, the massive 1857 uprising, and its lasting legacy.
By 1803, the company wasn't just trading, it was literally a massive empire with 200,000 private soldiers. But insane corporate greed caused a financial collapse in 1772, forcing the British government to step in.
Over the next century, Parliament passed act after act, progressively stripping away the company's supreme power.
This creeping state control, combined with deep political and religious anger, finally exploded into the 1857 uprising. The spark hit Meerut when Indian sepoys rebelled, eventually crowning Bahadur Shah II as emperor.
Now, this event is heavily debated. Was it just a selfish mutiny or a true war for liberation?
Despite fierce resistance, the uprising failed due to outdated tactics, superior British resources, and fractured local support.
The biggest takeaway? This revolt officially ended the company, transferring power directly to the British Crown.
Crucially, these new British administrative changes kicked off a divide-and-rule policy, intentionally sowing deep Hindu-Muslim discord.
As historian Dr. A.R. Desai noted, capitalist Britain defeating a feudal India was kind of inevitable anyway.
So here's a critical question. How did this exact colonial framework set the stage for the 1947 partition?
Welcome to This Explainer. Let's do a quick intro overview of India's shift to national awakening.
We're exploring 4 key pillars that built modern India: education, the press, civil services, and socio-religious development.
First up,
Education. A huge debate actually erupted. Teach in traditional Oriental languages or just impose English?
Initially, the 1813 Charter Act threw exactly 100,000 rupees, 1 lakh, annually at promoting science and literature.
This imposed British system inadvertently birthed a highly educated, super-motivated Indian nationalist middle class.
Finding their voice, folks turned to the press. In 1780, James Augustus Hickey basically pioneered anti-colonial journalism. The British repeatedly slammed down censorship to crush dissent, but Indian journalists relentlessly pushed back for freedom.
This friction peaked with the 1878 Vernacular Press Act, widely condemned and literally nicknamed the Gagging Act.
To run this massive empire, the British relied on civil services, initially a total monopoly reserved for Europeans. Even when competitive exams started, strict age and financial barriers acted like a locked gate against Indians.
It seriously took until the 1923 Lee Commission to finally recommend integrating Indians into higher civil administration.
Armed with modern education and free press, Indian leaders sparked an absolutely massive social-religious awakening. These campaigns targeted child marriage, weakened systemic oppression, and laid the absolute groundwork for modern Indian nationalism.
These colonial tools inadvertently forged a nation. So how are today's institutions planting tomorrow's revolutionary seeds?
It's pretty wild to think about, but what if the entire blueprint for modern education in India was forged in just one single fiery debate? We're talking way back in the 1830s. This was a massive clash of visions, one that would shape the future for millions. And its legacy? Well, it's something that's absolutely still felt today.
So, it really all boils down to this, doesn't it? How could one argument, nearly 200 years ago, cast such an incredibly long shadow? The answer to that question reveals this fundamental battle. And it wasn't just about textbooks or what happens in a classroom. It was about culture, it was about power, and it was about the very definition of progress in a colonial empire. All right, so to understand how this whole thing exploded, we first have to look at the situation before the fireworks. When the East India Company was really cementing its power, it didn't have some grand mission to educate everyone. Nope, its goals were much more practical. Just keep things stable and make sure the administration ran smoothly.
What the company found when they arrived was this vibrant system that was already in place. You had Hindu pathshalas and Muslim madrasas, and these institutions were deeply woven into the religious and cultural fabric of the land. So the initial policy was super simple. Don't mess with it. They just respected the existing structures and pretty much left them alone.
So, when the company did finally start founding its own institutions, it wasn't because they suddenly wanted to reform everything. Not at all. It was purely because they needed administrators. Places like the Calcutta Madrasa and Benares College had one very clear, very pragmatic goal: produce a class of qualified locals who could help them run the colonial state. Simple as that.
But, this practical, kind of hands-off approach, it just couldn't last. There was this new push for change coming from Britain. It was about to ignite a really fierce ideological battle over the future of India itself.
The real catalyst arrived with something called the Charter Act of 1813. For the very first time, the British Parliament set aside a significant sum of money, 1 lakh rupees every single year, for the, and I'm quoting here, revival and improvement of literature in India. Now, on the surface, that sounds like a simple directive, but underneath, it concealed an explosive and totally unanswered question.
And that question was, how exactly should this money be spent? Should it be used to reinforce the traditional learning in Sanskrit and Arabic? Or should it fund a completely new, radical system based on Western science, all taught in English? This one single question just fractured the British administration, creating two fiercely opposed camps.
On one side, you had the Orientalists. They argued that the funds should be used to preserve and promote India's incredibly rich literary traditions, in languages like Sanskrit and Arabic. But on the other side, you had the Anglicists, and they believed that real progress lay in introducing Western ideas, Western science, and Western literature, and teaching it all in English.
This quote from Charles Grant, who is a director at the company, just perfectly captures the Anglicist vision. They saw English as more than just a language. To them, it was a key, a tool that would unlock what they saw as a superior world of European thought and science. For them, there was literally no other path forward.
Now, for years, these two sides were at a complete and total deadlock. The money was there, but the committee in charge just could not agree on how to spend it. And then, in 1835, one man showed up and wrote a document so powerful and so decisive that it would end the debate for good. That man was Lord Macaulay. He was the new chairman of the Education Committee, and he basically found the two parties so evenly balanced that nothing was getting done. So he took it upon himself to break the stalemate with this powerfully argued, and let's be honest, deeply controversial document that we now know as the Minute on Education. And in his minute, Macaulay made his position devastatingly clear with this now infamous line. I mean, his argument was blunt. He said English was the language of the ruling class and the language of global commerce. So to him, spending public money on what he called outdated and flawed native literature was just a complete waste. The Governor General, Lord William Bentinck, was totally convinced. Just 1 month later, a resolution was passed that turned Macaulay's argument into official policy. And let's make no mistake, this was not some kind of compromise. This was a total, sweeping victory for the Anglicists. All the funds were redirected to English education, and support for traditional institutions was systematically cut off. So, with the debate finally settled, the next step was to actually build a system. The 1835 resolution was really just a statement of intent. What came next was the creation of a comprehensive educational framework for the entire colony. The master plan for this arrived in 1854 with something called Wood's Dispatch, and it's often called the Magna Carta of English Education in India for a reason. It was the first document to lay out a complete top-to-bottom structure for education. I'm talking everything from elementary schools all the way up to universities.
A really key part of this blueprint was the plan to establish universities. The idea was to model them on the University of London, creating these big, degree-granting institutions that would sit at the very top of this new educational pyramid. And this directly led to the founding of the first modern universities in Calcutta, Bombay, and Madras.
And over the next 50 years, this system was built out at a really rapid pace. First, you had the Hunter Commission in 1882, which reviewed all the progress and encouraged the growth of secondary schools to basically feed students into the new universities. Then, in 1904, the Universities Act tightened the screws, cementing direct government control over the very institutions it had created.
And so, there it was. A system born from a single debate was built from the ground up. It wasn't designed to empower the masses, but to create a specific class of administrators to serve a colonial empire. Its legacy, as you can imagine, is complex and controversial. It's a framework that, yes, provided access to Western knowledge, but it did so while devaluing indigenous traditions. The debate may have officially ended in 1835, but the questions it raised about language, culture, and power in education, those questions still echo in India to this very day.
We're talking about rebellion, we're talking about control, and we're talking about the incredible power of just paper and ink. Today, we're going to unpack the dramatic 150-year struggle for a free press in India. You know, it sounds like the beginning of a movie, right? But for journalists under the British Raj, this was reality. And believe me, the stakes could not have been higher. And back in 1780, one man, just one guy, decided he was going to do it. He was going to take on the most powerful institution in the entire country with nothing more than a weekly newspaper. And that single act of defiance, well, it sparked a fire, a conflict that would rage on for generations. It was the beginning of a constant, brutal fight for the right to speak truth to power. All right, so where did this all kick off? Let's go right back to the beginning, to the birth of journalism in India, and to the man who almost immediately found himself square in the empire's crosshairs. So, in one corner, you've got James Hickey. He's the defiant editor of India's very first newspaper. And in the other corner, Warren Hastings, the Governor General, basically the most powerful man around. So what happens when Hickey uses his paper to call out Hastings' policies? Well, the response was swift and it was severe. This was the opening bell for the first major battle in a very, very long war. And just listen to Hickey's own words here. He had this, for the time, pretty radical belief. He saw a free press not as some nice-to-have luxury, but as absolutely essential to liberty itself. And for that boldness, he was arrested, thrown in prison, and his paper was completely shut down in less than 2 years. But the idea he stood for, well, the genie was out of the bottle. You couldn't put that back. And what happened to Hickey basically set the template for the next 100 years. It became this relentless, back-and-forth tug-of-war between government control and journalistic resistance. I mean, just look at this timeline. It really shows you how wildly the pendulum of press freedom was swinging. In 1799, Lord Wellesley gets nervous about a French invasion, so boom, strict censorship. Fast forward 2 decades to 1818, and that's gone. But there are new rules. Then you get to 1835, and Sir Charles Metcalfe comes along and gets nicknamed the liberator of the press because he grants all this incredible freedom. But then, of course, the 1857 mutiny happens, and the government just slams on the brakes all over again. It's so clear that freedom wasn't a right, it was a privilege, given and taken away completely at the whim of whoever was in charge. So all this back and forth, this constant uncertainty, it eventually leads to one of the most infamous press laws in Indian history. A tool that was designed with surgical precision to silence a very particular kind of voice. And here it is, the Vernacular Press Act of 1878. But honestly, everyone knew it by its much more chilling nickname, the Gagging Act. And that's exactly what it was. It was Lord Lytton's weapon of choice, and it was aimed squarely at controlling the rapidly growing Indian language newspapers. Why? Because he saw them as a direct threat to British rule. Okay, so how did this thing actually work? Well, this is where it gets kind of insidiously clever. It wasn't just straightforward censorship, like you can't print this. No, it was way smarter. It used financial threats. A magistrate could come to you and demand a huge security deposit. If you then published something they considered objectionable, poof, you'd lose all your money and your printing press. The only way out? You had to submit every single page proof to a government censor before you could print. It was total control, but through coercion, not just brute force. And the effects? It was absolutely immediate, and it was devastating. I mean, listen to what the Indian nationalist leader S.N. Banerjee said. The entire Indian language press was effectively muzzled in a little over a year. The act worked perfectly. It did exactly what it was designed to do. But here's the real kicker, the most telling detail of all. This law, it only applied to Indian language newspapers. The English papers, they could criticize the government pretty much as they wanted. And critics at the time saw it for exactly what it was, blatant class legislation, a law designed specifically to target and silence Indian voices. Okay, so as we move into the 20th century, the independence movement starts to really gain steam. And as you can probably guess, the government's reaction was to crack down even harder on the press, which led to even more powerful laws. Think of the Indian Press Act of 1910 as the Gagging Act on steroids. It basically took the same logic and just supercharged it. Now, it didn't matter if you were an English or a vernacular paper. Any newspaper could be forced to pay one of those massive security deposits. And the definition of objectionable content, it was made so incredibly vague and broad that basically any criticism of the government could be caught in its net. You see, the real power of this law was economic. It weaponized money. It turned publishing into an incredibly risky business, silencing newspapers not by sending editors to prison, but by driving them into bankruptcy. And the numbers? Well, they're just staggering. Take a look. Over 350 printing presses were hit with penalties. We're talking hundreds of businesses facing financial ruin just for publishing. The total amount of securities demanded? Over £40,000. Now, you have to remember, in the early 20th century, that was an absolutely astronomical sum of money, enough to cripple an entire industry. And maybe this is the most chilling statistic of all. More than 130 newspapers just never even got started. The financial risk was too high. So the law didn't just silence the voices that were already speaking, it made sure new ones could never even join the conversation. But after all these decades of repression, a change was coming. Independence was on the horizon. And for the very first time, Indians themselves had to answer the big question: what should press freedom actually look like in our new nation? And that was a massive challenge, right? How do you build a system that fiercely protects free expression, but also ensures stability in a brand new, incredibly complex country? The search for that balance led them, of course, to the new Constitution. So let's look at the key steps. In 1950, the new Constitution guarantees freedom of speech and expression, right there in Article 19. A year later, the First Amendment comes in and adds this really crucial idea of reasonable restrictions. Then, a new Press Act in 1951 takes power away from government officials and gives it to judges. And finally, a press commission is set up to figure out the path forward for the Indian press. And the commission's single biggest recommendation was this: to create an independent, all-India press council. The idea was for it to be a watchdog, run by people from the press for the press. And it had two main jobs. First, protect press freedom at all costs, and second, hold the industry to the highest professional and ethical standards. So from James Heckey's lonely act of defiance all the way back in 1780, right up to the creation of the Press Council, this was a long, hard-fought battle. And the Constitution, it provided a powerful shield. But it also leaves us with a question that's just as vital today as it was then. For every generation, in a world where politics and technology are always changing, what does it really take to keep the press free? Is the struggle ever truly over? So how did a tiny island nation manage to control a massive subcontinent with millions of people? Well, it wasn't just with an army. It was with an administrative machine, a bureaucracy so powerful and so rigid, it was literally called the steel frame of the British Raj. In this explainer, we're diving into the story of that steel frame, the Indian Civil Service. Steel frame. It sounds strong, right? Permanent. But here's the thing about a frame. It doesn't just hold things together, it also keeps things out. So the question we've got to ask is, as this powerful structure was being built, who was it really designed for? And maybe more importantly, who was it designed to exclude? Okay, so to get how this steel frame was even forged, you got to rewind back to the early days of the English East India Company. The big problem was simple: corruption. I mean, it was rampant. Company officials were paid peanuts, so they made their real fortunes through their own private trade and by accepting these huge presents, which were, let's be honest, bribes. The whole system was rotten from the inside out. So the first guy to really try and fix this mess was Lord Clive. He had this idea: make all his officials sign new contracts, or covenants. These were legally binding agreements that said, nope, no more side businesses, and you can't accept these massive gifts anymore. And just like that, the covenanted civil service was born. The name itself was a promise of reform, of professionalism, and they hoped an end to all that corruption. But the guy who really built this thing, the real architect, was Lord Cornwallis. And his plan was pretty radical. First, he flat out banned private trade for officials. But, and this is key, to remove the temptation to be corrupt, he jacked up their salaries. A lot. We're talking 1,500 rupees a month for a collector, which was an absolute fortune back then. But here's the kicker. Cornwallis reserved all the top jobs exclusively for Englishmen. This wasn't just about making the service efficient, it was about keeping control, and it was soon made permanent by law. So, you see what's happening here? On one hand, they're building this supposedly honest and efficient administration, but with the other hand, they're building a massive wall of exclusion. Let's take a look at exactly how they built that wall, brick by brick. The biggest barrier, right off the bat, was just geography. To even have a shot at getting in, you had to take the entrance exam in London. Now, for most Indians, this was just impossible. Think about it. The cost was huge, you'd have to leave your family and community, and for many, crossing the ocean was a major religious taboo. So yeah, the door was technically open, but it was on the other side of the planet. And, you know, if getting to London wasn't already hard enough, look what they did next. They made a ridiculously difficult task practically impossible. Over just a couple of decades, they kept lowering the maximum age you could be to even take the exam. It went from 22 down to 21, and then, get this, all the way down to 19. Can you imagine trying to finish your education, find the money, travel halfway across the world, and master a whole new curriculum, all before your 19th birthday? It was a deliberate move to slam the door shut. So what did all these barriers actually lead to? Well, this number. It tells the whole story. By the year 1870, after decades of this system being in place, only one single native of India had managed to pass the exam and get into the service. One. Now, a system this obviously unfair couldn't go on forever without someone calling it out. And what's really interesting is that some of the sharpest criticism didn't just come from Indians. It came from prominent British officials who could see the massive injustice and the long-term danger of what they were doing. Just take a second to let that sink in. This is a senior British administrator, Sir Thomas Munro, flat out admitting that his own government might be the most exclusionary in the history of the world, completely locking Indians out of governing their own country. And here's another one that really nails the practical side of things. Sir John Malcolm is basically saying, Look, this isn't just about what's right or wrong. It's about survival. He knew that you couldn't rule an empire of millions forever if you didn't give the people some stake in their own government. The whole thing wasn't just unjust, it was totally unsustainable. Okay, so this is where you really see the huge gap between what they said and what they did. After the uprising of 1857, Queen Victoria's proclamation made this grand promise of free and impartial admission to government jobs, no matter your race. It sounded like a brand new day. But then, just 2 years later, a committee makes the most obvious recommendation. Why not hold the exams in India too? And what happened? It was completely ignored. No action was taken. The promise was just that, words. So you might be wondering, when did things finally start to change? Well, real change, when it did come, wasn't some big, sudden revolution. Oh no. It was a long, slow, grinding process. It was a journey of endless commissions, reports, and tiny, grudging reforms, all pushed forward by decades of Indians demanding a seat at their own table. And a perfect example of just how slow this grind was is the Aitchison Commission. It was set up to deal with Indian demands, but what did it do? It rejected the main request for exams in India. Instead, it just reorganized the bureaucracy into 3 new tiers: imperial, provincial, and subordinate. Really, it was just a shuffling of the deck that kept the old power structure exactly where it was. The first real breakthrough, though, didn't happen until the Lee Commission in 1923. For the very first time, there was a concrete, numbers-based plan for Indianization. Let's break this down. For the elite Indian civil service, the plan was to split recruitment 50-50 between Indians and Europeans, aiming for equality in about 15 years. For the police, the ratio was different, with a much longer timeline. It was still slow, and it still favored Europeans in some areas, but it was a formal admission that the steel frame had to change. And then, boom, 1947, independence. Everything changed. The steel frame could no longer be a tool for a colonial power to rule its subjects. It had to be completely reforged into a public service for the Indian people, accountable to a new democratic government. And this transformation wasn't just a policy memo. It was baked right into the brand new Constitution of India. You can see the new foundation right here. Article 309 brought the services under the rule of law. Article 310 established democratic control, making officials serve at the pleasure of the president. But, and this is crucial, Article 311 also gave them protection from being fired unfairly. And finally, Article 312 gave the new Indian Parliament the power to create its own All India services, making a clean break from the past. And that's how we got the services we know today. Under this new constitutional framework, the old colonial services were born. The covenanted civil service became the Indian Administrative Service, or IAS. The Imperial Police became the Indian Police Service, the IPS. These are the services that formed a backbone of Indian administration to this very day. But here's the thing. When you inherit a house, you inherit its problems too, right? The question of whether the service has really shaken off its colonial past has been debated pretty much ever since. So let's look at the main criticisms of that old British-era system. And the critiques were, well, they were pretty brutal. The salaries were outrageous, a massive drain on the finances of a poor country. You had this constant brain drain. India paid to train these officials, and then they just take all that valuable experience and retire back in England. Lord Morley famously called the whole bureaucracy mechanical, lifeless, and soulless, and argued that it basically crushed the spirit and hopes of the very people it was supposed to be serving. And that brings us to the big, critical question we're left with today. The journey from a service designed to rule a colony to one meant to serve a democracy is a huge one. The structure was inherited, but has the culture, the mindset truly changed? Has that steel frame been completely reforged for a modern India? Or do echoes of its colonial past still linger? That's really the question at the heart of this entire story. So picture this. It's the 19th century, and India is at a massive crossroads. You've got the influence of the modern West on one hand, and this new surge of nationalism on the other. And in the middle of it all, a lot of Indian thinkers are looking around and feeling like their society is in a deep crisis, that its past greatness is just buried under ruins. Okay, let's dive into this incredible era when India started to radically change itself from the inside out. Wow, I mean, this quote from Swami Vivekananda just hits you, right? It really paints a picture. This wasn't just some abstract political problem. It was a full-blown emergency. Socially, spiritually, you name it. Reformers saw scenes just like this, and they felt this incredible, pressing need to do something, to fix what they saw as a society that had lost its way. And this wasn't just one person's opinion. This feeling was everywhere among the educated class. You had reformers like Keshab Chandra Sen saying that India's primitive greatness lies buried in ruins. Now that sounds dramatic, but they really believed it. They felt that for India to even have a future, it first had to get real about the problems of its present. So what lit the fuse? Well, it was kind of the perfect storm. You had this rising tide of nationalism, the undeniable influence of Western science and new ideas, and this brutal new awareness of deep social problems. Everything just sort of came to a head at once. And here's the key takeaway. The reformers knew that you couldn't build a modern, unified nation on a broken foundation. They had to clean house first. Okay, but here's where things get really interesting and complicated. Pretty much everyone agreed that things needed to change. But how to change them? On that, they could not have disagreed more. And this split the whole reform movement down two very different roads, creating a tension that would really define this entire period. So you basically had two main camps. On one side, you've got the rationalists, like the folks in the Brahmo Samaj. They looked outward. They embraced human reason as the final judge of what was true, and they wanted to build a kind of universal religion by taking the best ideas from the West. But on the other side were the revivalists, like the Arya Samaj. They looked inward. Their solution was to go back to a so-called golden age of Indian religion, believing that ancient texts like the Vedas were perfect and held all the answers. And this split led to a whole bunch of different movements popping up. You had Raja Ram Mohan Roy and the Brahmo Samaj pushing for reason and one God, Swami Vivekananda's Ramakrishna mission saying that serving people is serving God, and of course, Swami Dayanand's Arya Samaj, which was all about getting back to the Vedas. And at the same time, you had Sir Syed Ahmad Khan's Aligarh movement, which was working to bring Islamic thought and modern science together. It was just an incredibly dynamic and really transformative time. Now, this wasn't all just talk and philosophical debates. Oh no. The reformers took these ideas and waged some fierce battles against social customs that had been around for centuries. And their two biggest targets, the terrible oppression of women and the rigid, dehumanizing caste system. And they actually got things done. They won real, concrete victories in the form of laws. The fight kicked off with a massive, game-changing ban on sati in 1829. Then came laws that finally made it legal for widows to remarry, and others that fought against child marriage. Every single one of these was a huge blow against tradition, and they only happened because of years of relentless campaigning. This quote from Vivekananda, it just gets to the absolute core of what was driving these reformers. It was a deep sense of humanity. They looked at the caste system and untouchability and didn't just see a social issue, they saw it as a moral betrayal of their own people. Their argument was pretty simple. How can you talk about spiritual enlightenment when millions of people are suffering right in front of you? But, and this is a big but, this whole story isn't just a simple tale of good guys winning. The way the reformers went about things, and even some of the ideas they championed, had some really complex and sometimes pretty damaging consequences that, frankly, we're still grappling with today. One of the biggest weaknesses was their strategy, which is sometimes called reform from above. And here's the central contradiction. They were fighting for Indian society, but they were using the colonizers' tools, the British legal system, to do it. And because they were appealing to a foreign government, instead of building mass support from the ground up, a lot of these laws just stayed on paper. Take the Hindu Widows Remarriage Act. Legally, it was a victory, but in reality, for decades, society didn't change. Remarrying was still a huge taboo, and it almost never happened. And here's a really sharp critique that later historians made. In all these heated debates about things like sati or widow remarriage, the actual women were often missing from the conversation. The arguments became more about defining authentic Indian tradition, with each side using ancient texts to prove their point against both conservative Hindus and Western critics. The voices, the choices, and the real lives of women, they kind of got lost in the shuffle. But maybe the most damaging, unintended result of all this was how it started to sharpen religious divisions. See, in looking for an authentic identity to push back against the West, many reformers looked to the past. But whose past? Hindu revivalists celebrated a glorious ancient pre-Islamic past, basically defining Indian culture as Hindu culture. Meanwhile, Muslim reformers looked to the history of West Asia for their own golden age. So you ended up with these two competing separate histories. And then when you add in aggressive campaigns like the Arya Samaj's push to reconvert people back to Hinduism, well, instead of creating a unified national identity, this whole approach started planting the seeds of communal division. So where does that leave us? When you look back at this incredibly complex time, what's the final verdict? Well, the Age of Reform was, without a doubt, a crucial building block for modern India. But it left behind a legacy that was both incredibly transformative and, well, deeply troubled. On the plus side, the impact was just huge. These movements created a powerful new sense of self-respect and self-confidence. They gave Indians the tools to engage with the modern world, but on their own terms. And they really did lay the ideological foundation for national unity, all while chipping away at those social evils and promoting a more modern, humane way of thinking. But the tensions that were born in this era, they didn't just go away. The arguments over tradition versus modernity, the reliance on religious identity, the whole question of whose history is the real Indian history. These debates became the major fault lines of the 20th century independence movement, and they continue to rumble through Indian politics and society to this very day. And that kind of leaves us with one last thing to think about. When we see the debates happening today about religious identity, about women's rights, about the role of tradition in a modern country, we are, in so many ways, just hearing the echoes of these 19th century reformers. Their struggle to figure out what India's future should be, well, it's a conversation that never really ended.
Welcome to this short explainer. Let's jump right into the definitive conclusion overview from Module 2.
So how much of that colonial past actually drives today's biggest headlines? Let's break it down.
We've covered education, the press, civil services, and social reform. Here are your ultimate takeaways.
Right, let's start with Pillar 1, education and the state.
Remember the fierce debate? Orientalists wanted indigenous languages, while Anglicists pushed hard for English.
That exact 19th century tension, it perfectly mirrors today's linguistic pushback against the NEP 2020.
Moving right along to Pillar 2, the press freedom struggle.
For over a century, colonial rulers violently swung between harsh censorship and brief moments of liberation. You know what's wild? The direct parallel between the 1878 Gagging Act and the 2024 Broadcasting Bill.
Okay, now for Pillar 3, the civil services and bureaucracy.
The British locked down elite administrative roles to keep an absolute mechanical grip on power. And guess what? Administrative battles are still raging today, like the controversies over university vice-chancellors.
Finally, Pillar 4, those immense socio-religious awakenings.
Reformers across all faiths knew that pushing society forward was absolutely crucial to fighting colonial dominance.
They took on sati, child marriage, and untouchability, fundamentally modernizing Indian society from the inside out.
So, to wrap up this conclusion explainer, what's our grand takeaway here?
Colonial mechanisms of control aren't just dusted off history, they are literally playing out in today's headlines.
Which leaves us with one massive question. Are we still fighting the exact same structural battles today?
Between 1885 and 1940, the Indian independence struggle transformed from an elite political forum into a movement capable of mobilizing millions. The period followed a consistent pattern. Sustained nationalist pressure forced the British to issue a series of reactive, defensive constitutional concessions. These decades served to build the political infrastructure and mass participation that would eventually make continued colonial administration unsustainable. At its 1885 founding, the Indian National Congress was dominated by the moderates. Their goal was administrative reform within the British system, pursued through petitions and formal appeals. The 1905 partition of Bengal changed that. The British attempt to divide the region along religious lines triggered the rise of the extremists, a faction that rejected petitions in favor of immediate self-rule. The 1905 pivot bifurcated the movement. While moderates remained rooted in urban elite circles, the extremists mobilized youth and the lower middle class through strikes and the boycott of British goods. As British policies began to threaten local identity directly, nationalist leaders recognized that elite diplomacy was no longer a sufficient counter to imperial control. Mahatma Gandhi introduced a strategy of disciplined, nonviolent non-cooperation, designed to exhaust colonial administrative resources. He integrated previously disconnected groups, including the intellectualia, peasants, traders, and women, into a single organizational structure. He activated this base through clear symbolic actions, promoting domestic khadi cloth to bypass British imports, and leading nationwide campaigns like the 1920 non-cooperation and 1930 civil disobedience movements. This strategy shifted the leverage. By coordinating millions in acts of non-compliance, Gandhi turned India's population into a persistent logistical crisis for the British government. The British response centered on introducing incremental reforms that offered limited representation while attempting to manage internal divisions. The 1909 reforms brought separate electorates. 1919's diarchy gave Indian ministers local control, while Britain kept finance and security. The 1935 Act granted provincial autonomy, but the British Governor-General retained a sweeping veto over any elected legislature's decisions. These half measures proved to the public that the colonial government would not voluntarily surrender executive control, fueling the demand for a total British withdrawal. By the late 1930s, the political momentum of the nationalist movement had moved beyond the limits of Britain's incremental constitutional offers. In 1939, Britain declared India a party to World War II without the consent of its elected leaders. In protest, the Congress ministries resigned, causing the fragile collaborative governance of the 1935 Act to reach a terminal deadlock. The decade of constitutional experimentation had reached its end. The focus now shifted toward a final, uncompromising push for complete independence.
By the late 19th century, the British Empire justified its presence in India through a massive expansion of physical infrastructure. They pointed to sprawling railway networks and unified telegraph systems as evidence of a modernizing mission. But the human reality of the 1890s stood in direct opposition to this narrative. While the rails expanded, Indian per capita income was plummeting, and catastrophic famines were claiming millions of lives. It was during this specific 20-year window, from 1885 to 1905, that the first organized phase of Indian nationalism took shape. Historians refer to this as the Moderate Era. The early Indian National Congress was an unlikely site for a nationalist movement. They did not function as a revolutionary party, nor did they seek the support of the rural masses. The 72 delegates who founded the Congress in 1885 were Western-educated professionals, mostly lawyers, landlords, and journalists. They were an anglicized upper class that operated more like an annual social conference than a political vanguard. These members pledged absolute loyalty to the British Crown. They viewed British rule as a modernizing force and sought only gradual, piecemeal reforms within the existing imperial framework. Despite this loyalty and their elite social standing, this group would eventually develop the conceptual framework that shifted the focus of Indian politics from minor administrative requests to a systemic critique of the empire. To understand the eventual collapse of the British Raj, we have to look past the moderates' political failures and examine the specific macroeconomic logic they built. A long-standing historiographical myth suggests the Congress was a British creation, a safety valve designed by Viceroy Lord Dufferin to bleed off peasant discontent and prevent a second 1857-style revolt. This theory rests entirely on a 1913 biography that claimed the discovery of 7 volumes of secret reports detailing an impending lower-class conspiracy. No such reports have ever been found in the official archives. The historical record shows that Indian regional elites had already been successfully organizing since the 1870s, leading nationwide agitations against the Vernacular Press Act and the rising costs of imperial wars. These regional groups recognized that their isolated protests were ineffective. They needed a unified, national umbrella organization to project a common political program. However, the founders faced a strategic problem. Early leaders like Gopal Krishna Gokhale argued that an all-India political body launched exclusively by Indians would be immediately suppressed by colonial authorities. Indian elites used A.O. Hume, a retired British civil servant, as a lightning conductor. His involvement provided a level of official legitimacy that allowed the Congress to form without attracting immediate state hostility. The founding of the Congress was a calculated maneuver by Indian elites to secure a protected platform for political debate.
effectively utilizing a British mediator to bypass colonial suppression. Once that platform was secured, the moderates constructed a formal macroeconomic critique of colonialism known as the drain theory. This theory began with the physical reality of extraction. Every day, massive steamships left Indian ports, loaded with raw materials and foodstuffs bound for Britain, while the subcontinent remained a captive market for finished British goods. This model shows the shift in imperial strategy. In the 19th century, British colonialism moved away from direct mercantilist plunder to a system of extraction facilitated by free trade. This reduced India to the status of a dependent agrarian economy. The first vector of this drain was the home charges, annual payments sent to London to cover the salaries and pensions of the European officers who governed India. The second vector was the military budget. Indian revenues were used to fund British frontier wars in Africa and Asia, wars that served imperial expansion rather than Indian defense.
The third vector was the guaranteed interest payments on foreign capital invested in the railways. This ensured British investors profited even when the projects themselves were inefficient or over budget. Economists like Dadabhai Naoroji and William Digby calculated that this drain amounted to between 12 and 30 million pounds per year. That was roughly half of the total revenue income of the British Indian government. This constant outflow, combined with a high exchange rate for the rupee and a lack of protective tariffs, effectively stultified the growth of indigenous Indian capital. Naoroji famously described this system as the knife of sugar. It operated within the law, it was smooth, and it was sweet, but it was structurally lethal to India's survival. This creates a significant question. If the moderates had mathematically proven the reality of extraction, why were they unable to force any meaningful change in policy? Between 1892 and 1909, the demographic structure of the Congress delegates revealed a specific class allegiance. Nearly 40% were lawyers, 19% were landlords, and 15% were traders. Culturally, the group was even more narrow. 90% of delegates were Hindu, and 40% of those were Brahmins. These demographic interests prevented the early Congress from supporting reforms for the poor. Because the movement was funded and led by the propertied classes, they could not take a logical stand on peasant or working class questions. For example, the Congress consistently opposed land surveys intended to protect tenants, fearing that these measures would infringe on the interests of the wealthy zamindars who supported the party. This narrow social base also led to the alienation of the Muslim minority. This was compounded by the Congress's silence during the 1893 cow protection riots, which many Muslims interpreted as a tacit endorsement of Hindu orthodoxy. Because they were socially elite and feared mass mobilization, their political method was restricted to mendicancy, sending polite petitions and making logical appeals to the British liberal tradition. The ultimate result of this approach was the Indian Councils Act of 1892. While it allowed Indians to discuss the budget, it denied them the right to vote on it or bring resolutions against the government. British officials like Lord Curzon easily ignored these petitions. By 1900, the administration viewed the Congress not as a threat, but as a microscopic minority representing no one but themselves. The moderates were trapped by their own social structure. They had the data to prove exploitation, but they lacked the mass mobilization required to compel the empire to stop it. By the start of the 20th century, the moderates had failed to achieve their primary administrative or constitutional goals. The bureaucracy remained European, and the wealth drain continued. However, while their political demands were ignored, their ideological work proved more durable. By mathematically linking Indian poverty to British colonial policy, they challenged the paternalistic justification of imperial rule. They provided the evidence that allowed future generations to see British rule as an economic invasion rather than a providential modernization. Because the moderates could not act on their own findings, an extremist reaction within the nationalist movement became inevitable. This tension between ideological proof and political inaction reached a breaking point in 1907, resulting in the Surat split Dakshrakdurali Congress. The moderates had built the intellectual engine of Indian nationalism. But shifting from critique to actual independence would require a completely new structural approach,
one that would finally bring the political nation into the streets. The era of the moderates proves that while demographic limits can bottleneck a political movement, an economic truth, once documented, cannot be retracted from a nation's consciousness.
Welcome back to The Explainer. Today, we're diving into a really fascinating and honestly sometimes explosive collision. We are looking at the exact point where hard, factual history crashes right into the deeply held traditions and stories that we as human beings just love to cling to. It's this incredible space where cold logic meets ancient legend. And as you'll see, it actually shapes our everyday reality way more than we probably realize.
So think about this for a second. What if the history you know, like the stories you just accept as absolute truth, are actually just really well-crafted myths? We tend to think of history as this unbreakable, solid chain of facts. But at our core, humans are storytellers, right? So how much of our past is actual fact, and how much is just a narrative designed to make us feel a little better about who we are?
Okay, here's our roadmap for today. 1. Myth versus history. 2. Inventing new traditions. 3. Creating a harmless myth. 4. When myths turn violent. And finally, 5. Reconciling myth and reason.
Right, Section 1, Myth versus History. To make sense of all this, we first need to set up two massive opposing concepts that are going to be our analytical tools for this whole explainer. Our first tool is logos. Now, I know that sounds like a bunch of academic jargon, but logos is really just fact-based reason. It's the absolute foundation of scientific history. When you're building an argument based on ancient documents, digging up archaeological evidence, checking verifiable data, and relying on what we call the unforced force of the better argument, well, you're operating purely in the realm of logos. It's all about what can be demonstrated without a doubt to be objectively true.
But then, on the complete opposite end of the spectrum, we have mythos. Now, a mythos isn't necessarily some fairy tale about knights and dragons. It's more like a sacred narrative, or even just an unexamined assumption that a culture accepts uncritically. Why? Basically because it affirms how they want to see themselves. It operates on this sort of authoritarian normativity. You don't question it, you just accept it, because it gives your culture a sense of profound meaning and continuity.
And here's the funny thing. Historically, scholars from these two camps literally despise each other. Positivist historians look at myth and essentially scoff, saying, "This is blatantly false, wipe it from the historical record entirely." But then, academic mythologists look right back at them and say, "Your transient little historical events are completely irrelevant compared to the deep archetypal meaning that our myths provide." They exist in this state of total opposition, which, as you can imagine, creates a massive problem for how we actually understand our past.
Section 2, Inventing New Traditions. So, what actually happens when these two totally different worlds start to blend together?
Well, the historian Eric Hobsbawm hit the nail on the head here. He pointed out that a lot of traditions that claim to be ancient are actually incredibly recent, and in many cases, just completely fabricated. Think about it. We live in a world of constant terrifying change. People crave stability. So groups will literally fabricate links to a suitable historic past just to create an illusion that things aren't changing. They invented tradition out of thin air just to find some comfort.
And that brings us to William H. McNeill's concept of myth history. McNeill makes this really bold argument that even scientific history itself, our beloved fact-based logos, is actually just a belief system that evolves over generations. Every group affirms its own beliefs to live comfortably and insulate themselves from dissent. So historians aren't out there delivering pure, unadulterated truth with a capital T. They're constantly balancing little truths and myths to build a narrative that just makes sense to their audience at the time. He calls this messy, beautiful blend myth history.
Moving on to Section 3, Creating a Harmless Myth. To really grasp how powerful this whole concept is, let's dive into our first case study and see exactly how a myth gets built from scratch.
We're going to put on our detective hats for a minute here. The scene is Pondicherry, India. In this city, there's a modern spiritual community, the Sri Aurobindo Ashram, that eventually became super deeply linked in the public mind to the site of an ancient legendary Vedic sage named Agastya. And because academics have tracked this, we can actually look at the exact DNA of how this myth was born over the span of just a few decades.
The real engine driving this kind of myth-making is something called euphemistic transformation, which is just a fancy way of saying human beings vastly prefer a gratifying, exciting story over a boring set of facts. So as stories get passed down, the facts get stretched a little bit. Narratives are slightly altered to strengthen a connection to some heroic past, quietly sweeping the mundane reality under the rug just to, well, create a better story.
Okay, let's watch how this snowballs. Back in the 18th century, some temple ruins were found. That's a real fact. Then, in the 1930s, a scholar finds an inscription there that says Agastishwara, which is actually a reference to an aspect of the god Shiva. But he misinterprets it to mean the sage Augusta visited there. Fast forward to 1969, an informal talk given to children gets translated, and suddenly it's claiming there was a whole Vedic college on the spot of the modern ashram. Finally, by 1989, an official text outright claims the ashram sits on the exact, precise spot where the legendary Augusta had his seat. You see that? 4 true historical fragments, mutated through euphemistic transformation into a totally fabricated but widely believed, invented tradition.
But here is the absolute kicker about modern myths. They love to dress themselves up in logos. To sound totally legitimate, these new traditions hijack the language of science. In that Augustia story we just talked about, the original researcher from the 1930s, Juval Dubreuil, was actually just an amateur historian and a high school teacher. But as the myth evolved over the years, the storytellers literally euphemistically upgraded his resume. First, they called him a college professor, then an archaeologist, and finally later texts referred to him as a renowned French archaeologist. All just to validate their myth with fake academic authority. No way, right?
Section 4. When myths turn violent. Now, upgrading a high school teacher's resume to validate a local ashram is pretty harmless stuff. But I want to pivot here to the high-stakes side of this theory. We are shifting from a harmless local legend to a devastating, real-world reality where these exact same myth-making mechanics were applied. This brings us to the decades-long conflict over a specific site in Ayodhya, India. For over a century, a mosque known as the Babri Masjid sat on a site that many Hindus believe is the literal, exact birthplace of the avatar Rama, the Ram Janmabhoomi. And if we look at this radically impartially, strictly through our lens of mythos and logos, we see a truly tragic collision.
This situation brilliantly but tragically illustrates the total incompatibility of these two sides. The Hindu position here operates entirely on mythos. It's a deep, unshakable faith that this specific geographical site is the birthplace of Rama. It relies on a sacred narrative. But on the other side, the secular state and legal courts, they operate strictly on logos. They require documentary and archaeological evidence to prove land ownership. So you literally have one side demanding land based on a sacred, unquestionable narrative, and an institution that only knows how to speak the language of secular facts.
So the absolutely crucial takeaway here is this. The conflict didn't fundamentally blow up just because people held a religious belief. The real catastrophe happened because of the attempt to force a mythical claim to be validated by logical institutions, like courts and the government. Think about it. When you demand that a modern court of law officially rule on the exact historical geographic birthplace of a mythic avatar, the system just breaks down. They are speaking 2 completely different languages.
And the results of that systemic breakdown were horrific. When the courts couldn't just provide a neat, logical solution to a deeply mythical problem, a mob ultimately tore the mosque down in 1992. The violence that spiraled across the country after that resulted in the loss of over 1,000 lives. It really grounds this whole academic theory we've been discussing in a very stark, very human reality.
And in addition to that staggering loss of life, the riots caused 29 million rupees, or 29 crores, in sheer physical damage. It's proof that when logos and mythos violently clash instead of just communicating, when mythmongers demand that their story be legally enforced by cold logic, the real-world destruction is immense. It becomes a problem solved by destruction rather than by a dialectic conversation.
Section 5. Reconciling Myth and Reason. So, after all that, where does this leave us? Let's zoom out to our overarching philosophical takeaway and see if we can resolve this tension.
The philosopher Jürgen Habermas suggests that enlightenment, or in our terms, logos, contradicts myth and therefore escapes its violence. Logos remains confident in the unforced force of the better argument. I mean, you don't need to start a riot to prove a mathematical equation, right? However, being exclusively logical or exclusively mythical inevitably traps us in our own dogma. We really need a way to integrate the two.
And that leads us to the ultimate solution, the dialectical approach. First, as citizens, we absolutely must value the demonstrable truth of logos. We have to distinguish fact from fiction if we want to prevent objective violence.
But second, we also have to respect that mythos has immense power. It uses metaphor and symbolism to give human beings the profound meaning and aesthetic comfort that cold hard facts simply cannot provide. And third, and this is the really crucial part, we have to stop forcing mythos to be validated by logos. Let myths be deeply meaningful stories and let facts just be facts.
I want to leave you with a final, provocative thought today. We all have narratives about our families, our countries, and even ourselves. So what myth histories in your own life do you just accept as unquestioned history? Take a little time to evaluate your own traditions. You might just find that the stories you tell yourself are a beautiful, messy blend of hard fact and a little bit of invented magic. Keep learning, keep questioning, and I'll see you in the next explainer.
You know, every revolution has to start somewhere, right? It doesn't just pop up out of nowhere. Today, we're going to dig into that somewhere. We're looking at the very first violent sparks, the moments that really lit the fuse for India's struggle against the British Empire. And we're using Peter He's fantastic book, The Bomb in Bengal, as our guide. So let's get right into it. Okay, so picture this. The year is 1877. The British Empire is, at the absolute peak of its power. And to celebrate Queen Victoria being named Empress of India, they decide to throw a party. But this isn't just any party. It's a durbar in Delhi. And it's on a scale that's almost impossible to imagine. We're talking columns of cavalry, glittering silver. The viceroy and vicereine are riding on this magnificent elephant, and they're followed by 50 more elephants with governors and all the bigwigs. The whole thing was a spectacle, right? It was designed to scream one thing: we are in charge and our power is absolute. But while all that pageantry is going on, behind that glittering golden facade, something absolutely horrific is happening. India is in the middle of the Great Famine. And this number, 5 million, that's not just a statistic. That's 5 million people, men, women, children, who starved to death in just 2 years, while the empire was throwing its biggest party ever. And that right there, that's the core of the conflict, isn't it? It's like a tale of two Indias. You've got these two completely separate worlds existing side by side. In one world, you have the British Empire just basking in its own glory. And in the other, you have millions upon millions of its own subjects just dying from neglect. The contrast is it's mind-boggling. The British are literally handing out fancy titles like own favored son of the British Empire to the local princes, shoring up their power base. And at the exact same time, entire villages are being completely wiped off the map by starvation. One British witness said that in some places, the only ones left to deal with the bodies were the dogs and vultures. It wasn't that there wasn't enough food, it's that there wasn't the will or the money, at least not for them. So what do you do in a situation like that? How do you even begin to respond? Well, it doesn't start with a giant army or a massive uprising. It starts, as it so often does, with just one person. A single man pushed way past his breaking point, and his name was Vasudeo Balwant Phadke. Now, Phadke wasn't some prince or a military leader. Not at all. He was just a clerk, an ordinary guy working a desk job in the colonial administration in Pune. So he was literally part of the system. But at the same time, he was a victim of it, right? He saw the contempt, the arrogance his British superiors had for the natives, as they called them, every single day. And this is where things really changed for him. He said, "My mind turned against the English, and I wished to ruin them." Think about that. He was brooding over it day and night, couldn't even sleep. It was that personal anger from his job suddenly crashing into the massive horror of the famine that he saw all around him. And those two things just fused together. It became this all-consuming obsession. So what's the plan for this one-man revolution? Well, our source calls it quixotic, which is a pretty good word for it. It was ambitious, to say the least. He didn't go to the educated elites. No. He went to the people who had nothing, the Ramoshes and other groups who were completely marginalized. He put together a small band, and his idea was to fund the whole operation by, robbing people, specifically moneylenders. Then, use that chaos to disrupt communications, free prisoners, and hopefully inspire a huge uprising. So how did it go? Well, it failed. Pretty spectacularly, actually. His band of rebels cared more about the money than the mission. Phadke was captured in 1879, and he died in prison. So the rebellion itself was a wash. But, and this is so important, something had changed. A precedent was set. The idea of actually using violence to fight back against the British, it was on the table now. A line had been crossed. So Fadke's story didn't end in a successful revolution, but it did open a door. And the next people to walk through it were different. They weren't just driven by personal anger or witnessing famine. They were driven by a powerful, deeply felt ideology. And that brings us to our next key players, the Chapekar brothers. Yeah, you can really see the evolution here. Think about it. Fadka was all about reacting to personal grievance and the famine he saw. It was raw. The Chapekar brothers, they were coming from a totally different place. They saw themselves as holy warriors, fighting to defend their Orthodox Hindu faith. And their enemy wasn't just the British. It was also Indian reformers who they thought were messing with the religion. Their approach was way more organized, too. It all started with a youth club. And you can track how things escalated step by step. First, it's intense physical training. I mean, can you imagine doing 1,200 Surya Namaskars a day? Then it becomes cultural. They start teaching traditional games and even breaking up cricket matches. Then the dial turns up again. You get stone-slinging free-for-alls, actual attacks on Indian reformers and Christians. And then the ultimate symbolic act. They tar a statue of Queen Victoria and hang a garland of shoes on it. That's a direct, unmistakable message. And this right here really gets to their mindset. Damodar Chapekar flat out said that what the Indian National Congress was doing, all their petitions and demands, was just empty talk. He had zero time for it. He believed, and this is a belief you see in so many revolutionary movements, that efforts not backed by physical force are doomed to failure. For them, talk was cheap. Action, and specifically violent action, was the only thing that mattered. Okay, so we've seen this progression, right? From Fadka's robberies to the Chapekar's ideologically driven attacks. But what do we actually call all this? How do we put a label on it so we can analyze it properly? I mean, you could call it an uprising, a rebellion, a freedom struggle, right? But all of those words are, well, they're loaded. They come with a whole lot of moral baggage. So is there a more neutral, maybe more academic way to look at what was actually happening here? Well, this is where it gets interesting. The author of our source, Peter Heese, uses a word that might surprise you: terrorism. Now hang on, he's not using it in the way we hear it on the news 24/7. He's using it in a very specific sociological sense. As the definition here shows, he's talking about a method. It's about small groups, usually in cities, using small-scale violence, things like assassinations and robberies, to try and achieve a political goal. So why is that useful? Why use such a loaded word? Well, because it allows us to be really precise. It lets us analyze the tactics these groups were using, the what and the how, without getting immediately stuck in a debate about whether their cause was good or bad, right or wrong. It's an analytical tool to understand the methods, not a moral stamp of approval or disapproval. So, when you put it all together, what do you have? Fadke's one-man crusade and the Chapekar's holy war. They were really the prologues. They set the stage, they established the methods, and, just as importantly, the mindset. But these were just the first sparks. The real fire, the full-blown explosion of the revolutionary movement, was about to ignite in a whole different part of the country, Bengal, and that is where the main story really kicks off. You know, sometimes the government makes a decision that backfires so spectacularly, it completely changes the course of history. That is exactly what happened in the early 1900s. The British Raj made this one administrative move thinking it would tighten their grip on India. But instead, it accidentally ignited an absolute firestorm of protest, boycotts, and self-reliance that would end up forging the very tools of India's freedom struggle. So today, we're going to break down how the partition of Bengal gave birth to the Swadeshi movement. All right, so let's meet the man at the center of this whole storm, Lord Curzon, the Viceroy of India. Now, Curzon wasn't your run-of-the-mill colonial administrator. He showed up with this one single-minded vision to absolutely crush what he saw as rising Indian defiance and just fortify the authority of the Raj. He was openly hostile towards the educated Indian class and the Indian National Congress, which he famously called an unclean thing. And as we're about to see, this wasn't just him talking tough. It was the real engine behind his policies. I mean, this quote right here from a speech at Calcutta University in 1905 just says it all, doesn't it? He said, "I hope I am making no false or arrogant claim when I say that the highest ideal of truth is to a large extent a Western conception." Now, this wasn't just some slip of the tongue. This was a public declaration of his deep-seated belief in Western superiority, and he said it to an audience of Indian students. It's this kind of dismissive, frankly insulting attitude that created a real tinderbox atmosphere. And you can see this attitude playing out directly in his policies. Curzon went about systematically taking apart any avenues for Indian influence. The Calcutta Corporation Act, it slashed the number of elected Indian members, basically handing more power over to European business interests. The Universities Act, that gave the government much tighter control over education, a tool they'd later use to squash student activism. The Official Secrets Act, that was all about muzzling the press. You see the pattern here, right? Consolidate British power and silence Indian voices. So all of those acts were like sparks flying around. But there was one single decision that was the fuel that was about to cause a massive explosion: the partition of Bengal. This one act, more than anything else, really convinced Indian nationalists that the British government had absolutely zero intention of ever respecting their aspirations. So the official reason they gave the public seemed kind of reasonable. I mean, Bengal was a huge province, home to 78 million people, and the British just argued it was simply too big to govern effectively. But, behind that clean-sounding reason of administrative efficiency, there was a much colder, calculated political motive. Calcutta was the nerve center of Indian nationalism, and Curzon was dead set on, as he put it, dethroning it. He wanted to break the back of the growing opposition. And you don't have to just take my word for it. We have proof of this hidden motive. This is a direct quote from a secret note written by H. Risley, who was the Home Secretary at the time. He wrote, "Bengal united is a power. Bengal divided will pull in several different ways." And then he goes on to say that a main goal was to weaken a solid body of opponents. So, yeah, this was not about administration. It was a targeted political strike designed to shatter the unity of the Bengali nationalist movement. The divide and rule strategy didn't just stop with redrawing lines on a map. Oh no, it was also engineered to create religious division. See, the partition would create a brand new province, Eastern Bengal and Assam, with a Muslim majority. Curzon openly went to Muslim leaders, promising that Dhaka would become the capital of this new region, where Muslim interests would be the priority. He was dangling this idea of a political unity they hadn't seen in centuries. The goal? To create a political counterweight to the mostly Hindu nationalist leaders in Calcutta. So the plan was all set. Divide the Bengalis, weaken the nationalists, and try to pit Hindus against Muslims. But the British had profoundly, deeply underestimated the sense of unity and pride among the Bengali people. Instead of weakening them, the partition triggered this incredible, explosive, and honestly really creative popular reaction. Let's just look at the timeline for a second to see how fast this all escalated. The protest started the second the proposals were made public in late 1903. For nearly 2 years, the nationalists stuck to their usual moderate methods. Petitions, meetings, articles in the press. But the government just wasn't listening. When the final decision came down in July 1905, it was clear that just talking wasn't going to be enough. A month later, a formal boycott resolution was passed. By October, when the partition officially happened, Bengal was in a state of open political revolt. And to really get a sense of the scale of this public anger, just look at this number, 75,000. On October 16th, the day the partition was official, up to 75,000 people gathered for mass meetings in Calcutta. It was declared a day of national mourning, people fasted, no one lit their cooking hearths, there were processions marching barefoot to the Ganges River, and people tied Rakis, these colored threads, on each other's wrists as a symbol of unbreakable unity. This wasn't some niche political protest. This was a huge, popular outpouring of grief and defiance. And out of this fire, a powerful new idea really took hold: Swadeshi. The word literally means of one's own country. And it started out as a simple boycott of foreign goods, but it quickly grew into this much bigger philosophy of national self-reliance. The goal wasn't just to protest British rule anymore. It was to actively build a parallel Indian society and economy, one that was completely free from any colonial dependence. So how did they actually put this philosophy into practice? Well, the movement had 3 main pillars. First, the boycott. This was the most visible part. You had public bonfires of foreign cloth and volunteers picketing shops. Second, Swadeshi enterprise. People started setting up their own businesses, textile mills, soap factories, banks, insurance companies, anything to replace the foreign alternatives. And third, national education. Students boycotted the official schools and colleges, and leaders set up a whole new education system run by Indians for Indians, with classes taught in local languages. It was a full-on, comprehensive assault on British economic and cultural dominance. So the Swadeshi movement had unleashed this new, really powerful form of mass politics. But this new intensity, this shift from, polite petitions to massive boycotts and passive resistance, it created some deep and pretty bitter divisions within the leadership of the Indian National Congress itself. This huge wave of popular energy really forced a fundamental question on the nationalist leaders. How far were they actually willing to go? Was this boycott just a temporary tactic to get the partition reversed? Or was it the first step in a much bigger fight for complete independence? The answer to that question would end up tearing the movement apart. So what you're seeing here is basically the blueprint of an ideological civil war that just ripped through the Congress. I mean, you had two totally different camps. In one corner, you've got the moderates, led by figures like G.K. Gokhale. They believed in constitutional methods, aiming for self-government, but within the British Empire. For them, the boycott was just a temporary tool for a specific problem. But then, in the other corner, were the extremists, led by firebrands like Bal Gangadhar Tilak. Their goal was Swaraj, complete and total independence. And they saw the boycott not as an end in itself, but as the first powerful step towards total non-cooperation with the British. This disagreement didn't exactly get settled through a friendly debate. It all came to a head in one of the most infamous events in the entire history of the freedom struggle, the Surat Split of 1907. The annual Congress session just descended into absolute chaos. As the extremist leader Tilak tried to speak, a shoe was thrown at him, chairs went flying, and a full-blown brawl broke out. The session had to be shut down, and the Indian National Congress, the main nationalist organization, was shattered in two. So by about 1908, the open Swadeshi movement had mostly faded away, thanks to severe government repression, and the Congress was a house divided. On the surface, it might look like a total failure. But to really get its true importance, we have to look past the immediate results and focus on its lasting legacy. And here is why this entire episode matters so much. The British did eventually cancel the partition in 1911, hoping to quiet things down. But it was too late. The Swadeshi movement had fundamentally changed the very nature of Indian nationalism. It was no longer just a fight over an administrative border. It had become a struggle that completely redefined the goals, the methods, and even the people involved in the freedom movement. Let's break down that legacy. First, it created a whole new playbook for political action: boycott, passive resistance, national education. These mass mobilization techniques would become the bread and butter of the freedom struggle. Second, it dramatically expanded who was involved in nationalism. For the very first time, students, women, and the urban lower middle class were pulled into active politics on a massive scale. Third, it fostered this powerful culture of Atmasakti, or self-reliance. And this wasn't just political, it sparked a true renaissance in Indian art, literature, science, and industry. And finally, and this is maybe the most important part, it shifted the ultimate goal from self-government within the empire to Swaraj, complete independence. In every single way, this was the dress rehearsal for the huge nationwide movements that Mahatma Gandhi would lead down the road. Now, to be fair, the movement had some pretty significant weaknesses that led to its decline. A huge factor was just the sheer force of government repression. We're talking arrests, deportations, bans on public meetings. The fact that there wasn't a strong centralized party structure also made it really hard to keep the momentum going. But maybe the most critical weakness was its failure to mobilize the mass of Muslims. Part of this was definitely a win for Britain's divide and rule strategy, but it was also a failure of the movement itself, which sometimes used Hindu religious imagery that ended up alienating potential Muslim allies. In the end, this Swadeshi movement, born from the fire of a divided Bengal, was really the first great experiment in mass struggle in India. It was messy, it was divisive, and yeah, it fell short of its immediate goals. But it forged and it tested the very weapons, the ideas and techniques of protest and self-reliance that would eventually win India its freedom. And that leaves us with a pretty critical question. What would the future of the independence struggle have even looked like if these tools had never been created? In the spring of 1908, hidden within the overgrown Maniktola garden in the suburbs of Calcutta, a secret society was busy studying the explosive chemistry of French and Russian anarchists. But despite their lethal ambitions, this group's operational security was a disaster. They were incredibly careless with their explosives, stored dynamite haphazardly, and openly mocked the police detectives tailing them as monkeys. This deadly incompetence peaked in April of that year. 2 teenage recruits were dispatched to Muzaffarpur to assassinate a notoriously harsh British magistrate. In the dark, they bombed the wrong carriage,
killing the wife and daughter of a local British barrister instead. The British authorities immediately cracked down. Within just days, massive police raids dismantled the entire secret bomb factory. Broken by interrogation and desperate to protect their youngest members, the society's leaders gave sweeping confessions. By any conventional military measure, this anarchist cell was a total failure. Yet this exact group of bungling revolutionaries managed to shatter the psychological grip of the British Empire and set India on the militant path to independence. To understand why their failure was so successful, we have to look at the psychological state of India 30 years earlier, a period defined by extreme inequality and absolute British control. In 1877, the British orchestrated the opulent Delhi Durbar, a massive celebration to proclaim Queen Victoria as the Empress of India. It was a calculated display of total imperial dominance. But while the colonial elite celebrated, a catastrophic famine tore through the country, claiming millions of lives due to gross administrative indifference. Rebellions in response to these conditions were highly localized, driven mostly by orthodox religious fervor or raw anti-British hatred. Early uprisings lacked a unified political strategy. The British ruled effectively because they had instilled a profound sense of hopelessness. The primary obstacle to Indian independence was a widespread, deeply ingrained psychology of national apathy. An intellectual named Aurobindo Ghose recognized this barrier. Educated in England, Aurobindo returned to India and concluded that polite petitions from moderate politicians would never wake up a demoralized public. He proposed a radical solution in a pamphlet called Bhawani Mandir. Aurobindo envisioned an order of political ascetics devoted to liberating the motherland, fusing the intense spiritual devotion of Hinduism with militant political action. In 1905, the British partition of Bengal transformed Aurobindo's radical theory into a nationwide movement of mass outrage and boycotts. Aurobindo's younger brother, Barin, seized the moment. He and his allies launched Jugantar, a radical newspaper that moved past theoretical philosophy and explicitly demanded blood, preaching open revolt. Aurobindo's true objective was the creation of a shocking spectacle designed to shake Indian youth out of their political paralysis. Following the Muzaffarpur tragedy and the subsequent raids, the British government tried to reassert its authority. They designed the 1908 Alipur bomb trial to be a crushing public display of imperial justice. The captured revolutionaries immediately derailed that plan. Instead of showing remorse or begging for mercy, they turned the courtroom into a theater of fearless defiance, cheerfully reading books and smiling during the proceedings. The peak of this psychological warfare happened inside the prison hospital. When one of their own turned king's evidence in exchange for a pardon, 2 revolutionaries smuggled hidden revolvers into the jail and shot the traitor dead before he could finish testifying. In the courtroom, the drama culminated with barrister C.R. Das defending Aurobindo against Judge C.P. Beechcroft, who ironically had been Aurobindo's classmate at Cambridge. Das brilliantly picked apart the prosecution's case. The British intent backfired completely. By going to the gallows with fearless smiles on their faces, the young revolutionaries proved to the public that the empire could no longer command their terror. The trial concluded in May 1909. Aurobindo was acquitted due to a lack of direct evidence, though he soon withdrew from politics entirely. His brother Barin and several others were shipped to the horrific cellular jail in the Andaman Islands. The Monoctola secret society was dead. Their bomb plots had almost all failed. They killed the wrong targets, and they spent years performing brutal labor in exile. But their actions triggered a massive reaction. This chart illustrates a timeline of Indian resistance. Notice the sudden spike after 1908. As the British were forced to accelerate administrative reforms, a vast network of new militant nationalist groups exploded across Bengal. The narrative of the smiling, defiant martyr permanently embedded itself into the Indian consciousness. Decades of escalating militant resistance followed, directly fueling the pressure that led to the British withdrawal in 1947. By shattering the public's ingrained apathy, this group of failed assassins ensured that the momentum for independence would never again go quiet.
In 1909, the Morley-Minto reforms were rolled out, and they were presented as this huge promise to the people of India. But was it really a step towards self-rule, or was it something else? Let's dig in and find out what these reforms actually delivered. Okay, to really get to the heart of the issue, check out this quote from Lionel Curtis. He absolutely nailed the central problem here. The reforms created this massive, dangerous gap. They gave Indian politicians a voice, sure, but no actual power or responsibility. You basically create a system that's designed for endless conflict, not cooperation. So, to understand why these reforms even happened, you've got to feel the political heat in early 20th century India. I mean, it was a total pressure cooker, and it felt like the whole thing was about to blow. On one hand, you have the British Empire, at the absolute peak of its power. But on the other, you have this new, powerful force, the Indian nationalist movement. After massive protests, like the ones against the partition of Bengal, it was crystal clear to everyone that the old way of doing things just wasn't going to work anymore. Something had to give. And here's where it gets really interesting. The British themselves were completely split on how to handle India. You had liberals who kind of saw it as Britain's job to educate Indians for self-government, eventually. But then you had the hardliners who basically said, no way, British rule must be absolute, backed by force, forget about democracy. So what do you do when you're caught between those two clashing ideas? Well, Lord Morley and Lord Minto came up with a two-pronged strategy. They decided to offer just enough concessions to keep the moderate Indians on their side, while at the same time introducing new rules specifically designed to split the nationalist movement. And this whole balancing act became the Indian Councils Act of 1909. All right, so let's move on and see how this grand promise of more power actually played out in the real world. Because as you're about to see, the devil was 100% in the details. Now, on the surface, the reforms looked pretty impressive. For example, the main legislative council was expanded to 60 members. I mean, that sounds like you're giving Indians a much bigger say in their own government, right? But here's the catch, and it is a huge catch. Of those 60 members, 37 of them were official members. That's just a fancy way of saying they were British government employees. This guaranteed that the government had a built-in majority. No matter how the Indian members voted, they could never, ever win a vote against the British administration. The British tried to point to the provincial councils as proof of their good intentions, claiming these councils had a non-official majority. But this was just a total illusion. See, that term non-official was tricky. It included both elected Indians and members who were handpicked by the British. And guess what? Those nominated members always voted with the government, which made that supposed Indian majority completely meaningless. And the system was just loaded with even more traps. The elections were indirect. The public didn't vote for their representatives directly. It was so complicated, one critic called it infiltration through a series of sieves. The right to vote itself was limited to a tiny, tiny percentage of wealthy men. Women were completely shut out. And to top it all off, if the government decided a candidate was too politically dangerous, they could just ban them. Simple as that. So beyond this illusion of control, the reforms introduced a brand new political idea, one that would have really deep and honestly tragic consequences for the future of India. Of everything that the Morley-Minto reforms did, there was one change that would echo for decades. It would fundamentally reshape the entire political landscape of India. For the very first time in Indian history, the British brought in this concept of separate electorates. They started with the Muslim community. Under this new system, certain seats were reserved just for Muslims, and only Muslim voters could vote for those candidates. This was huge. It officially made religious identity a core organizing principle of the political system. Now, Indian leaders saw this for exactly what it was. The thinker K.M. Munshi called it a classic divide-and-rule tactic. By pitting community against community, the British could seriously weaken the unified nationalist movement that they saw as such a big threat. So, after all the dust settled and the full scope of these reforms became clear, how did Indian political leaders really react to the whole package? You know, there was this popular analogy going around that just perfectly summed up how everyone felt. It was like Indian nationalists had presented a check for £1,000, asking for real substantial power, but in return, they were given just £1. It was this feeling of being totally and completely shortchanged. And this feeling was everywhere. Leaders from all sides agreed. A.C. Mazumdar called the reforms mere moonshine. Surendranath Banerjee said the complicated rules wrecked the scheme. The final verdict was pretty clear. This was the shadow of power, not the substance. It gave Indians a bit of influence, but kept all the real control firmly in British hands. All right, let's wrap this up by looking at the long, profound legacy of the most controversial part of these reforms, those separate electorates. That seed of division that was planted in 1909, well, it grew, and it grew fast. In 1919, the system was expanded to include the Sikh community. By 1935, it covered Indian Christians, Anglo-Indians, and others. This whole idea of defining political rights by religious identity became the bedrock of British policy, a path that many argue led directly to the horrific partition of India in 1947. So in the end, the Morley-Minto reforms are this textbook example of political engineering gone wrong. By giving influence but holding back all responsibility, they created a system that was built for paralysis and conflict, not for cooperation. And what started as a plan to manage Indian nationalism actually gave it the very tools that would eventually tear it apart. And all this leaves us with a huge question, one that goes way beyond 1909 India. Can a political system that is deliberately built on division ever lead to lasting unity? It's something to think about. In 1913, the demand for an independent Indian republic didn't emerge from Delhi, but 7,000 miles away on the American West Coast. Built by Punjabi laborers, they crossed the Pacific, fleeing economic hardship, seeking stability in the West. Many of these men were veterans of the British Indian Army. They had spent years as loyal soldiers and policemen, serving the Crown in colonial outposts across East and Southeast Asia. They traveled to the United States with a singular focus on economic advancement. At the start, they were laborers, not rebels, unaware that their experiences in America would soon drive them to plan an armed insurrection. Arriving in cities like San Francisco offered a startling new perspective. For the first time, these immigrants encountered advanced Western infrastructure and democratic norms that were simply non-existent in colonized India. But the wealth of the New World was built on grueling physical labor. They took difficult, low-paying jobs in the region's logging mills and agricultural fields, working in the shadow of the prosperity they admired. They soon discovered that the freedom of the West didn't apply to them. Despite being subjects of the same British Empire, they faced violent racial attacks and exclusionary laws from North American authorities designed to keep them out. They learned that no amount of industrial skill or personal hard work could buy them dignity in a foreign land. Their lack of rights abroad was a symptom of political slavery, outcasts lacking a sovereign nation. In 1913, this growing anger turned into a formal alliance. Laborers in the logging camps joined forces with radical Indian students and exiled intellectuals like Har Dayal to form a revolutionary front. Their primary weapon was a weekly newspaper called Gadar, the Punjabi word for mutiny. It identified itself immediately on the masthead as an enemy of the British rule, calling for a second armed uprising to finish what the Mutiny of 1857 had started. The paper educated laborers on the complex economics of colonialism. Through a recurring column called the Chitta, it explained how British policies were destroying Indian industry and draining the country's wealth, leaving millions to perish in repeated famines caused by imperial plunder. To fight back, the party leadership enforced a strict policy of secularism, explicitly banning divisions based on religion or caste. They were building a front where Hindus, Muslims, and Sikhs shared a single, unified identity as sons of Mother Bharat. The newspaper also shamed the diaspora for their history of service to the crown. It reminded them that the British were only able to crush previous rebellions because sections of the Indian population, including Punjabi soldiers, had remained loyal to the foreign rulers. This propaganda successfully shifted the diaspora's self-image. Men who had arrived as loyal laborers were now ready to risk their lives as revolutionaries, demanding nothing less than a completely independent republic. The ultimate breaking point arrived in 1914 with the Komagata Maru incident. When a ship of Indian passengers was forcefully turned away from Canada, the anger across the diaspora reached a fever pitch. As the First World War broke out, the Gadarites sensed British weakness. Thousands sailed back to India from North America and East Asia, carrying the proclamation of war
and the hope of sparking a massive internal mutiny. But they arrived to a cold reality. The local population in the Punjab was not prepared for a revolution, and the movement's plans were already being monitored by the British Criminal Investigation Department. Infiltrated by spies and lacking a central military command, the planned uprising of February 1915 was crushed before it could even begin. Most of the leaders were arrested in preemptive raids. The retaliation was severe. Over 150 Ghadarites were executed or killed, and hundreds more were sentenced to life in the brutal, isolated cells of the Andaman Islands penal colony. By any conventional military standard, the 1915 uprising was a catastrophic failure, a disorganized, naive attempt to take on the world's most powerful empire with almost no weapons. If we measure success by military victory alone, the Ghadarites failed. But their ideological conquest changes the story completely. They authored the political blueprint for modern India, demanding a pluralist, secular, and democratic republic, rejecting sectarian divisions they saw as colonial vulnerabilities. The movement's surviving leaders, venerated as Babas, eventually returned from prison to mentor the next wave of freedom fighters. They directly influenced iconic figures like Bhagat Singh, who was inspired by their dedication to social justice and common good. The British could execute the rebels, but they couldn't stop the spread of their ideas. The Ghadar movement proved that political liberation begins the moment an ideology transforms a colonized people's understanding of their own dignity and their right to rule themselves.
Welcome to The Explainer. Today, we're diving into a story that's absolutely pivotal, but maybe one you haven't heard enough about. It's about how a political movement, pretty much left for dead, roared back to life and took on an entire empire. We are, of course, talking about India's Home Rule movement. So, let's set the scene. It's 1914. The Indian nationalist movement, it's basically in a lull. The fire from the earlier Swadeshi movement had fizzled out. But then, two, you could say, unlikely leaders step onto the stage, and well, everything's about to change. To really get why their rise was so incredible, you first have to understand the political vacuum they stepped into. It was like the stage was empty, the lights were down, and the entire country was just waiting. Yeah, take a look at this timeline. It really tells the story. In 1907, the Indian National Congress, the main engine for nationalism, fractures. You have the moderates and the radicals, and they just can't agree. Then, bam, Bal Gangadhar Tilak, the big leader of the radicals, gets imprisoned and exiled for 6 years. So by the time he's released in 1914, he returns to a politically silent India. Okay, so into this quiet, this void, step our two main players. They're about to reignite the entire nationalist cause, but they're going to do it on their own terms, on parallel tracks, but both heading straight for the same goal, self-government for India. So on one side, you've got Bal Gangadhar Tilak, the Lokmanya. He's a veteran nationalist, just back from prison, and he wants to work from inside the Congress to get things moving again. And on the other side, Annie Besant. She's a British theosophist, an educator, who decided to throw her weight behind Indian self-rule, putting pressure on the Congress from the outside. Talk about a study in contrasts. Tilak, he doesn't waste a single second. After rejoining Congress, he launches his own Indian Home Rule League in April 1916. Think of it as this tight, disciplined, well-oiled machine. He focuses his efforts in specific regions where he knows he has strong support and just floods the area with pamphlets in all the local languages. Now, Besant takes a completely different route. After trying to get the Congress to act and getting nowhere, she starts her All-India Home Rule League in September 1916. If Tilak's league was a focused laser beam, Besant was this huge, sprawling network. We're talking over 200 branches across the rest of India, attracting key followers, including a young up-and-comer named Jawaharlal Nehru. So you have these two movements running side by side, gathering incredible momentum. But what happens next is what truly terrified the British. These two parallel streams are about to converge into one massive unified wave. And the stage for this historic moment? The annual Congress session in Lucknow, December 1916. This is where Tilak and Besant, our two leaders, become the architects of a monumental agreement. And it happens in two huge steps. First, after nearly a decade of being split, the moderates and radicals finally reunite the Congress. That alone was huge. But then came the real bombshell. The Congress and the Muslim League joined forces. They signed the Lucknow Pact, a joint demand for self-government. This was a united front the British had never seen before. It was a total game changer. And this quote from Tilak, Wow, it just perfectly captures the spirit of that moment. You've got this revered Hindu leader telling everyone that unity is so important, he wouldn't mind if self-government was granted only to the Muslim community. Why? Because, as he says, standing united was the most important thing. What a powerful message to send. Now, as you can probably guess, this newfound unity and the movement's growing popularity, it made the British government extremely nervous. So they did what empires do. They cracked down. And, well, it was a massive mistake. Just to give you an idea of how fast this thing was growing, look at this number, 47,000. That's how many pamphlets just Tilak's leagues sold. The idea of home rule was spreading like wildfire, and the government was definitely feeling the burn. So the government decides to act. In June of 1917, they arrest Annie Besant and her top associates. They figured that by taking out one of the leaders, they could kill the movement's momentum. But it backfired spectacularly. I mean, this quote from Britain's own Secretary of State for India says it all. He's basically saying that arresting Besant didn't kill the movement, it multiplied it. Her arrest sparked nationwide protests. People who had been sitting on the fence were now jumping in, energized and angry. The repression just fueled the resistance. The public outcry was so immense that the government had to back down. They released Besant in September 1917, and she emerged as this massive national hero. And to cap it all off, she was elected president of the Indian National Congress. This was it. This was the absolute peak of her influence and the high point for the entire Home Rule movement. But here's where the story takes a sharp turn. Just as the movement is at its strongest, a combination of factors, a sort of perfect storm, comes together and leads to its rapid decline. So what went wrong? Well, first, the British cleverly offered the promise of reforms. This split the nationalists. Should they accept them or push for more? Then Besant herself started to waver on the best path forward. And the final blow? Tilak left for England to pursue a court case right when his leadership was needed most. Without its key leaders, the movement was left rudderless and just sort of fizzled out. So the leagues themselves might have dissolved, but their impact was huge and permanent. They left a legacy that would change the course of India's freedom struggle for good. So what's the big takeaway from all this? The Home Rule movement created a whole new generation of dedicated nationalists. It built organizational links between cities and villages that hadn't existed before. It took the idea of self-rule and made it a mainstream demand. Essentially, it prepared the ground, it trained the foot soldiers for the next, even bigger phase of the struggle, which would be led by Mahatma Gandhi. So we have to ask, did the movement really fail? Sure, it dissolved before it achieved its final goal, but its true success wasn't in winning the war, but in preparing the army. It serves as this critical bridge in history, proving that sometimes a movement's greatest victory is in how it changes a nation's destiny, setting the stage for what's to come.
So, picture this. World War I is over. The dust is settling, and the British Empire is facing a huge crisis in its most important territory, India. Their big idea? A brand new plan, the Montagu-Chelmsford reforms of 1919. The question is, was this a genuine first step toward freedom for India, or was it just a clever trick to keep control?
All right, so here's how we're going to break this all down. First, we'll look at the incredible pressure that was building up in India before the war even started. Then we'll see how that conflict became a total game changer. We'll get into the weeds of this really strange system the British came up with and figure out why it was basically rejected. And finally, we'll see how its failure completely changed the game and set the stage for Gandhi.
To really get why the 1919 reforms even happened, we've got to rewind the clock a little bit. Because in the years leading up to the war, the political situation in India was like a pressure cooker with the lid rattling. It was just about to blow.
And this timeline, it just lays it all out, step by painful step. You start in 1909 with some reforms that, frankly, nobody was happy with. Then, in 1911, the British make a move that angers many of their key Muslim allies. And what's the result of all this frustration? Well, by 1916, you get something incredible. The Indian National Congress and the Muslim League, two major political forces, actually join hands. They come together with a united demand for self-government. The pressure was becoming immense.
And just as this new political unity is taking shape, boom, World War I explodes onto the scene, basically pouring gasoline on an already roaring fire. India's relationship with the British Empire was never, ever going to be the same.
Just let that number sink in for a second. 1.2 million. That's how many Indian soldiers served the British Empire during the First World War. This was a colossal, staggering contribution of manpower, with men from all over India sent to fight and die in a war thousands of miles from home.
But the sacrifice wasn't just in soldiers. Oh no, India was being drained of its resources. A so-called gift of £100 million, an insane amount of money back then, was sent to Britain. Defense spending at home shot up by 300%, paid for by aggressive, sometimes forced recruitment and fundraising that created a deep, simmering anger. And all this was happening while revolutionary new ideas about freedom and self-determination were spreading like wildfire around the world.
And if you want to know how this really felt for the average person on the street, well, just look at this. The price index for everyday stuff went from 147 in 1914 to 281 just 6 years later. That means prices for pretty much everything nearly doubled. Can you imagine? This led to terrible economic hardship, food riots, looting, and a wave of massive labor strikes. The country was absolutely seething.
So, okay, the British are backed into a corner. India has given so much for the war, its people are suffering, and its political leaders are more united than ever. The old way of doing things just wasn't going to cut it anymore. So what was their answer? A huge, historic declaration and a very peculiar new system of government.
This was it, the big promise, made right in the British Parliament. For the very first time, Britain officially said its goal was responsible government for India. I mean, that's a landmark statement. It really seemed like a new day was dawning. But what did that actually mean in practice?
Well, the solution they came up with was this deeply strange and complicated idea called diarchy. It literally means rule by two. The plan was to split the provincial governments in India into two halves. You'd have some departments transferred to Indian ministers, but other, more important ones, would stay reserved for the British to control.
And right here, this slide shows you the fatal flaw in the whole system. It's the catch. Look what was transferred to Indian control: education, health, agriculture. Yeah, they're important, but they're also departments that need tons of money and don't have a lot of real power. Now look what the British reserved for themselves: finance, law and order, land revenue. In other words, they kept the police, the money, and, oh yeah, the power to veto anything they didn't like. See the problem? So you've got one hand supposedly giving power, while the other hand is holding on tight to all the real control. Was this really a step towards freedom, or was it just a really elaborate illusion? Well, people then, and historians now, were completely split on that.
Now, to be fair, one view is that, hey, for all its flaws, this was a start. As historian Philip Woods puts it, this was the moment that planted the seeds of parliamentary democracy. It was the first time Indians were actually given control of government ministries, and that experience was crucial down the line.
But there's a much more critical take, and it's that these reforms were never ever designed to lead to a British exit. As historian Peter Robb says, the whole system was built around the idea that the British were staying. It was all about managing Indian demands, not actually meeting them.
And here's why this whole thing was basically doomed from the start. You have to remember what was happening at the exact same time. These reforms were rolled out alongside the brutal Rowlatt's Acts, which let the British imprison people without a trial. And then the horrific Jallianwala Bagh massacre happened, where British troops killed hundreds of peaceful protesters. After that, any trust in British good intentions was just gone. So this offer of reform, it felt less like a gift and more like a poisoned chalice.
So in the end, this offer of partial power was, of course, rejected. But what's so fascinating is what happened because it failed. It blew up one era of Indian politics and launched a totally new one that was way, way more powerful. Let's see how.
It's like watching a chain reaction. Step 1, the reforms are announced. Step 2, Indian leaders call them what they are: inadequate and insulting. Step 3, Mahatma Gandhi steps in and channels all of that national anger into his very first nationwide non-cooperation movement. And what's the main target? Boycotting the brand new councils the reforms had just created. Just like that, the old way of doing things, writing polite letters and petitions, was over. The era of mass politics had begun.
And all of this leaves us with one last big question. The British tried to manage change from the top down. They tried to grant a very careful, very controlled amount of self-government. But what they did instead was accidentally unleash a powerful, uncontrollable movement from the bottom up. Which really makes you wonder, can power ever truly be given away?
Or in the end, does it always have to be taken?
All right, so let's talk about the Government of India Act of 1919. Now, on paper, this was supposed to be a huge deal. The British Parliament passed this act that was meant to give Indians a bigger say in running their own country. It was framed as this incredible bridge to self-rule. But, well, it was a really, really flawed bridge. It was built on a foundation that was just full of contradictions, and we're going to get into exactly why. And really, it all comes down to this one central question. How do you give someone power while making sure you keep all the real control? I mean, that's the puzzle at the heart of the 1919 Act. It was a paradox from day one. See, the British knew they had to do something about the growing calls for independence in India, but they were definitely not ready to give up the jewel in their imperial crown. So what they came up with was, well, it was one of the most confusing and contradictory political experiments you can imagine.
So let's set the scene a little bit. What was going on that led to this? Well, it's right after World War I, and the demand for self-rule in India is getting louder and way more organized. Britain absolutely had to respond. And their answer? It was something called the Montagu-Chelmsford Reforms, which eventually turned into this Government of India Act. And if you just read the official text, I mean, listen to the language in the Act's preamble. It talks about the gradual development of self-governing institutions and the progressive realization of responsible government. Wow, right? It sounds incredible. It makes you think a real, genuine handover of power is just around the corner. This was the big promise they were making to India.
Okay, so that was the promise. But how did it actually play out in the real world? Well, the answer is a system so strange, so convoluted, it's honestly kind of hard to believe it was a real thing. They called it diarchy. Diarchy. The word itself literally means rule of two, and that is exactly what they did. At the provincial level, the British just split the government in half. They created these two parallel power structures that were supposed to exist inside one single government. Yeah, it was a seriously bizarre setup. And this is how that bizarre split actually worked. On one side, you have what they called reserved subjects. And look what's on this list: finance, law and order, irrigation, all the really important stuff. This was all kept tightly under the control of the British governor and his team, who didn't have to answer to the Indian legislature at all. Then, on the other side, you have the transferred subjects. This is stuff like education, health, and agriculture. These were handed over to Indian ministers who were responsible to the legislature. But you can already spot the giant fatal flaw, can't you? I mean, how are you supposed to run the Department of Health with no control over the money? How can you be the Minister for Agriculture when a totally separate department, one you have no say over, controls all the water for irrigation? And right there, that's the heart of the whole issue. This act looked like it was giving new powers to Indians. I mean, there were new legislatures, more people could vote. But every single one of these new powers came with a massive asterisk next to it. It was power, but not really. Let's take voting, for instance. Okay, technically, more people could vote than before, but it was still a tiny, tiny fraction of the population. In 1920, India had hundreds of millions of people. Guess how many could vote for the main Central Assembly? Just under 910,000. That's it. And who were these voters? They were the rich, the landowners, the elite. The average person, the vast majority of Indians, still had zero say. And the new legislatures themselves, on the surface, they looked pretty good. You had a bicameral system, 2 houses at the center. In the provinces, about 70% of the members were now elected, and they could actually do things. They could question the government, they could debate issues, they could even pass legislation. It really looked like a proper parliament was starting to form. But, and here comes that massive asterisk again, the British governor basically held all the trump cards. He could veto any bill the elected members passed. He could push through laws even if the legislature voted against them. And if a debate started that he didn't like, he could just shut it down. So, yeah, Indians could discuss governing, they could go through the motions, but at the end of the day, the British governor always had the final say. So, with a setup like that, is it really any surprise that the whole system was just a spectacular failure? I mean, it was basically designed to fail. It was pretty much doomed from the get-go. And you don't have to take my word for it. This quote from an Indian minister back then, Sir K.V. Reddy, just sums up the complete absurdity of the situation. He said, "I was a minister for development without the forests. I was the minister for agriculture minus irrigation. Can you even imagine? It's just an impossible job. It was a system that made real progress almost completely impossible. I mean, the whole foundation of the system was just broken. That division of subjects we talked about, totally illogical. The British held the purse strings, and big surprise, they made sure their own reserve departments got plenty of funding, while the Indian-led ministries were starved of cash. So you had these Indian ministers stuck in a trap. They're supposed to be responsible to the people who elected them, but they're totally at the mercy of the British governor for everything they need to do their jobs. You know, the system got so unpopular, so hated, that the word diarchy itself actually became an insult. There are stories of kids on the street shouting at each other, "You are a diarchy." That's when you know a political system has failed, when it becomes a playground insult. It was a national joke, a symbol for something totally broken. Okay, but here's the final twist in the story. Even though diarchy was a chaotic mess and a total failure, the 1919 Act still had this huge, irreversible impact. It was a terrible bridge, for sure, but it still ended up taking India somewhere new. Because in a really strange, unintentional way, this whole failed experiment became a training ground. It was the first time that a whole generation of Indian political leaders got actual, hands-on experience in how to run a government. They learned how to manage departments, how to fight for budgets, and all the messy details of parliamentary politics. It must have been incredibly frustrating, but it was also an invaluable education for the people who would one day run an independent India. And that really brings us to the most important takeaway, which is summed up perfectly by the historian Percival Spear. He said the act started a constitutional clock which would not stop. And that's it right there. By creating even this flawed, limited, frustrating version of an elected government, the British started a process that they couldn't reverse. The conversation was no longer if India would get self-rule, but when. The clock was ticking, and there was absolutely no way to turn it back.
All right, so today we're going to talk about something pretty incredible, how one single person managed to reinvent an entire revolution. And we're talking, of course, about Mahatma Gandhi and the way he totally flipped the script on the Indian independence movement. And he did it in just a handful of years.
So let's set the stage for a second. Picture this. It's 1915. Indian nationalism, it's basically a debating club for rich guys, lawyers, merchants, the elites in the big cities. But then you fast forward just 5 years to 1920, and suddenly it's a massive movement. We're talking peasants, workers, everyday people, all rising up and shaking the British Empire to its core. So the big question is, what happened? What changed so drastically? Well, believe it or not, the answer boils down to something that sounds almost too simple. It was one man and one totally radical new idea, an idea that would change everything. Okay, so before we get into what Gandhi did, we really need to get a clear picture of what he was walking into. What did this movement even look like before he showed up? And wow, this chart really spells it out, doesn't it? The before Gandhi column? It's all about the elites, lawyers and merchants. Their methods, sending petitions, politely asking for things, and it was all stuck in the cities. But then you look at the after Gandhi side, and it's a whole different world. It's mass-based, peasants and workers. The methods are about action, about satyagraha, and it spreads out from the cities into the villages. He didn't just join the game, he completely rewrote the rulebook. Now, it's super important to remember this wasn't happening in a vacuum. India, after World War I, was basically a tinderbox just waiting for a spark. People were really suffering. I mean, get this, food prices doubled in just 2 years. Can you imagine? On top of that, you had soaring unemployment. People were just completely fed up with British rule. And then came the final straw, this really harsh law called the Rolla Act. The whole country was on edge, just waiting for something or someone. And the person who was about to light that fuse was, funny enough, kind of an outsider. The revolutionary ideas he brought back to India, he didn't come up with them there. Nope, they were forged in the fire of a 20-year-long struggle, half a world away in South Africa. So, Gandhi goes to South Africa in 1893, right? He's just this young lawyer. But what he sees there, the intense racial discrimination, it completely changes him. He starts out doing the usual stuff, writing letters, filing petitions, but he quickly realized that wasn't going to cut it. So he started experimenting, developing these new methods of mass resistance. This all came to a head in 1913 with this huge, famous march of mine workers. By the time he came back to India in 1915, he wasn't just some lawyer anymore. He was an international name with a powerful, road-tested strategy. And the heart of that strategy was this incredible concept, satyagraha. It literally translates to truth force or soul force. And look, this wasn't just a tactic, it was a whole philosophy. But here's the brilliant part. It was also a killer strategy. Think about it. In a head-to-head fight with the British Empire, a battle of weapons and armies, there was no way to win. So Satyagraha flipped the script. It changed the entire battlefield from a physical one to a moral one. It was all about using nonviolent resistance and self-suffering to shine a giant spotlight on the injustice of the system. How could an empire that preached about its civilizing mission just openly beat down unarmed, peaceful people? It was genius. Okay, so he's back in India, armed with this powerful idea. But he's smart. He doesn't just, try to start a massive nationwide revolution on day one. Instead, he starts small. He picks 3 specific local fights to test his methods and prove they could work. First up, Champaran in 1917. You had these poor farmers being absolutely crushed by European planters, forced to grow indigo instead of food, and Gandhi's approach was so unique. He didn't ride in like a revolutionary hero trying to start a riot. No, he came in like a detective, carefully investigating, gathering thousands of testimonies, and building an airtight case. And the effect he had was immediate. There's this great quote from a local farmer who said, people wouldn't fear the demon planters anymore just because Gandhi was there. See, it wasn't just political, it was psychological. He was teaching people how to stop being afraid. And that, as people like Nehru would later say, was maybe his biggest gift of all. All right, test number 2 couldn't have been more different. This time, it's not a farm, it's a city, Ahmedabad. And the fight is between textile workers and the factory owners, all about getting a fair wage. And this is where he pulls a new tool out of his toolkit. He tells the workers, go on strike, but do it peacefully. But after a while, people get tired, they start to lose hope. So what does Gandhi do? He goes on a hunger strike, his first ever political hunger strike. And boom, it works. It rallies the workers, puts this incredible moral pressure on the factory owners, and they get their raise. And for the third test case, we go back to the countryside, to Kedah. The crops had failed, and the farmers literally had no money to pay their taxes. But the government demanded it anyway. So Gandhi organized them. The plan was simple. Peacefully refuse to pay. And it worked. This no-tax campaign was a huge win, and it really locked in his support with the farmers in that region, which was absolutely crucial for what came next. So think of those 3 victories, Champaran, Ahmedabad, Kedah, as dress rehearsals. They were proof of concept. They showed that his methods could work. He built up his reputation, he built his support base, one small victory at a time. And now, it was time for the main event. The spark was that Rowlatt Act I mentioned earlier. Gandhi called for a nationwide strike, a hartal, to protest it. And the response was just huge. On April 13, 1919, in the city of Amritsar, a massive crowd gathered. They were peaceful, they were unarmed. A lot of them were just villagers in town for a religious festival. And they all met in this enclosed garden area called Jallianwala Bagh. What happened next changed the course of Indian history. A British officer, General Dyer, took his troops, blocked the only way out, and just ordered them to open fire on this trapped, helpless crowd. And his own words later are absolutely chilling. He admitted it wasn't about dispersing the crowd. He said it was about producing a moral effect, which is a terrifying way of saying he wanted to terrorize them into submission. They fired for 10 straight minutes. The official number of dead was 379, but everyone knew the real number was way, way higher, probably over 1,000. The news of this massacre at Jallianwala Bagh, it just sent a shockwave of pure horror through the entire country. And you can feel the absolute disgust in these words from the great poet Rabindranath Tagore. He had a knighthood from the British, and he sent it back. He said, "These badges of honor just make our shame more glaring." It was this single, brutal act that ripped the mask off. Any idea of the British being a civilizing force was just shattered. So you take the horror of that massacre, and you combine it with the new kind of leadership that Gandhi was offering, and that was it. That was the final push. It was the moment a truly new kind of mass movement was born. Jawaharlal Nehru, the man who'd become India's first prime minister, said it best. He described Gandhi's arrival as being like a powerful current of fresh air that just swept through the country, waking everyone up. And this change wasn't just about feelings or inspiration. It was practical. It was structural. He took the main political party, the Indian National Congress, which, let's be honest, was basically a club for rich guys in cities, and he completely rebuilt it. He set up committees in tiny villages. He made the membership fees so low, just 4 annas, that literally anyone could join. The entire focus shifted forever, from writing polite letters to taking direct action. So let's just step back and look at what happened in those 5 years. It's just staggering. He took a debate among elites and turned it into a movement of millions. He taught an entire nation how to be fearless. He gave pride back to a people who had been beaten down. He brought morality into politics, and he made sure the whole world was watching. He didn't just change the movement, he changed everything. Which brings us to a final big question. We know Gandhi's methods put India on the road to freedom. There's no doubt about that. But it really makes you think, what's the legacy of his ideas of satyagraha for people fighting for change today? Not just in India, but everywhere.
Before 1915, Indian politics operated essentially as an exclusive club. You had educated, elite moderates writing polite petitions to the British, and a few extremists executing isolated protests. The British government comfortably ignored both. Meanwhile, the rest of the country was buckling under the weight of World War I. Prices for basic goods skyrocketed, crops failed, causing near-famine conditions, and the colonial government forcefully recruited Indian peasants into the trenches to fight in European war. Millions of people were desperate, exhausted, and angry. But this massive rural population was entirely disconnected from the educated politicians debating in city halls, who had no way to organize them or channel their frustration. By the time the war peaked, India was a loaded weapon of mass resentment. The political elites simply had no mechanism to organize those people, let alone point them in a unified direction. When Gandhi entered Indian politics in 1915, he found the established leadership at an impasse, stuck between 2 ineffective styles of protest. He looked past the Western-educated elites and focused on the potential of the masses. But Gandhi brought with him an incredibly strict personal ideology. At the absolute center of his worldview was ahimsa, a total commitment to nonviolence under all circumstances. To join his political program, he demanded participants practice intense moral discipline. They had to control their anger, exercise self-restraint, and commit to peaceful civil disobedience, even when facing violent retaliation. The project carried a massive risk, a strict, moralizing pacifist attempting to harness the energy of a starving, furious population, demanding they act as a disciplined, nonviolent political weapon. Gandhi started by bypassing the traditional political establishment entirely. Instead of using Western political terminology to debate in Calcutta or Bombay, he traveled directly into the countryside and spoke to people in colloquial Hindi. To mobilize the masses and bridge the bitter divides between Hindus and Muslims, he relied heavily on traditional Indian symbols. By sitting at a spinning wheel, or charkha, he projected a religious and moral authority that resonated across different communities. As we can see in this text, Gandhi campaigned relentlessly for his political goal of Swaraj, or self-rule, but intentionally refused to give it a strict definition. By keeping the ultimate objective vague, he built a massive political container. Every fractured, disgruntled group in India could look at his platform and project their own specific desires right onto it. But out in the rural districts, the illiterate peasantry didn't read his philosophical essays on moral restraint. His message spread rapidly from village to village, through word of mouth, degrading and mutating with every mile. The actual Gandhi was replaced by an imagined one. As historical records note, stories spread he was a divine messiah with supernatural power, sent to heal their pain. Because Swaraj was undefined, peasants interpreted it through their own lived experiences, as a utopian paradise where rents, taxes, and oppressive landlords vanished. The movement's sudden, explosive scale was driven by a rural population following their own imagined version of a savior, not a rigorous commitment to nonviolent philosophy. Millions of people rallied to his call. The scale of the crowds that showed up, believing they were marching behind a divine deliverer, overwhelmed anything the British had seen before. The colonial government responded with brutal repression, passing the coercive Rowlatt Act and ordering soldiers to open fire on a peaceful gathering at Jallianwala Bagh, killing hundreds. The breaking point arrived in 1922, during the Chowri Chowra incident. Driven by heavy local taxation and police oppression, villagers gathered in Gandhi's name. When police fired, the crowd snapped, chasing officers into the local station and setting the building on fire, killing 22 policemen. The utopian fury of the masses, fueled by the myth of the imagined Gandhi, had finally and violently collided with the rigid moral boundaries of the actual man. Gandhi was horrified. Refusing to compromise his absolute stance on nonviolence, he unilaterally called off the entire national movement, bringing the country's first truly mass agitation to a sudden halt. The charismatic messianic appeal that allowed Gandhi to mobilize India's rural population also made his demand for strict nonviolent discipline impossible to enforce. But the failure of perfect nonviolence doesn't erase what the mobilization achieved. By stepping into the streets, confronting the police, and defying the colonial government, even when they deviated from Gandhi's ideals, the Indian masses broke their own barrier of fear. Gandhi didn't win by executing a perfectly controlled strategic master plan. He succeeded because the mythical savior the masses invented gave them the courage to claim their own agency, turning a polite debate among elites into an unstoppable nationwide demand for freedom.
All right, today we're jumping into one of the most powerful and honestly one of the most paradoxical moments in India's entire freedom struggle, the Khilafat movement. This was a time when a political issue happening thousands of miles away managed to light a fire that just swept across the whole subcontinent.
And it all really comes down to this one pretty wild question. How on earth did the fate of the Ottoman Sultan in Turkey become the main rallying cry for a massive movement against the British in India? A movement that united Hindus and Muslims in a way no one had ever seen before. Let's get into it. Okay, so to get this, you have to picture the world right after World War I. Empires are crumbling, and one of the biggest to fall was the Ottoman Empire. Its defeat wasn't just a political event, it created a spiritual crisis that would be felt all over the world.
And at the very heart of this crisis was the idea of the Khilafat, or the Caliphate. You see, for Indian Muslims, the Ottoman Sultan wasn't just some foreign king. He was the Khalifa, the spiritual leader for the entire global Muslim community. So the idea that the victorious allies, especially Britain, were about to carve up his empire felt like a direct attack on their faith.
And this wasn't just some vague feeling of worry, no. By March 1920, it had hardened into 3 very specific demands that they put right to the British. And these were real geopolitical goals. We're talking about keeping control over holy sites, making sure the Khalifa had enough land and power to defend Islam, and keeping key territories under Muslim sovereignty. This was a political fight born from a deep religious cause.
And right into the middle of this tense situation walks a figure who had just returned from South Africa. And he sees an opportunity that nobody else does. Mahatma Gandhi was about to completely rewrite the rules of Indian politics. You know, before Gandhi showed up, the Indian nationalist movement was, well, it was an elite club. It was run by well-dressed, Western-educated professionals. It represented the classes, not the masses. But Gandhi changed all that. He dressed like the common person, he spoke their language, he used religious ideas everyone understood, and he tapped into this huge waiting reservoir of popular support.
So when Gandhi looked at the Khilafat issue, he saw something much bigger than just a Muslim grievance. He saw what he called a splendid opportunity. This was it, the perfect chance to bring Hindus and Muslims together to fight their one common enemy, the British Empire.
By throwing his full support behind the Khilafat cause, Gandhi did something that was truly unprecedented. He managed to bring India's 2 largest communities together, not just in theory, but for a real, combined, nationwide fight. So now you have this incredible new alliance. What do you do with it? You unleash it with a radical new strategy called non-cooperation. The whole point was to bring the British administration grinding to a halt, not with violence, but with massive, peaceful civil disobedience.
And there was a clear step-by-step plan. Stage 1, people would give back any titles or honors the British had given them. Stage 2, they'd boycott everything, schools, courts, and the new government councils. Stage 3, a boycott of foreign goods. And the final, most powerful step was meant to be a massive, nationwide refusal to pay taxes.
So, when the movement officially kicked off in January of 1921, the response was just
electric. The entire country was gripped by this wave of protest and idealism. It completely stunned the British government. They had no idea what hit them.
And you could see the results. I mean, this was having a real impact. The boycott of schools, for example, led to a huge drop in attendance at government colleges and high schools. Thousands upon thousands of students just walked out of their classrooms to join the movement.
The boycott of the legislative councils was maybe even more impressive. In the 1920 elections, voter turnout in big cities just collapsed. Get this, in a major political hub like Lahore, turnout was only 5%. 5. That is a staggering rejection of British-run politics.
So the movement is surging. It's at its absolute peak, and the pressure on the British is just immense. It really feels like something is about to break. And then, in a small, obscure village in North India, everything changes in a single day.
This is the moment it all turned. February 5th, 1922, in a town called Chari Chara. A protest march clashed with the local police. Things got violent, and the crowd, absolutely enraged, ended up trapping 22 policemen in the police station and setting it on fire. For Gandhi, this was an unforgivable sin.
Just 6 days later, in a move that shocked pretty much everyone, his allies, his followers, you name it, Gandhi called the whole thing off. The entire non-cooperation movement, across all India. At the moment it seemed strongest, he just pulled the plug.
So why? Why would he do that? Well, for Gandhi, the way you achieve your goal is just as important as the goal itself. And his absolute core principle, the one thing that was totally non-negotiable, was non-violence, or ahimsa. He believed the violence at Chari Chara proved the people weren't ready for a true non-violent struggle, and he would rather stop the whole movement than let it become a cycle of bloodshed.
Well, as you can imagine, Gandhi's decision had massive, massive consequences. Withdrawing the movement so suddenly created this huge political vacuum. And that incredible unity that had been the movement's greatest strength, it began to crack almost immediately.
And things fell apart with shocking speed. In 1922, the movement is called off. Almost right away, that amazing Hindu-Muslim unity shatters, and it's replaced by terrible communal riots on a scale people hadn't seen before. And then came the final ironic blow. In 1924, a nationalist revolution in Turkey abolished the caliphate. The very reason the Caliphate movement started in the first place just ceased to exist.
And just like that, the powerful alliance was broken. All that energy and optimism of 1921 turned into years of division and mistrust. The freedom struggle would absolutely continue, but its path had been changed forever.
So how should we look back on the Caliphate movement? Was it just a noble failure? A beautiful, idealistic dream of unity that was always going to collapse? Or was it something more? Despite its sudden end, was this the very moment that modern, mass politics was truly born in India? The moment an entire generation learned how to stand up to an empire? The truth, as it often is probably somewhere in the middle.
All right, let's dive into a really fascinating and honestly often overlooked period of the Indian independence movement. It's this time of quiet, almost confusing fragmentation that was secretly setting the stage for the next massive upheaval. So that's the big question, right? What happens when a revolution just grinds to a halt? That's exactly what India's freedom fighters were facing in 1922. The huge non-cooperation movement gets called off out of the blue, and its leader, Mahatma Gandhi, is thrown in prison. All that momentum? Gone. So what on earth happens next? Well, a wave of deep disillusionment just washed over the country. The source material we're looking at calls it a time of intense anticlimax. And you can feel it, right? This great national movement, it didn't end with a bang, it just sort of ended with a whimper. So let's dig into this period of what looks like a decline. Our source material even calls it a time of decline and fragmentation. But, as we're about to see, things were a lot more complicated than they looked on the surface. I mean, just look at how this impacted the core of the movement. At its peak, the Congress Party had millions of members. But by March 1923, that number had absolutely plummeted to just over 100,000. Think about that drop. It represents a massive drain in morale, in energy, in political will. So you've got this power vacuum, right? Gandhi's in jail, the movement is totally directionless, and the Indian National Congress just fractures. It splits into two major camps, both arguing over the most fundamental question, what do we do now? And this was the central conflict. On one side, you had the Swarajists, the pro-changers. Their idea was, let's get inside the colonial legislatures and fight the British on their own turf. Then, on the other side, you had the no-changers, who said, no way, we boycott their politics and focus on building our own strength from the ground up, in the villages. And this quote from C.R. Doss, it just sums up the Swarajist argument perfectly. It was such a bold, confrontational plan. Basically, let's use the master's tools to dismantle the master's house by causing absolute chaos in their own government. But look, while all these politicians were debating strategy in big assembly halls, the real story of this period was unfolding somewhere else entirely. It was happening in the villages and towns across India, where everyday people were starting to take matters into their own hands. And this is super important to understand. This vacuum at the top didn't mean the fight for freedom stopped. Oh no, it just changed its shape. Away from the national spotlight, you had these significant local struggles, these satyagrahas, that kept the spirit of resistance burning bright, started by communities who just refused to wait around. Take Borsud, for instance. Here, villagers, led by Vallabhbhai Patel, successfully protested a completely unjust police tax that the government tried to impose. It was a huge victory, and it proved that the power of organized, non-violent resistance was still very, very much alive. And then there was Vaikom. This was a landmark struggle for social justice. And this is a big one, because this fight wasn't just about independence from Britain. It was a fight by lower castes and so-called untouchables for the basic human dignity of just being able to use a public road. Meanwhile, what were the no-changers up to? Well, they were busy with their constructive work. They were playing the long game. This meant promoting hand-spun cloth, or khadi, fighting against untouchability, and building national schools. Their goal was to create a self-sufficient India from the ground up, one village at a time. But it wasn't all positive grassroots action. This period of political quiet also saw some really dangerous cracks start to appear in one of the movement's greatest strengths, the unity between Hindus and Muslims that was such a hallmark of the earlier non-cooperation movement. That broad unity that had been so powerful, it started to come apart at the seams. And tragically, this led to a violent rise in communal tensions and riots all across the country. So why did this happen? Well, the source points to a few complex things. For one, the British political system of separate electorates actually encouraged politicians to appeal to religious identity. Then you had economic competition for scarce jobs, which created rivalry. And finally, the collapse of the Khilafat movement, a pan-Islamic campaign that had actually united many Hindus and Muslims. Well, that took away a major pillar of cooperation. And yet, here's the twist. While all this fragmentation and communal tension was happening on the surface, something else was bubbling up from below. The seeds of a new, more radical, and way more determined phase of the freedom struggle were being planted. Suddenly, you have this explosion of new ideas and new groups hitting the scene. Communists, socialists, peasant organizers, and a new generation of young revolutionaries, they all started demanding a more aggressive, more clearly defined fight for complete independence. You could just feel the impatience from the younger generation. They were restless, they were tired of waiting, and all this discontent created the perfect environment for a new, more radical group of leaders to step up and harness that incredible energy. And leading this new charge were two dynamic young leaders you'll definitely recognize, Jawaharlal Nehru and Subhash Chandra Bose. Nehru, especially, was just profoundly changed by his travels in Europe. As it says here, it was a turning point for him. He came back with this new global vision of an independent India, one connected to anti-imperialist struggles around the world and totally committed to social justice. And he captured this surging optimism perfectly with this famous line from the poet Wordsworth. It basically captures that feeling, you know? That feeling that you're young, you're alive, and a passionate new dawn is about to break. That was the energy in the freedom movement. So what was the spark that finally lit the fuse? It arrived in late 1927. The British announced they were sending a commission to decide India's future, and there wasn't a single Indian member on it. The insult was so profound that it instantly united all these forces, new and old, in a massive storm of outrage. Which really leaves us with a final thought. Was this so-called era of decline and fragmentation really a failure at all? Or was it the essential, messy, chaotic pause that the freedom struggle needed to regroup, to radicalize, and to gather its strength for the next great charge?
In the dead of night, a vintage printing press stamps out illegal pamphlets. The men operating it are attempting to coordinate attacks on colonial interests, working against the most powerful surveillance state of their time. Open almost any Western history book, and the story of India's independence follows a specific line, a purely non-violent triumph led by the moral purity of Mahatma Gandhi. We are taught the domestic symbols of this movement, like the homespun cloth and the spinning wheel, icons of a peaceful resistance. Walk through the bazaars of modern India today, and you'll see a different set of faces. Portraits of young, armed revolutionaries, figures who chose the bomb and the pistol, are sold alongside those of the Mahatma. While these men are celebrated in local art and folk songs, the official British colonial archives tell a different story. To the empire, they were not national heroes. They were labeled as mindless, irrational terrorists. This leaves us with a mystery. How did a group of underground socialists gain mass support when the British Empire controlled the press, the courts, and every official document? In the late 1920s, a group called the Hindustan Socialist Republican Army, or HSRA, faced a difficult choice. They wanted to build a mass socialist movement, but they had no way to communicate their goals to the public. The British enforced severe press laws. Any newspaper that printed seditious material faced crippling fines. For an underground party, the costs were simply too high to stay in print. When the HSRA assassinated a British officer, they posted notices to justify the act, but the government branded them criminals. Looking closely, the group cites Rule 10th B and C, showing they were a disciplined army. Without a press, that nuance was lost. Bhagat Singh, one of the group's key tacticians, realized that to reach public, they had to use the state's own tools against it. He believed that if they were arrested, the government would be forced to record their goals in the official transcript. In April 1929, Singh and his comrade B.K. Dutt threw 2 low-intensity bombs into the Legislative Assembly in Delhi. They didn't aim to kill. They scattered leaflets and stood their ground, waiting for the police to arrive. At the trial, Singh used the witness stand as a megaphone. He dictated a socialist manifesto for hours, knowing that journalists were legally permitted to report on courtroom proceedings. The judge saw the move. He eventually ruled that Singh's ideological statements were irrelevant and legally expunged them from the transcripts. Even in court, the empire could simply erase their words. With their text being redacted from the records, the HSRA pivoted. They turned to a medium that was much harder for the state to redact: the camera. Before embarking on missions they knew would likely end in death, the revolutionaries posed for professional studio portraits. They dressed in hats or posed with intentional gestures, creating a specific, heroic template for their own memory. In a country where literacy was not universal, these photographs communicated their defiance instantly. They didn't need a manifesto to tell their story when their faces were in every shop window. These portraits migrated into bazaar posters. Street artists embedded the photographs into Hindu tradition, depicting the martyrs' heads offered to Bharat Mata. Using these studio likenesses, artists overruled the execution. Shown in divine sacrifice, this trope resonated deeply with the public. This visual strategy made their rebellion uncensorable. They had become legends in the public mind, long before the empire could finish the legal process. This underground visual presence forced a reaction from the mainstream nationalist movement. The popularity of these martyrs meant that moderate leaders could no longer ignore the demand for total independence. Behind the scenes, the factions were more connected than the history books suggest. Documents and oral histories show that Congress leaders often met with and supported these young radicals, even while publicly condemning their violence. Gandhi admitted his campaigns acted as a safety valve to prevent the public turning to armed revolutionaries. In this poster, Gandhi sits at the center, but Bhagat Singh stands right there, shoulder to shoulder with politicians. To the public, this was a single, multi-layered struggle. The British tried to control the narrative by documenting only the arrests and the condemnations. but they couldn't control what people saw on the walls of their homes. History isn't always found in government files. Often, the most important records of a revolution survive in the margins, in the whispered rumors, the folk songs, and the underground posters that a state tried and failed to redact.
All right, welcome to The Explainer. Today, we're jumping straight into a really fascinating, kind of mind-bending contradiction from the fight for Indian independence. We're talking about the story of the gentlemanly terrorists. So let's just break down that term, because it's a real oxymoron. The Bhadralok dacoit, or as we'll call it, the gentlemanly terrorist. Now you got to understand, these weren't your typical rebels. No, these were the well-educated, upper-caste elite, the gentlemen. And yet they were using tactics like armed robbery and assassination, things the British usually blamed on so-called criminal tribes, all to fight for their country's freedom.
So right away this begs a pretty huge question, doesn't it? How could you be a gentleman and a terrorist at the same time? But it gets even more complicated, because the way the British Empire tried to fight them, well, they ended up becoming a paradox themselves. And that contradiction really set the stage for the final, incredibly violent decades of British rule in India.
Okay, let's get into this core paradox. What exactly was it? Well, you can think of it as the British playing a double game. On one hand, they were expanding rights, but on the other, they were building a massive police state to crush anyone who stepped out of line.
Okay, so here's how it played out. It's like they were giving with one hand and taking away with the other. They'd introduced these big constitutional reforms, think the acts of 1919 and 35, to give Indians more political power, to try and rally the moderates. But at the exact same time, they were passing these sweeping emergency laws. And these laws basically created a permanent state of emergency, where they could just snap their fingers and suspend basic civil liberties whenever they felt like it.
And the year 1919 is a perfect snapshot of this whole mess. Just look at this. You have the Rowlatt Act, which they said was to safeguard the new reforms, right? But what did it actually do? It gave them the power to detain people without trial. Then there's the Royal Amnesty, meant to bury the past and create a clean slate. The result? A bunch of experienced revolutionaries were let out of jail and went right back to fighting. It's almost comical. Even their attempt at prison reform backfired. It just ended up creating a special class with better conditions for the very elite prisoners they were trying to suppress.
So you might be wondering, how on earth did the British justify all this? Well, they had a very clever and kind of sinister trick up their sleeve. It's a concept the sources call hyperlegality.
This is wild. Instead of just being straightforward tyrants and acting outside the law, the colonial government got obsessed with making more laws to justify its lawless behavior. I mean, they created a literal mountain of paperwork, new laws, official commissions, endless reports. It was all a performance, a bureaucratic smokescreen to make it look perfectly legal and rational to do things like suspend habeas corpus, one of the most basic legal rights there is.
And language itself became a weapon here. This is so important. The British absolutely refused to call these guys political prisoners. Why? Because that label would give them legitimacy, right? It would admit they had a political cause. So instead, they just invented new words. First, they used the term detainee, which basically means someone held on suspicion. And then they landed on security prisoner. And that final label was the real killer, because it put a person completely outside the ordinary law, with no rights to speak of.
I mean, listen to this quote from Edwin Montagu, the Secretary of State for India at the time. He called them honorable but dangerous enemies of government. Honorable but dangerous. That one phrase just perfectly captures the whole contradiction. They saw these men as gentlemen, as honorable people from the very class they wanted as partners. But at the same time, they saw them as dangerous enemies who had to be stopped, no matter what it took.
Okay, but the story doesn't end there. The revolutionaries weren't just going to sit back and let the British define them. Oh no. They had their own weapon, and it was an incredibly powerful one, the prison memoir.
So after that 1919 amnesty let them out, this absolute wave of memoirs just exploded onto the scene. And these weren't just dusty old books. They were written in local languages like Bengali, and they were electric. They took the secret histories of their conspiracies and their violent acts, and they spun them into these epic stories of national sacrifice. It was a total game changer, creating a powerful public history that flew right in the face of the British narrative.
And you have to understand, these memoirs were more than just stories. They were basically recruitment posters in book form. They were packed with themes that really hit home. For instance, they talked about the suffering of these high-caste men being forced to do hard labor in prison, and they framed it as a noble, patriotic sacrifice.
They portrayed the life of a revolutionary as this disciplined, almost spiritual calling. And of course, their fallen comrades were turned into holy martyrs, dying for the motherland. They were definitely taking notes from revolutionaries around the world, in places like Ireland, Russia, and Italy.
Now, here's the really crucial part. This wasn't just about fighting the British. These memoirs presented a completely different path to freedom than the one being offered by the increasingly popular Mahatma Gandhi. You see, while Gandhi was preaching non-cooperation, a slow, disciplined mass movement, the revolutionaries were all about what one historian calls the politics of impatience. They rejected that slow timeline. Their message was simple. We want freedom, and we want it now, through immediate, radical, and if necessary, violent action.
So you've got this three-way struggle, right? The British state, the Gandhians, and the revolutionaries. And this clash of ideas just poured fuel on the fire, leading to this vicious cycle of violence and repression that really came to a head in the 1920s and 30s.
And man, things escalated quickly. Just look at this timeline. You see an assassination attempt in 1924, and boom, major leaders get arrested. The state responds with a new law in 1925, making detention without trial a permanent thing. A hunger striker dies in 29, and it sparks a national movement. Then you get the spectacular Chittagong Armory raid in 1930. And it wasn't just men. In 1932, a woman revolutionary, Bina Das, tries to assassinate the governor. For every single action, there was an even stronger, more repressive reaction from the state. It was a spiral.
Eventually, the British response got so extreme it earned its own name, Ordnance Raj. And we're not just talking about more arrests anymore. This was next level. We're talking military occupation, strict curfews, and these incredibly specific, almost bizarre rules aimed squarely at that gentlemanly class they feared so much. Get this, they even banned bicycles for Hindu Bhadralak youth. Bicycles. They were literally trying to stop the wheels of the revolution.
You'd think this whole system would just vanish when India finally got its independence in 1947, right? Well, not exactly. In fact, what happened next, its legacy, is maybe the most complicated and fascinating part of this whole story.
So in 1947, India is free. The new government has a choice to make. Do they scrap the entire legal system the British built to suppress them, or do they keep it? And what's so striking is that, in many ways, they chose to keep it. That whole legal framework for a permanent state of emergency, it was pretty much inherited lock, stock, and barrel by the new Indian state. Now, of course, the story changed overnight. The people the British called terrorists were now celebrated as national heroes, as freedom fighters, or FYBALLB. The new state gave them pensions, built memorials in their honor. But here's the twist. While the men were celebrated, the laws that were used to lock them up without trial, those stayed right there on the books.
And that right there is the core of this enduring legacy. That fundamental logic, the idea that to protect democracy you sometimes have to suspend civil liberties, that didn't die with the British Empire. You can draw a straight line from the laws designed to fight the gentlemanly terrorists to controversial laws that exist in India today, like the Armed Forces Special Powers Act, or AFSPA. It's the same colonial DNA, just in a new body.
So, that leaves us with a really tough question to chew on, doesn't it? How does a country build its future when it celebrates its founding heroes, these revolutionaries, as the ultimate freedom fighters, while at the same time it continues to use the very same legal tools that its colonial rulers invented to imprison them? It's a deep, uncomfortable paradox, and it's one that didn't end 100 years ago. It's a paradox that still echoes across the subcontinent today.
Between 1927 and 1935, the Indian subcontinent erupted in relentless mass mobilization against British rule. Millions of citizens filled the streets in wave after wave of civil disobedience, culminating in the Indian National Congress adopting a radical new objective, Purna Swaraj, or complete self-rule. Yet a decade of intense grassroots revolution did not end with an Indian-authored constitution. It concluded with the Government of India Act 1935, a dense statutory framework drafted entirely by the British Parliament. This legislation explicitly denied India dominion status. Instead, it erected a structural hierarchy that kept ultimate executive and financial power securely in the hands of the imperial government. The British Raj maintained its grip through weaponized constitutional engineering, embedding imperial control into the very mechanics of the state. By exploiting deep divisions among Indian leaders over how to count votes and distribute seats, the British executed a precise strategy of devolution, They granted localized autonomy in the provinces while meticulously building a paralyzed central government incapable of challenging imperial authority. The catalyst for this constitutional chess match arrived in 1927 with the Simon Commission. The British appointed an all-white panel to determine India's political future, an insult that immediately provoked nationwide boycotts and pushed Indian leaders to design their own state framework. The result was the 1928 Nehru Report, the first major attempt by Indian nationalists to draft a comprehensive constitution. This structural diagram illustrates the core of the Nehru Report, a highly centralized state demanding immediate dominion status. The architecture vested residual powers at the center, ensuring the national government could override provincial authorities. To build a unified democratic base, the authors rejected separate communal electorates. All citizens would vote together in a single shared pool, regardless of religion. Acknowledging the anxiety of minority populations, the report offered a mathematical compromise. It maintained the joint electorate, but reserved a specific number of seats for Muslims at the center and in provinces where they were a demographic minority. However, the report refused to apply this reservation to provinces like Punjab and Bengal, where Muslims held a slight demographic majority. In those regions, representation would be determined strictly by open competition. This rigid Unitarian model was heavily shaped by Hindu Mahasabha leaders, who exerted political pressure during the drafting process to prevent concessions that might dilute a centralized majoritarian government. The Nehru Report collapsed under its own demographic logic. By enforcing a strict majoritarianism, it alienated Muslim leaders who realized that in a highly centralized state with a Hindu majority, they risked permanent political marginalization. In 1929, Muhammad Ali Jinnah responded with his 14 points, an architectural rejection of the Nehru blueprint. This opposing diagram shows Jinnah's demand for a true federal structure. By vesting residual powers in the provinces, this model engineered a weak center, ensuring regional autonomy could not be overruled by a majoritarian national government. He also insisted on retaining separate communal electorates as a demographic safeguard. Muslims would exclusively elect Muslim representatives, legally insulating their political voice from the broader majority. Looking at the legislative breakdown, Jinnah demanded strict mathematical guarantees. Muslims would be allotted 1/3 of all seats in the central legislature, regardless of strict population proportions. To balance the geographic distribution of power, he also called for the creation of new Muslim-majority provinces, specifically demanding the separation of Sindh from Bombay. The Indian political elite were now completely deadlocked over the specific mathematics of representation and the balance of federal power. With constitutional negotiations stalled, the Indian National Congress abandoned the drafting table and pivoted to direct action, launching the civil disobedience movement of 1930. To regain control of the narrative, the British convened a series of round-table conferences in London to consult Indian leaders on the constitutional crisis. The British used the divisions exposed by the Nehru Report and the 14 points to their advantage. They positioned themselves as neutral arbiters, using the lack of Indian consensus as justification to unilaterally define the terms of devolution. Their primary structural proposal was an all-India federation, a new central legislature that would integrate the semi-autonomous princely states alongside British India. The structural catch lay in the method of selection. Representatives from the princely states would not be elected by citizens. They would be directly nominated by their autocratic rulers, who relied on British paramountcy for their survival. This chart of the central legislature shows the imperial math at work. By inserting a massive, unelected, and deeply conservative bloc into the center, the British guaranteed that no elected nationalist faction could achieve a 51% majority. Simultaneously, the delegates in the Minorities Committee failed to reach any agreement on how to allocate seats among different religious and social groups. Citing this deadlock, British Prime Minister Ramsay MacDonald intervened with his own binding solution, the 1932 Communal Award. The Communal Award unilaterally imposed separate electorates across the board. It carved out isolated electoral blocks for Sikhs, Europeans, Anglo-Indians, and others, fragmenting the national electorate. By legally defining political identity through religious and communal lines, the British codified the doctrine of divide and rule into the very mechanics of voting. This structurally prevented a unified anti-imperial coalition from forming at the ballot box. The communal award crucially extended separate electorates to the depressed classes, the Dalit community, sparking an immediate crisis within the Hindu leadership. From his prison cell, Mahatma Gandhi viewed this as an unacceptable fragmentation of the Hindu electorate. He launched a fast unto death, vowing to starve unless the separate electorates for Dalits were revoked. Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, the leading representative of the depressed classes, vehemently opposed Gandhi. He argued that given the severe social oppression Dalits faced, separate electorates were vital for their political survival. As Gandhi's health rapidly deteriorated, the intense political pressure forced Ambedkar to the negotiating table. The result was the Pune Pact of September 1932, a complex mechanical compromise. This electoral model illustrates the first tier of the Pune Pact, a primary election. In this phase, only depressed class voters cast ballots to select a panel of 4 candidates for a specific reserved seat. Then came the secondary election. The entire general electorate, including all Hindu voters, cast ballots to choose the final winner from that pre-selected panel of 4. The Pune Pact successfully modified the communal award and retained a joint electorate. Yet the intense confrontation over its mechanics laid bare the deep fractures within Indian society, proving that national leaders could not agree on a single, unified democratic framework. Because the Third Round Table Conference ended without any broad Indian consensus, the British moved forward alone. Parliament unilaterally drafted and passed the Government of India Act 1935. The final legislation granted provincial autonomy, satisfying the long-standing regional and Muslim demands for decentralized power at the local level. This final structural map shows how the Act built a strictly insulated central government. While the provinces functioned independently below, the top tier remained paralyzed by the unelected princely proxy bloc and communal quotas. This deliberate architecture ensured that even as Indians gained control over their local provinces, the central government remained an instrument of imperial control, insulated from the popular will. The 1935 Act could not halt the political momentum driving India toward independence, but its structural logic survived the end of the empire. By legally coding religious identity into the bedrock of the state, the British engineered a political apparatus that prioritized communal affiliation over national unity. And when the British Raj finally exited in 1947, they left behind a political architecture that was specifically designed to fracture. By late 1929, the Indian National Congress realized that politely requesting dominion status from the British Empire had failed. Under Jawaharlal Nehru, they shifted their core objective to Purna Swaraj, complete independence. This declaration created a massive strategic problem: how to mobilize a fractured subcontinent against the world's most powerful empire without losing control. The leadership feared that a general uprising might trigger a class war between India's impoverished peasants and the wealthy Indian landlords who funded the movement. Purna Swaraj was more than a battle against the British. It was a high-stakes effort to harness the energy of the masses while keeping that same energy strictly disciplined. Mahatma Gandhi found his catalyst in the British monopoly on salt. Taxing a universal necessity provided a grievance that united rural poor and urban elites. It also cleverly avoided the issue of land rents, which meant the protest didn't directly threaten the property of Indian landowners. In the spring of 1930, Gandhi marched 240 miles to the shores of Dandi. There, he simply picked up a handful of unrefined salt from the beach, committing a deliberate, highly public federal crime. Millions of Indians followed his lead, boiling seawater to harvest their own salt. The defiance expanded into a nationwide boycott of foreign cloth and the mass resignation of thousands of local village officials. The Salt March channeled explosive anti-imperial anger into a strictly controlled economic boycott. It paralyzed British authority by making the colonial administration's own laws unenforceable. As the movement grew, it began to spill over Gandhi's strict parameters of nonviolence. In several regions, the struggle for independence took on a much more militant character. Revolutionaries seized a local armory in Chittagong, while textile workers in Sholapur established a parallel government. In Peshawar, massive crowds stood their ground and defied hours of intense police gunfire. When the global Great Depression sent crop prices crashing, the movement shifted into the countryside. Peasants continued to boycott colonial taxes, but many also began refusing to pay rents to their Indian landlords. The anti-colonial struggle was evolving into a genuine socialist rebellion. It now threatened the economic foundations of the Indian upper class. This shift terrified Indian business magnates. They initially funded the Congress to hurt British trade rivals, but the strikes and socialist rhetoric were now threatening their own investments and property. Pressure from these business elites forced the Congress to the negotiating table. The resulting 1831 Gandhi-Irwin Pact halted the mass movement in exchange for the release of prisoners and token concessions on salt manufacture. The subsequent roundtable conferences in London failed to achieve self-rule. Instead of presenting a unified demand for independence, the various delegates became deadlocked over how to divide representation among different minority groups. By 1932, a frustrated Congress tried to restart civil disobedience, but they lost the element of surprise. The British government was no longer interested in negotiation. The British launched a preemptive strike of civil martial law, banning Congress organizations at every level, and moved immediately to clear the streets, arresting over 100,000 people in a matter of months. British police batons broke the movement in the streets, but the pressure from a domestic elite terrified of their lower classes is what truly drained its momentum. The British government eventually transitioned from open repression to constitutional containment. Their primary tool was the Government of India Act of 1935. The 1935 Act offered provincial autonomy, allowing elected Indian ministers to manage local departments. But the British Crown retained absolute veto power over finance and defense. Furthermore, packing the legislature with unelected princes mathematically blocked any independence legislation from the start. Furthermore, the Act institutionalized the communal award. After intense debate between leaders like Dr. Ambedkar and Gandhi, the British established separate, isolated voting blocks for different religious and caste groups. This division ensured that the Indian electorate remained fractured. Instead of uniting against colonial rule, different groups were forced to compete with each other for a limited share of political power. The result was a hollow system that offered the appearance of democracy while ensuring that no real power could be exercised against the British administration. The 1935 Act successfully paralyzed the independence movement by legally codifying India's internal divides. It was a strategy that protected British interests for another decade, but it also fueled the communal tensions that would eventually lead to the partition of 1947.
To wrap up this explanation, let's overview India's 55-year evolution, from polite debates to an unstoppable mass movement.
Think about it. How did just 72 delegates back in 1885 spark a fight involving millions? Looking at this timeline, you can really see the massive shifts that defined this turbulent era.
Ironically, Britain's unified control in communication networks, they actually helped forge a shared Indian national consciousness.
Early moderates stuck to polite petitions, but growing frustration quickly pushed extremists to demand immediate self-rule.
That 1905 Bengal partition was a total game-changer. Protests shifted from urban elites straight to mobilizing youth.
To pacify all that growing anger, the British tried tossing out superficial constitutional half measures for decades.
But these half measures totally failed. They kept British control locked in and just deepened communal divisions.
Take the 1919 diarchy system. It divided power but was completely unworkable, heavily frustrating Indian ministers.
Nehru actually nailed it, calling the highly restrictive 1935 Act a machine with strong brakes and no engine.
Then Gandhi arrived in 1915. He was the ultimate catalyst, sparking disciplined, nonviolent mass participation everywhere.
He brilliantly shifted the fight to rural areas using powerful tools like satyagraha and non-cooperation. This brought unprecedented mass strength to the movement, fostering crucial early Hindu-Muslim unity across India.
Gandhi's true genius here, breaking the spell of British rule and completely removing the fear.
By 1930, we hit a crucial turning point. The goal officially shifted from dominion status to full independence.
Brief provincial autonomy in the late 1930s rapidly collapsed. The Second World War II broke out.
So by 1940, partial reforms were entirely rejected. They demanded full, immediate independence, no compromises.
So, to conclude this overview, did those British reforms actually delay independence or just fuel the fire?
Welcome. Today, we're doing a quick introduction overview of the fascinating, complex, foundational years of modern India.
So let's dive into a massive question. How exactly do you build a huge, diverse republic from scratch?
The story kicks off with a fierce, decades-long struggle to finally break free from British rule.
Between 1942 and 1947, the push for freedom escalated rapidly, leading straight to the Indian Independence Act.
But you know, that independence came with a heavy, deeply tragic price: the partition of the subcontinent.
British divide-and-rule policies actively fostered communalism. They deliberately tried to weaken nationalist unity.
These rising tensions ultimately peaked in 1947, splitting the region into two independent dominions, India and Pakistan.
Next up, the monumental task of uniting over 500 scattered independent princely states.
Sardar Patel integrated most peacefully, but Junagadh, Hyderabad and Kashmir, they required some complex, specific interventions.
Later, to stabilize the region, the 1956 States Reorganization Act completely reshaped internal borders along linguistic lines. With the physical map taking shape, the new nation urgently needed a rock-solid legal blueprint.
Guided by Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, the Constituent Assembly crafted a robust, secular framework for the new republic.
Simultaneously, they had to tackle extreme poverty from the ground up to build a modern, self-reliant economy.
India adopted a unique mixed economy. They basically blended state-led heavy industrialization with regulated private enterprise.
And this bold planning worked. It successfully quadrupled colonial-era economic growth rates right off the bat.
They also faced an urgent need to overturn centuries of highly exploitative British land policies.
So they abolished intermediaries, set strict land ceilings, and encouraged voluntary redistribution, like the Bhudan movement.
But sadly, legal loopholes, bad records, and a lack of political will severely limited actual land redistribution.
Dr. Ambedkar left us with a powerful warning here about the absolute necessity of political morality.
Which leaves us asking, how do these complex foundational years continue to shape the world's largest democracy today?
Today, we are cracking open a book that completely flips the script on one of the 20th century's most important events, the independence of India. What if the story we all know isn't the whole story? What if it wasn't a peaceful handover, but a hard-won revolution?
You know, the standard textbook story is one we're all pretty familiar with. It's about peaceful protests led by Mahatma Gandhi, and then a gracious handover of power from a British empire that was weakened after World War II. It's almost always called a transfer of power.
But Francis Hutchins' book, India's Revolution, paints a far more dramatic and defiant picture. He argues that independence wasn't some kind of gift. It was seized in a revolution that forced an unwilling empire right to its breaking point. So let's break down how he makes this really powerful case. Here's how we're going to walk through the book's argument. First, we'll tackle that myth of a gifted freedom. Then we're going to uncover the fatal flaws in Britain's own strategy. We'll see Gandhi in a totally new light as a revolutionary, and then witness the explosive 1942 showdown that, according to Hutchins, was the real final turning point. Okay, so first things first, the book starts by just completely dismantling the myth that Britain simply fulfilled some long-held promise of independence, that this was all part of some grand, benevolent plan. Hutchins argues this was not a planned departure. Not at all. In fact, he says those political reforms Britain introduced over the years, they weren't a path to independence. They were actually desperate attempts to prevent it by managing and controlling dissent. The British didn't leave because they wanted to. They left because Indians had systematically made it impossible for them to stay. So you have to ask, if the British didn't plan to leave, what went so wrong for them? Well, the book argues their own imperial strategies started to seriously backfire, creating this dilemma they just couldn't solve. Britain was constantly trying to create these loyal groups of Indians to help them govern, but it seems like every single move they made just had the opposite effect. They tried to empower religious elites, but that just created rigid orthodoxy. They gave some Indians an English education, and in doing so created a class of people who understood Western ideals like liberty, but were then denied any real power. Their attempts to anglicize Indian princes, that was mostly ignored. And the political reforms they introduced often looks like pretty transparent attempts to just divide and conquer. This quote from the author really captures the core problem perfectly. The book argues that even when the British thought they were doing good, their actions had, in his words, pernicious consequences. Sure, they were developing India, but only for permanent exploitation. And this fundamental contradiction created the very energy that would end their rule. And this, of course, brings us to the central figure of the revolution, Mahatma Gandhi. But the book reframes him. He's not just a passive saint, he's a brilliant, adaptable, and, at his core, revolutionary leader. You see, for Gandhi, the fight for freedom started inside each person. His key concept was Swaraj, or self-government. And this wasn't just about politics, it was a personal mission. He argued that if Indians could achieve self-control and self-respect, British rule would, just become irrelevant. And Gandhi had this incredible way of putting things. This powerful metaphor really shows his final conclusion. For him, the British system couldn't be fixed. He saw it as fundamentally toxic. Like that snake, it might have some shiny, appealing features, the jewel, but at its core, it was poisonous. It had to be rejected completely. So his strategy was a revolutionary conversion of the mind. He brilliantly transformed traditional Indian practices, like fasting or weaving one's own cloth, into powerful tools for political action. He turned everyday acts into acts of defiance, making Indians realize they didn't need British validation to be strong. So all of this, the British failures on one side and Gandhi's revolutionary strategy on the other, it was all building towards a single, decisive moment. And it happened during the darkest days of World War II. By 1942, things just reached a boiling point. The Japanese army was at India's border. A British mission sent to offer some limited self-rule had failed spectacularly. For Gandhi, the time for waiting was over. The Congress Party passed the Quit India Resolution. It was an ultimatum. And the British response was swift and total. They arrested the entire leadership overnight. But this wasn't about symbolic protest anymore. Not this time. Gandhi's message was totally unambiguous. He called it an open rebellion, and his final instruction to the Indian people was simple and incredibly powerful. Do or die. This was it. An all-or-nothing showdown. The British expected a protest they could easily crush, but they were so wrong. With the entire leadership locked away, a spontaneous revolution just erupted from the ground up. People took matters into their own hands, going after the infrastructure of British rule, cutting communication lines, blocking railways, shutting down whole cities with nationwide strikes. It was chaotic, it was leaderless, and it was happening everywhere. Now, the British did eventually crush the rebellion with overwhelming force. Tens of thousands were arrested, many were killed. But the book argues that this was a hollow victory, one that actually sealed their fate. Just think about the profound difference in the outcomes of India's two great rebellions. After the 1857 uprising, Britain tightened its grip, imposing even firmer rule. But after 1942, even though the rebellion was suppressed militarily, it directly triggered their departure just 5 years later. So why the totally different result? Well, the British themselves knew this was different. Their own viceroy, the man in charge, Lord Linlithgow, recognized the monumental scale of what had happened. He called it the most serious threat to their rule in nearly a century. He knew this wasn't just another protest. And this is the key insight we get from one secret British records. They reveal a total collapse in morale among officials after 1942. They were privately admitting their authority was shattered. The entire conversation inside the halls of power changed completely. It was no longer about how to rule India, it was about how to get out. This leads us to the book's powerful conclusion about the true nature of Indian independence, reframing it as a victory that was won, not a gift that was received. The real success of a Quit India movement wasn't about taking over buildings or seizing territory. It was a psychological shift. It proved, beyond a doubt, that the Indian will for freedom was now the most powerful, the most sovereign force in the country. The British were no longer in control of the timeline. They were just reacting. And so, at the end of the day, the British departure wasn't some carefully managed transfer of power. It was an admission of defeat. Their plan was just to leave by a fixed date, regardless of whether a stable government was even in place. They were effectively accepting the very anarchy Gandhi had said he was willing to risk. They were finally acting on his terms. So, reframing this history doesn't just change the story of one nation. It leaves us with a fundamental question about power itself. Do empires ever really leave willingly, Or are they always, in the end, forced out? This book suggests the answer is pretty clear, and it challenges us to rethink how freedom is truly won.
Welcome back to The Explainer. Today, we're unpacking the incredibly tense, absolute final decade of India's struggle for freedom. We're going to see exactly how massive global pressures slammed into fierce local uprisings, ultimately forcing the end of the mighty British Raj. Let's get right into it. We're starting with a massive historical debate. You know, popular history loves to paint this picture of a peaceful, completely voluntary handover of power. But when you actually look at the sources, they reveal a radically different, highly volatile reality, one that was defined by explosive militancy and outright military mutiny.
So, to understand how this all went down, we'll look at the spark of World War II, the Quit India Revolution, the INA, and post-war upsurges, the RIN Mutiny, the tragedy of partition, and finally, the historiography of why the British actually left.
Section 1. The Spark, World War II. How global conflict turned up the heat on the British Raj.
Our story kicks into high gear with a wildly destabilizing event. World War II breaks out, and Viceroy Linlithgow essentially drags India into the conflict without consulting a single Indian leader. As you can imagine, that sparked immediate political outrage, and panic set in fast. Look at this incredibly rapid timeline of Japanese victories in early 1942. Singapore falls, then Rangoon, then the Andaman Islands. The Axis powers were literally at India's doorstep. For the first time ever, total imperial collapse felt imminent, for both the British and everyday Indians.
Facing immense pressure from allies like U.S. President Franklin Roosevelt and China's Chiang Kai-shek, Winston Churchill sends the Cripps mission to negotiate. Sir Stafford Cripps offers Dominion status, but there's a catch. It's only after the war. The Congress wasn't having it. They demanded an immediate national government to defend their own country right then and there. The British absolutely refused to hand over real immediate power. And that refusal basically sealed the lid tight on a massive pressure cooker.
Section 2. The August Revolution. Quit India. The first explosive valve blows.
With negotiations completely collapsed, the Congress realized they could absolutely no longer be dragged into an imperial war against their will. This deep frustration culminated on August 8, 1942, with a super intense directive from Mahatma Gandhi. He shifted the struggle entirely away from calculated negotiation, straight into an outright demand for final sacrifice. This wasn't about waiting out the war anymore. The new mantra was simply, do or die.
The British panicked. They arrested the entire top leadership overnight, but instead of killing the movement, it sparked what historian Sumit Sarkar calls a spontaneous revolution. He breaks this mass militancy down into 3 escalating phases. First, it kicks off in the cities with massive strikes, boycotts, and picketing. Then, it violently spreads to the countryside, turning into a fierce peasant rebellion where locals are physically tearing up railway tracks and ripping down telegraph poles. Finally, it goes deep underground into pure sabotage mode, including incredible clandestine operations like Usha Mehta broadcasting from a secret underground radio station. But everyday Indians weren't just protesting, they were actively replacing the colonial state. In isolated pockets like Midnapore and Satara, citizens established actual parallel governments known as Jatiya Sarkar or Prati Sarkar. They set up their own courts, they formed volunteer militias, they even managed their own relief systems. For a brief, incredible window of time, they were the ones running the show, effectively erasing British rule in those areas entirely.
Naturally, the empire struck back with overwhelming military force. 92,000. That is the staggering number of civilians arrested by the end of 1943. Think about that scale for a second. The British literally had to deploy 57 full army battalions just to brutally crush what started out as a purely civilian agitation. The heat inside the pressure cooker was nearing a dangerous critical mass.
Section 3. The INA and post-war upsurge. Structural cracks in the colonial military apparatus.
So while the civilian uprising was getting crushed inside India, a major military threat was brewing right outside its borders under the leadership of Subhas Chandra Bose. They formed the Azad Hind Fauj, or the Indian National Army. This was an armed force of roughly 40,000 Indian POWs and civilians over in Southeast Asia, intent on violently liberating India alongside the Japanese. They even had a dedicated women's regiment. Now, their 1944 Imphal campaign ultimately failed militarily, but their very existence proves something terrifying to the British. The absolute bedrock of their power, the unquestioned loyalty of Indian soldiers, was starting to severely fracture.
Once the war ended, the British made a disastrous miscalculation. They held public treason trials for 3 INA officers at the Red Fort in 1945. And because the men on trial happened to be P.K. Sahgal, a Hindu, Shahnawaz Khan, a Muslim, and G.S. Dillon, a Sikh, the trials inadvertently triggered this massive wave of unprecedented communal harmony. The entire country united across religious lines to hail them as patriots. This unleashed nationwide strikes, which ultimately forced the British to commute their sentences entirely because they were absolutely terrified of a wider military collapse.
Section 4. The Royal Indian Navy Mutiny. The armed forces openly rebel.
Let's move to early 1946 and see how this builds into an undeniable institutional breakdown that basically paralyzed the colonial administration. 78. That's the number of ships that openly rebelled in February 1946. Over 20,000 ratings, the junior enlisted sailors of the Royal Indian Navy mutinied across 20 shore establishments. The spark? Terrible food and rampant, systemic racial discrimination. What followed was this incredible, fleeting moment of absolute unity at the barricades. Naval ratings and civilians actually united in the streets of Bombay, defiantly flying the flags of the Congress, the Muslim League, and the Communist Party side by side on their captured ships. The military and the public were literally fighting as one. The British did violently restore order, resulting in 228 civilian deaths, but the underlying message was crystal clear. They had completely lost control of the very instruments of their own power.
Section 5. Freedom with tragic partition. The explosive opening of the lid.
Following these massive post-war upsurges, it became undeniably obvious to everyone involved that the British had to leave. The pressure cooker had finally blown. With their departure inevitable, the battleground shifted entirely to what a free India would actually look like, resulting in a tragic political deadlock. On one side, the Indian National Congress demanded a secular, united India with a strong central government. On the other, the Muslim League demanded a separate homeland, Pakistan, based on the two-nation theory. Despite the British cabinet mission's desperate attempts to find a middle ground, these totally irreconcilable visions ultimately plunged the subcontinent into fierce communal violence.
And so the freedom finally achieved in August 1947 was deeply, deeply bittersweet. Power was transferred through these meticulously planned rituals, sure, but it was based on the rushed Mountbatten June 3rd plan and the arbitrarily drawn Radcliffe boundary lines. The newly independent nations of India and Pakistan paid an unimaginably bloody price for this partition. Millions upon millions were displaced from their homes overnight, resulting in countless deaths.
Section 6. Historiography. Why they left. Decoding the mechanics of decolonization.
Taking a step back from the specific events, how do historians actually interpret the fall of the mighty British Raj? Well, they fiercely debate the precise mechanics of this monumental decolonization. The imperialist perspective often frames it as a voluntary transfer of power, a noble, positive act of British statesmanship. But the radical view completely pushes back on that, arguing that power was violently seized and forced out by the massive revolutionary actions and military mutinies we just looked at. Meanwhile, nationalist or hegemonic historians view it as a prolonged war of position, a powerful combination of mass civilian movements and constitutional pressure that simply made the Raj utterly ungovernable.
As we wrap up this explainer, we are left with a pretty profound duality. 1947 stands as a testament to a decade where prized freedom was fiercely wrestled from an empire, yet arrived fractured by immense tragedy. So, looking at the combination of civilian uprisings, military mutinies, and political deadlock, was this freedom ultimately won, or merely survived? It's something to think about. Thanks so much for joining me to explore this complex and truly powerful era.
So, when you think about India's independence, what's the first thing that comes to mind? I bet for most of you, it's the story of Mahatma Gandhi, right? A peaceful transfer of power. But what if that's only half the story? Today, we are going deep into a chapter of history that's been almost completely overlooked. The story of an army that fought a bloody, brutal war for India's freedom. Okay, let's just lay it all out there. You've got the story we all know. This political negotiation, a scheduled handover from the British Empire. And then there's this hidden history, one of armed rebellion, of incredible sacrifice, and a forgotten army that absolutely changed the game. And these two stories, they don't just sit side by side. They're pretty much in direct conflict. All right, so first, let's just quickly get on the same page about the version of history most of us learned in school. The mainstream account of India's independence, which really puts the spotlight on the nonviolent movement. It's a clean, straightforward story. And look, this narrative is incredibly powerful. It paints independence as this great moral and political victory, something achieved through civil disobedience and talking it out, not through warfare. But here's the kicker. This view, as important as it is nowhere near the full picture. So now let's pull back the curtain on that other story. We're talking about the Indian National Army, the INA. This was an actual armed force made up of Indian soldiers who basically decided that freedom wasn't going to be handed over nicely. It had to be taken by force. And to really get what this army was all about, we're going to follow two amazing people. First, you've got Prem Saigal. This guy was the definition of a privileged officer, a product of the British military system through and through. And then you have Lakshmi Swaminathan, a doctor who had revolution in her heart. Their journeys start at completely opposite ends of the spectrum, but they come together to tell the incredible story of the INA. So, how in the world does an army that's sworn allegiance to the British crown just suddenly turn against it? Well, the answer lies in one single, absolutely catastrophic event during World War II, the fall of Singapore. This was the moment that lit the fuse. I mean, the speed of this collapse was just shocking. In only a couple of months, the Japanese army completely overran Malaya. The British Empire's so-called impregnable fortress of Singapore, it didn't just bend, it completely shattered. The sheer scale of what happened next is just staggering. I want you to picture this. Over 70,000 Indian soldiers are gathered together at a place called Farrer Park, and they watch as their own British officers formally hand them over to the enemy, the Japanese. In that one moment, for tens of thousands of men, their oath to the King Emperor just evaporated. It was gone forever. So now you have all these abandoned soldiers. They're prisoners of war, a shattered army with no cause to fight for. But that was all about to change with the arrival of a leader who was, honestly, nothing short of electric, Subhash Chandra Bose. I mean, this guy's journey alone was the stuff of legend. He escaped from under British watch in India, traveled to Germany, and then took this incredibly dangerous submarine voyage all the way to Asia. When he finally arrived, everyone knew him as Netaji, which means beloved leader. And he didn't just lead these soldiers. He gave them a purpose, a vision they could believe in. And what he did next was, well, it was completely revolutionary. He just dismantled the whole British divide and rule strategy. He built a truly national army where it didn't matter if you were Hindu, Muslim, or Sikh. He got rid of the caste system in the mess halls, and get this, he even formed an all-female combat unit, the Rani of Jhansi Regiment. That was totally unheard of at the time. Their greeting to each other said it all, Jai Hind, victory to India. This one line, his most famous call to action, it really captures the soul of the INA. This wasn't some promise of an easy victory. No, this was a demand for total, absolute sacrifice. Bose was telling his soldiers and the whole world that India's freedom was going to be paid for with blood. Okay, but all this passion, all this incredible vision, it was about to slam headfirst into the brutal reality of war. The INA, fighting alongside the Japanese, launched a massive offensive to invade India through its northeastern border. This was supposed to be it, their glorious march all the way to Delhi. It was an absolute catastrophe. That march on Delhi became a literal living nightmare. The INA was crushed, and not just by British guns. They were defeated by the brutal monsoon rains, by rampant disease, and a complete and total collapse of their supply lines. Thousands died without even seeing the enemy, from starvation and sickness. On the battlefield, it was a clear, horrific defeat. So, wait a minute. If they lost the war so badly, how can we even say they were the catalyst for independence? This is where the story takes its most fascinating, unbelievable turn. The British, thinking they had won, made a single fatal mistake that would end up costing them their entire empire. I mean, that's the central puzzle here, isn't it? How does a defeated army, retreating in absolute tatters, somehow end up achieving its ultimate political goal? Well, the answer isn't on a battlefield. It's in a courtroom. Let's just walk through what happened. The British decided they were going to make a huge example of the captured INA leaders, including our guy, Prem Saigal. They put them on trial for treason at the historic Red Fort in Delhi.
But, oh boy, did this backfire. The trial accidentally told the INA's whole story of patriotism to the Indian public. Suddenly, these traitors became national heroes overnight. This sparked massive protests. And this is the key part. Mutinies started breaking out in the regular British Indian Army. It got so bad, the British commander-in-chief had to admit the unthinkable. The Army's loyalty was gone.
And that was the game changer. Here's the bottom line. The INA struggle, blown up for everyone to see by these trials, proved that the British could no longer rely on Indian soldiers to control India. The very weapon they used to hold the empire together, the British Indian Army, was no longer theirs to command. The sword of the empire was shattered. Which leaves us with one last, pretty provocative thought to chew on. The INA lost literally every battle they fought. And yet, their struggle is what directly led to the collapse of British military control, forcing them to get out and get out fast. So, if history is really written by the victors, you have to ask yourself, who truly won the war for India's independence?
Sometimes history doesn't turn on a massive battle, but on a single pivotal moment in a courtroom. We're talking about a legal drama that literally helped bring down the most powerful empire on Earth. So picture this. It's November 5th, 1945. That's Guy Fawkes Day back in Britain. But here in Delhi, India, every single eye is on the Red Fort. Now, this place was once a glittering palace for Mughal emperors, but by now it's a military HQ for the British Raj. And it's right here that a spark was lit for a fire the British Empire just couldn't put out.
In the dock, there are 3 men, each one of them a former officer in the British Indian Army. First up, you've got Captain Shah Nawaz Khan, a Muslim.
Next to him, Lieutenant Gurbaksh Singh Dhillon, a Sikh.
And finally, there's Captain Prem Kumar Sahgal, a Hindu. So you have 3 men from 3 different faiths who had all at one point sworn an oath of loyalty to the British king.
Their crime? It was treason. The official charge was waging war against the king. I mean, they were facing execution. So you have to ask yourself, how on earth did a trial that was meant to crush rebellion end up speeding up the collapse of British rule in India?
To really get that, we've got to rewind a bit and understand the army these men fought for. Let's talk about the Indian National Army, or as it's known, the INA.
So, what was the INA? Well, it was basically born out of the total chaos of World War II. The core of it was made up of Indian soldiers from the British Army who'd been captured by the Japanese. And with Japan's help, their goal was pretty straightforward: kick the British out of India with military force.
But its beginnings? Oh, they were shaky, to say the least. It was formed in 1942, right after Japan's big victories in Asia, but it fell apart just a few months later because of disagreements with the Japanese. The idea, though, it didn't die. It was brought back to life in 1943 by a new, very charismatic leader.
And the man who stepped in to pick up the pieces was none other than Subhash Chandra Bose, one of the most famous and, controversial figures in India's entire independence movement.
And this right here, this shows you the huge split in how people thought India should get its freedom. On one side, you've got Mahatma Gandhi, preaching nonviolent civil disobedience. And on the other, you have Bose, who believed the only way was through armed struggle. He lived by a simple rule: the enemy of my enemy is my friend. And for him, that meant teaming up with Nazi Germany and Imperial Japan to fight the British.
And you can literally see his journey play out in these pictures. On the left, there he is with Gandhi in 1938 as president of the Indian National Congress. And then, boom, just 5 years later, he's standing shoulder to shoulder with leaders of the Axis powers. It was a really dramatic and, decisive break.
So, under Bose's command, the INA gets into the fight over in Burma. But their role was, it was pretty limited. See, the Japanese, who thought surrender was shameful, never really trusted them as frontline troops. Bose was hoping his army would inspire huge numbers of soldiers to defect from the British Indian Army, but that just didn't happen.
So let's be honest, from a military standpoint, this whole thing was a total disaster. Yeah, they captured one small village on Indian soil, but after that, the INA was completely routed. By 1945, its soldiers were surrendering by the thousands. Bose himself died in a plane crash that same year, and as a fighting force, the INA was done. Really, the story should have ended right there, as a tiny footnote in history, but its ghost was about to haunt the empire in a way they never, ever expected.
So with the INA defeated and its leader dead, the British decided, hey, let's make an example of its captured officers. This was supposed to be a show of absolute, unquestionable power. Turns out it would be their single greatest miscalculation.
So why a big public trial? Well, from the British point of view, the logic seemed pretty sound. First, the location, the Red Fort, was symbolic. It's where they tried the last Mughal emperor after the 1857 uprising. So this was all about projecting power, scaring off any future traitors, and, showing off the so-called fairness of British justice.
But this is where they made their biggest, most catastrophic mistake. In an effort to look impartial, they chose a Muslim, a Sikh, and a Hindu to stand trial together. And instead of dividing people, they accidentally handed India a perfect, living symbol of national unity. They united the entire country against them.
And wow, did it backfire. The reaction across India was explosive. Political parties that had actually condemned the INA before were now rushing to their defense. Even Jawaharlal Nehru, who was a fierce critic of Bose, put his lawyer's robes back on to join the defense team. It was a politically brilliant move that turned this trial into a national cause.
And the defense team? Oh, they came in with a masterful argument. First, they said that any nation that's been colonized has the sovereign right to fight for its own freedom. Second, they argued that the INA was the army of a legitimate provisional government. So here's the key takeaway. These men weren't traitors, they were soldiers fighting a legal war. They should be treated as prisoners of war, plain and simple.
The arguments were made, all the evidence was presented, and all of India just held its breath, waiting for a verdict that everyone knew would shake the very foundations of the British Raj.
On January 3, 1946, the verdict came down. All three men were found guilty of waging war against the king. But then, in a twist nobody saw coming, the British commander-in-chief, a man named Claude Auchinleck, stepped in. He was dealing with massive public protests, sure, but the bigger problem was that he was seeing more and more sympathy for the INA popping up within the ranks of his own Indian army. And that was terrifying. He realized the very pillar holding up the Raj was starting to crumble. So, he commuted all the sentences. The men were freed. And honestly, this next part is the real kicker. Years later, Clement Attlee, the British Prime Minister who actually oversaw India's independence, admitted that the whole INA affair was the final straw. Not Gandhi's campaigns, but the deep psychological shock of realizing that the Indian army was no longer a reliable tool for colonial control. You see, the British Raj was always held up by one thing above all else, the loyalty of its Indian soldiers. This trial proved that that foundation had cracked wide open. The confidence of the British was shattered. They just couldn't depend on the army to keep control anymore. The end was now inevitable. Just a year and a half later, India was independent. In the end, an army that was defeated on the battlefield won its war in a courtroom. It just makes you wonder, right? How much of history is shaped, not by who wins the battles, but by who wins the story, by the narratives we choose to remember, and maybe more importantly, the ones we choose to forget? You know, when you look at the news today, it's pretty easy to wonder if certain conflicts have just always been there. When it comes to Indian communalism, that really deep-seated tension between religious communities, especially Hindus and Muslims, there's this popular assumption that it's an ancient, unsolvable religious war going back thousands of years. But what if I told you the data paints a completely different picture? What if this conflict wasn't some centuries-old inevitability, but actually a relatively recent invention?
Welcome to this explainer. We've got a really massive, deeply important topic today. And to do it justice, our focus is to thoroughly cover our source material, diving deep into every single page of the texts. We are going to look strictly at the historical, economic, and sociological evidence to see exactly how colonial policies, socioeconomic disparities, and human psychology engineered a profoundly modern crisis. Here is our roadmap for today. 1. What is communalism? 2. Colonial divide and rule. 3. The socioeconomic catalyst. 4. The political schism. And 5. The sociology of conflict. Let's get right into it.
All right, Section 1. What is communalism? Defining a modern phenomenon. Okay, so the very first thing we need to do based on our texts is completely bust a massive myth. Communalism is not some remnant of the medieval period. Reading straight from the historical sources, it is very clearly an ideology, and it is a decidedly modern phenomenon. It actually has its roots in the modern colonial socioeconomic and political structure.
Before the 1870s, sure, religion was a huge part of people's lives, and yeah, they sometimes quarreled over it, but there was hardly any communal ideology. Because communalism doesn't just claim you pray differently. It claims that because you pray differently, your economic, social, and political needs are completely tied to your religion.
The texts actually break this ideology down into 3 distinct, escalating stages. Stage 1 is just the belief that followers of a religion share common secular interests. Stage 2 introduces the idea that the social, cultural, and economic interests of one religion are entirely dissimilar and divergent from another. But Stage 3, that's the real trap. This is when those differences are manipulated into unavoidable hostility. At this stage, communalists assert that the secular interests of different religions are mutually incompatible and bound to be opposed. It's a highly specific, logical trap. So if this is a modern ideological trap, who exactly said it?
Moving on to Section 2, Colonial Divide and Rule, and how history was essentially weaponized.
Now here is a really surprising historical fact from the source material. Did you know that Hindus and Muslims actually fought shoulder to shoulder against the British during the massive revolt of 1857? It's true. After suppressing the revolt, British officials initially took a highly vindictive attitude toward Muslims. But right around the 1870s, as the United Nationalist movement started to gain traction, British statesmen grew, well, apprehensive. To check the growth of this united national feeling, they actively pivoted to a policy of divide and rule. They began to deliberately treat Hindus, Muslims, and Sikhs as completely separate communities to encourage separatist tendencies.
So how did they actually accomplish this? Well, the strategy started right in the classroom. In the early 19th century, British historian James Mill literally divided Indian history into the Hindu period for ancient times and the Muslim period for medieval times. Other historians just blindly followed suit. They taught that all Muslims were rulers and all Hindus were oppressed in medieval India, which the sources point out was completely unequivocally false. The historical reality is that pre-colonial Indian politics, just like politics everywhere else, were driven by economic and material interests, not religious warfare. Rulers just used religious appeals as an outer coloring to disguise their material ambitions. But by teaching this highly distorted history, the colonial state planted the very seeds of communal consciousness.
The sheer impact of this educational manipulation is just staggering. Even Gandhiji hit the nail on the head regarding this issue. He noted that lasting communal harmony was practically impossible as long as these distorted versions of history were being fed to generations of students through their textbooks. History had quite literally been weaponized to create an artificial divide. But, as we know, an ideological seed needs fertile soil to actually grow.
That brings us to Section 3, the socio-economic catalyst, or the brutal fight for limited jobs.
Let's look at the hard data here, because the numbers in the texts are wild. As the British replaced Persian with English as the official language, the Muslim elites who previously held a strong position in high administrative jobs began to lose ground rapidly. Look at this stark reversal in the United Provinces. In 1857, Muslims held 63.9% of subordinate, executive, and judicial jobs. By 1913, that plummeted to 34.7%. In that exact same time span, the Hindu share rose from 24.1% to 50.3%. Think about that. In just over half a century, the relative positions of the two communities in public services were completely flipped.
So what does this all mean for the people living through it? Why does it matter? It matters because the British colonial regime severely underdeveloped the Indian economy. There was a desperate lack of modern industrial development, which meant acute unemployment for the educated middle classes. It was this intense, dog-eat-dog competition for a very limited number of existing jobs. So individuals looking for employment began using narrow appeals, communal, provincial, or caste-based reservations, just to secure their livelihood. Communalism, as the source texts perfectly describe it, literally became political, trade, and religion. And this economic anxiety, combined with those distorted historical narratives, inevitably resulted in a massive political schism.
Okay, Section 4, the political schism, and how this forged a divided nation.
Our source material details exactly how two opposing political dynamics basically fed off each other. On one side, you had the militant nationalist movement. Now, while this was a great step forward for anti-imperialism, some of its leaders unfortunately used a strong religious and Hindu tinge in their speeches. They propagated festivals and semi-mystical concepts of India linked to Hindu deities. This inherently alienated Muslims and made it incredibly difficult for them to enthusiastically join the movement.
On the flip side, the British actively encouraged loyalist Muslim leaders to incite educated Muslims against educated Hindus. These loyalists formed conservative organizations, completely avoiding any critique of colonialism, and instead demanded separate electorates and special safeguards from the British. This laid the absolute groundwork for Muslim separatism.
Looking at the timeline from the texts, this political divide escalated incredibly fast. In the 1880s, Syed Ahmad Khan shifted his politics, urging complete obedience to British rule and warning against majority domination. In 1906, the All India Muslim League was founded as a loyalist, communal organization. By 1940, we see the Lahore Resolution signaling the two-nation theory, the idea that Hindus and Muslims were entirely distinct nations. And tragically, we all know where this road culminated, in the realization of a separate sovereign state and the partition of India in 1947. But to truly grasp why communalism took root so deeply and why it still persists, we have to look beyond just the historical dates.
And finally, Section 5, the sociology of conflict, looking beyond just the history.
To truly understand this, the sociological sources provide a fascinating, albeit dark, psychological framework. The scholar René Girard argues that violence and the sacred are inseparable. In his theory of scapegoating, the community protects itself from its own internal violence, rivalries, jealousies, conflicts of interest, by transferring it onto an emissary victim or a scapegoat. Communalism, therefore, isn't just about religious differences, it's actually a psychological reflection of internal social tensions being channeled onto an alien group.
Sociologists Peter Berger and Thomas Luckman take this even further, looking at it through the lens of identity formation and defense. Groups with different constructed identities inhabit what they call different symbolic universes. You can live peacefully next to someone different, for sure, but the trouble really begins when the deviant universe appears as a possible habitat, when your own identity feels threatened. When these alternative symbolic universes collide, it becomes a profound problem of power, a struggle over whose conflicting definition of reality will dominate society. Conflict, paradoxically, becomes a mechanism for maintaining social equilibrium within a group, but uniting them all against an other.
So, what should you take away from all this data? The absolutely crucial point here is that Indian communalism wasn't an ancient religious destiny. It was systematically forged in the modern era by colonial strategies, fueled by severe economic competition, weaponized by political leaders, and entrenched by deeply human psychological needs for identity and scapegoating. As we wrap up this explainer, thoroughly reading through these sociological texts leaves us with a profound dilemma. Is recognizing differences enough to build harmony, or does it ultimately privilege the majority? It's an incredibly complex question about identity politics that societies across the globe are literally still struggling to answer today. Thank you so much for joining me on this deep dive. Keep asking the hard questions, and I'll see you next time.
Welcome to this explainer. We're diving right into one of the most incredibly complex and volatile periods in modern history, India's post-partition unification. Because when the British departed the subcontinent back in 1947, they didn't just leave behind two new nations. No, they left behind over 500 princely states, and suddenly, with British paramountcy gone, every single one of them was technically free to choose its own destiny. So today, we're going to look at exactly how the architects of modern India managed to stitch hundreds of fragmented pieces together into a single, unified state, all while navigating intense geopolitical crises, internal uprisings, and the very real threat of total collapse.
Okay, to really grasp the stakes here, look at this stark warning from Lord Mountbatten in July 1947. He stood in front of the Chamber of Princes and essentially told them, look, you can't just float away like independent islands. Geography matters. Most of these states were completely landlocked or irretrievably linked up with India. Attempting to exist in total isolation, cut off from the massive new dominions surrounding them, well, that would lead straight to anarchy.
So, to understand how a potential balkanization was avoided, we'll break this down into 5 distinct flashpoints. 1. The threat of fragmentation. 2. The Junagadh crisis. 3. The battle for Kashmir. 4. Hyderabad's resistance and integration. And 5. The communist uprising.
Let's start with flashpoint number 1, the threat of fragmentation, building a nation from hundreds of pieces.
Sardar Patel and VP Menon, they literally engineered a masterclass in negotiation here. They used a 3-step blueprint. First, they just asked the princes to sign an instrument of accession, surrendering only 3 things: defense, external affairs, and communications. And honestly, this was a pretty easy pill to swallow, since the princes never controlled those under the British anyway. Second, they offered these generous, tax-free privy purses as a carrot to coax rulers into giving up their remaining powers.
And finally, they pushed for full democratic integration into larger administrative units. But, and this is key, they also brilliantly leveraged the threat of popular mass movements, like the Praja Mandals, to put the pressure on rulers who were dragging their feet.
Now, as you'll see here, for three massive holdouts, that blueprint just hit a brick wall. Look at these demographic paradoxes. In Junagadh and Hyderabad, you had Muslim rulers governing vast Hindu majorities. And over in Kashmir, it was the exact opposite, a Hindu ruler governing a predominantly Muslim population.
Which brings us to a pretty massive puzzle, one that sparked immediate crises across the subcontinent. What actually happens when a ruler ignores Lord Mountbatten's geographical compulsions and the clear desires of their own people?
Moving on to Flashpoint 2, the Junagadh Crisis, a defiance of geography.
So picture this. Junagadh is an area with an 80% Hindu majority, entirely surrounded by India, with absolutely zero land connection to Pakistan. Yet the Muslim Nawab secretly opted to join Pakistan in August 1947. Unsurprisingly, India responded by enforcing a blockade, and local leaders set up a provisional government, the Arzi Hakamat, to challenge the Nawab's authority. As things rapidly fell apart, the Nawab basically packed up his wealth, hopped on a plane, and fled to Karachi, leaving his entire state administration to collapse behind him.
So, when the dust finally settles, the Indian government steps in to restore order and actually lets the people decide. And the results? Absolutely staggering. During the February 1948 referendum, out of over 190,000 registered voters in Junagadh, a mere 91 voted for Pakistan. Just 91. That overwhelming, near-unanimous vote finally integrated Junagadh into the Indian Union.
All right, Flashpoint 3, the battle for Kashmir, a race against time.
This whole crisis moved at just breakneck speed. On October 24, 1947, Pathan tribesmen from Pakistan aggressively advanced into the region, destroying the Mahura powerhouse and plunging Srinagar into total darkness. Facing imminent destruction, Maharaja Hari Singh desperately appealed to India for help. Prime Minister Nehru and Sardar Patel agreed, but they were firm. The Maharaja had to sign the instrument of accession first. He signed it on October 26th, and by October 27th, Indian troops were dramatically airlifted right into Srinagar, saving the city in the nick of time.
As full-scale war broke out between the newly formed nations, India, acting on Mountbatten's advice, actually took the issue straight to the United Nations. The UN managed to broker a patchy ceasefire in 1949, which left the state virtually bifurcated. The UN also proposed a plebiscite, right? But they made it conditional on Pakistan withdrawing its troops first. Well, they refused, and that vote never materialized, leaving a permanent, festering wound that still dominates global headlines today. Which takes us to Flashpoint 4, Hyderabad's resistance and integration, the heart of India.
Now, Hyderabad, this place was absolutely massive. It was a landlocked state with 60 million people, 85% of whom were Hindu, yet it was ruled by a Muslim oligarchy. To buy some time, the Nizam pushed for a standstill agreement in November 1947, demanding outright independence or dominion status. And during this tense waiting period, an extremist militia known as the Razakars rose to power. They started a reign of terror, inciting communal violence, crushing peasant insurgencies, and even raiding neighboring Indian borders. Unsurprisingly, the government of India flat-out rejected the Nizam's claim of independence.
And the rhetoric was getting terrifying. Sardar Patel chillingly relayed this exact quote from the militia leader, Qasim Razvi, directly to Hyderabad's prime minister. If the Indian Dominion comes to Hyderabad, it will find nothing but the bones and ashes of 1.5 crores of Hindus. Patel was basically making it crystal clear. Maintaining an isolated hostile state right in the very heart of India, one that was actively violating agreements and terrorizing its own people, was absolutely unacceptable.
So, after months of failed negotiations and mounting atrocities, India finally launched a military operation. In September 1948, the Indian Army moved in, and the Nizam's resistance crumbled astonishingly fast. The entire police action to integrate Hyderabad lasted exactly 108 hours before the state forces completely surrendered.
And our final flashpoint, number 5, the communist uprising, an ideological threat.
Because for the communists, 1947, that didn't mark true freedom. They adopted this highly provocative slogan, Ye Azadi Jhuti Hai, meaning this independence is fake. They genuinely believed the new government was just a puppet of imperialism, and so the Communist Party of India called for an armed, class-based revolution right then and there.
They were trying to spark a full-on nationwide revolution.
Following what was known as the BT Randevai line, they incited violent peasant insurgencies in Telangana and urban uprisings over in Calcutta. But the Indian government hit back hard, with military police action and brand new security acts to repress the revolts. Facing immense pressure and realizing that the general public just wasn't ready to abandon their newly formed government, the CPI had to pivot. By 1951, they officially withdrew the armed insurgency and shifted their strategy entirely toward constitutional democracy.
So, unifying India wasn't just, drawing a few lines on a map. It was a staggering, high-stakes feat of political maneuvering, democratic incentives, and sometimes outright military force. As you look at the geopolitics of modern South Asia today, ask yourself, how many of today's enduring conflicts are really just echoes from those frantic days of integration? Thanks for joining me on this explainer.
Let's jump right into what is honestly one of the most high-stakes, monumental gambles in modern political history. We're talking about the forging of independent India's constitutional framework and the execution of its very first democratic election. It's an absolutely incredible story of sheer ambition, mind-boggling logistics, and raw willpower.
Just imagine the scenario. You're trying to forge a unified, sovereign state out of a deeply fragmented post-colonial society. The scale of this challenge was so unprecedented that Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru literally called it a great adventure. I mean, you had an ancient civilization where millions had absolutely no direct experience with modern democratic governance, suddenly being asked to step up as the ultimate judges of their brand new nation.
So, to wrap our heads around this explainer, we'll follow a clear path. First, the forging of a sovereign state. Then, the democratic blueprint, balancing rights and justice, India's first great election, and finally, the criticisms of the new constitution.
First up, forging a sovereign state, from empire to republic. Let's look at the sheer speed of this transformation. This transition was rapid and, to put it mildly, tumultuous. It all kicks off with the British cabinet mission arriving in March 1946, which actually failed to secure an agreement. But despite that, the Constituent Assembly meets anyway in December 1946. Fast forward to August 1947, bringing independence and the tragic reality of partition. And then, amazingly, in just a little over 3 years, the new constitution comes into full effect in January 1950.
But right out of the gate, the framers are dealing with immense ideological tension. You've got the Congress Party on one side, pushing for a sovereign, unified assembly for all of India. And on the flip side, the Muslim League entirely opposed the assembly, demanding a separate state and ultimately boycotting the initial sessions. So the framers literally had to start their work while navigating these incredibly deep, foundational divisions. Moving on to part 2, the democratic blueprint, scaffolding, and innovation. How exactly do they build the legal foundation for this new state? Well, they did something fascinating here. It's this unique mix of pragmatic continuity and radical, profound breaks from the past. For continuity, they basically used the scaffolding of the very empire they just defeated. They lifted around 250 clauses straight from the Government of India Act of 1935 to ensure a strong, stable center. But the break? That was revolutionary. They threw out the restrictive colonial rules where only about 11% of people could vote based on property and education, and radically introduced universal adult suffrage. Suddenly, every single adult citizen had a voice. Another game changer was their approach to religion. India had to craft its very own unique version of secularism to hold a deeply pluralistic society together. So rather than the strict Western model, the hard separation of church and state, the Indian context meant equal respect and free play for all religions. It guaranteed freedom of conscience as long as religious practices didn't clash with the basic functions of the state. Next, balancing rights and justice, the core compromise. This hits on a massive philosophical dilemma. How do you guarantee individual freedom while simultaneously uplifting millions from crushing poverty? Well, the Constitution split its promises to manage both expectations and the very real limits of state capacity. On one hand, you have fundamental rights. These are justiciable, meaning you can literally take the government to court if they're violated, and they focus on civil liberties like free speech. On the other hand, you have directive principles. These are non-justiciable. They are guidelines for the state focused on broad socioeconomic goals, like securing a living wage. It was a pretty brilliant compromise. Guarantee political freedom right now, but set a roadmap toward economic equity over time. When you look closely at these fundamental rights, they were groundbreaking. They weren't just protecting citizens from state overreach, they were protecting citizens from each other.
By explicitly abolishing untouchability and prohibiting forced labor, the state was actively stepping in to dismantle deep-rooted, centuries-old social and caste-based inequalities. All right, Section 4, India's first great election, the ultimate test. It was time to put all these grand constitutional theories to the test in the winter of 1951. 176 million. Just let that number sink in for a second. That was the number of newly enfranchised voters over the age of 21. A lot of folks in the West were highly skeptical. They looked at a largely illiterate population and assumed, no way. There's no way they can grasp the complexities of democratic voting. But this massive electorate, they absolutely proved the skeptics wrong. The logistics alone were an administrative miracle. Just picture this: constructing 224,000 polling booths, manufacturing 2 million ballot boxes, which, by the way, consumed a staggering 8,200 tons of steel. Democracy was quite literally heavy. And because about 85% of voters couldn't read, the government had to get creative. They designed a highly visual system, placing separate ballot boxes in each booth with distinct, recognizable visual symbols for every single party. That way, every citizen could confidently cast their vote. And the turnout was huge, hitting roughly 60%. The Congress Party ended up absolutely dominating Parliament, grabbing over 74% of the seats. But here's the wild part. They did that by winning only about 45% of the popular vote, thanks to the voting system. Meanwhile, the Communist Party, which had actually just pivoted from armed insurgency to participating in constitutional democracy, emerged as the largest single opposition group. Which brings us to Section 5. Criticisms of the Constitution, dissent, and debate. Because, of course, no great adventure happens without some serious detractors. To be totally impartial here, the foundation faced intense, valid scrutiny from across the political spectrum. Many worried that the new federal structure was just too centralized, stripping away regional autonomy. Others called this massive document a lawyer's paradise because it was so complex and full of potential litigation traps. You also had loud warnings that the executive branch's emergency powers could easily be abused, risking a slide into dictatorship. And on the social reform front, the government hit a major roadblock when conservative opposition forced Prime Minister Nehru to initially shelve the comprehensive Hindu Code Bill. It was a clear clash between state-led modernization and traditional practices. Politically speaking, all of this created what experts call a system of one-party dominance. The Congress basically acted as this massive party of consensus. Meanwhile, the opposition, which ranged from left-wing socialists to right-wing conservative nationalists, was just too fragmented to mount a unified challenge. They essentially became parties of pressure, trying to influence policy against the massive Congress machine. Finally, our conclusion, the unfinished integration. The drafting of the Constitution and the success of that staggering first election were really just the opening chapters in the story of the world's largest democracy. This deep tension between individual rights and collective justice, between preserving old freedoms and driving necessary new changes, remains the defining puzzle of India's democratic project. As we wrap up this explainer on an incredible historical adventure, we have to ask ourselves, how do these foundational frameworks hold up today? And really, how does any democracy navigate the incredibly delicate balance between preserving individual liberty and forcing massive, desperate social change? Something to think about. Welcome to this explainer. I am absolutely thrilled to have you here today. We're going to map out one of the most incredible territorial transformations in modern history. Think of a newly independent India, not as a finished map, but as a massive, incredibly complex jigsaw puzzle. Because back in 1947, the borders we recognize today, they simply didn't exist. Instead, we're talking about a fractured landscape of British provinces and hundreds of autocratic princely states. So our goal today is to piece together exactly how this giant puzzle was solved. We'll move from securing those highly volatile outer borders all the way to how internal administrative lines were continuously tweaked over several decades. Let's get right into it. Here's our roadmap for today. We'll hit 1. Post-partition accession battles. 2. Integrating the princely states. 3. The linguistic state demand. 4. The 1956 Reorganization Act. And finally 5. Redrawing the modern map. Section 1, Post-Partition Accession Battles. Let's dive into this first massive challenge, literally gluing the pieces of the nation together right after partition. Now imagine the sheer geographical and political chaos of 1947. You've got a newly independent nation trying to secure its borders, but those borders are dotted with princely states, and suddenly these autocratic rulers have a massive choice to make.
The political maneuvering behind the scenes was absolutely intense. M.A. Jinnah actually did his level best to secure the accession of predominantly Hindu states like Jodhpur and Jaisalmer to Pakistan. He offered them highly tempting terms. Now, while he ultimately failed there, it really highlights just how fluid and honestly precarious the map was in those early days. And what's really fascinating here is how the facts on the ground often directly contradicted the strict two-nation theory. Just consider Junagadh. Here you have a state with an over 85% Hindu population, but its Muslim ruler actually acceded to Pakistan, and Pakistan accepted it. Then, on the flip side, you have Jammu and Kashmir. The historical records show the Indian government actually maintained an attitude of indifference at first. They basically did nothing to force the Maharaja's hand. It wasn't until armed raiders, led by a figure later identified as a major general of the Pakistan army, attacked and threatened Srinagar that the Maharaja requested help. That's what forced India to step in and secure accession. Section 2. Integrating the princely states. Okay, securing the outer borders was one thing, but integrating hundreds of fragmented princely states into a cohesive democratic republic, that was an entirely different beast. Let's look at Sardar Patel's monumental structural solution. The government essentially used three distinct methods at the exact same time to democratize and modernize these previously autocratic territories. First up, smaller states were merged directly into neighboring provinces. Think places like the Orissa and Chhattisgarh states. Second, some were consolidated into centrally administered areas, like Himachal Pradesh and Bhopal. And third, they formed states' unions. They grouped states together based on geographical and cultural affinities, like the United States of Kathiawar or Rajasthan. In these unions, the former rulers actually became constitutional heads, known as Raj Pramukhs. Sardar Patel made a really crucial point about all this. Basically, just joining India wasn't enough. Many of these individual states were way too small, incredibly isolated, or just completely lacked the resources to survive on their own. They had to be molded into viable, modern governing units. You can't just have a democratic republic on paper. You absolutely need administrative machinery that actually functions for the welfare of the people. Section 3, the linguistic state demand. So, with the outer borders somewhat secured and the princely states administratively integrated, we pivot to a profound internal friction. The public now had a voice, and they were demanding that the map be redrawn based on language. If we track this timeline, we can see how things escalated from a simple bureaucratic rejection straight into an explosive public movement. Back in 1948, the Dar Committee totally rejected linguistic provinces, saying they fostered subnationalism. But the public demand, it was absolutely unstoppable. The real turning point was highly dramatic: the tragic death of Sri Malulu in 1952, right after a fast unto death. Imagine the tension, an entire region inflamed by this one event. It forced the government's hand almost overnight. By 1953, the first linguistic state, Andhra, was created, and the States Reorganization Commission, the SRC, was urgently appointed to look at the whole country. Now, think about what it takes to organize a democratic movement back then, way before modern technology. Get a load of this number: 152,250. That is the sheer number of memoranda, petitions, and communications received by the SRC during its inquiry. The commission traveled 38,000 miles and interviewed over 9,000 people. That is staggering. It perfectly emphasizes the immense public passion behind this linguistic puzzle. People deeply, deeply cared about where these lines were going to be drawn. But here's the catch. The commission couldn't just draw lines based on language alone. They had a tough balancing act with some very specific core principles. Sure, they recognized that language and culture represent a common pattern of living, but the very first absolutely essential consideration was the preservation and strengthening of the unity and security of India. On top of that, financial viability and the successful prosecution of the National Economic Plan were deemed almost equally important. It was a massive tightrope walk. Section 4, the 1956 Reorganization Act. Which brings us directly to the legislative solution that fundamentally overhauled the entire map of India. This act was a monumental administrative streamlining. Before 1956, India had this highly complex, completely messy system of Part A, B, and C states. It was basically a massive hangover from how the princely states had been integrated. The 1956 Act wiped the slate clean. It abolished those complicated old categories, eliminated all Part C states, and completely did away with the institution of the Raj Pramukhs altogether. The map was finally simplified into 13 Part A states, 1 Part B states, and 5 Union territories. But there was a really brilliant caveat to this new map. To prevent these newly drawn language-based borders from just turning into rigid walls between people, they introduced zonal councils. These were 5 advisory bodies: northern, central, eastern, western, and southern. Think of them as safety valves. They were forums for cooperative social and economic planning, basically making sure that states could sit down together to hash out border disputes, protect linguistic minorities, and manage interstate transport. Section 5. Redrawing the modern map. Now, as we know, the jigsaw puzzle was definitely not finished in 1956. Let's explore the lingering disputes and the intense public agitations that continue to shape the map we actually know today. Look, despite the 1956 Act, drawing borders is never an exact science. The map kept shifting rapidly. For example, the bilingual state of Bombay faced such intense protests and riots that it forced a division into Maharashtra and Gujarat in 1960. That exact same year, Nagaland was created. Then, jumping to 1966, following the Shah Commission's investigation into linguistic boundaries, the Punjab Reorganization Act formally divided that region into the separate states of Punjab and Haryana. But that split left a highly contentious, totally unresolved issue. Who gets the capital city of Chandigarh? The political drama here was extreme. Leaders like Sant Fateh Singh used the ultimate form of protest, fasts unto death, and actual threats of self-immolation to force a resolution. The situation was incredibly tense, which eventually led to direct 11th-hour arbitration and a landmark announcement by Prime Minister Indira Gandhi in January 1970. And here is a wild fact from that resolution: 20 crores. Indira Gandhi decreed that Chandigarh would eventually go to Punjab. But to compensate Haryana, the central government awarded them this massive 20 crore grant and loan. Why? To literally build an entirely new capital city from scratch. Meanwhile, Chandigarh remained a shared union territory. Talk about a compromise. At the very same time, down south, the Mahajan Commission provided a fascinating example of the government neutrally assessing incredibly complex local border claims. Tasked with reviewing the borders between Maharashtra, Mysore, and Kerala, former Chief Justice Mayor Chan Mahajan didn't just favor one single state. He recommended very specific two-way transfers of villages and advised incorporating Kasaragod into Mysore. It really shows how microscopic and detailed this jigsaw puzzle had become. As we move into the 1970s, we see the final major territorial pieces really locking into place. In 1970, Meghalaya was created. Then, the Northeastern Areas Organization Act of 1971 significantly expanded full democratic statehood to Manipur, Tripura, and Meghalaya, while creating new union territories. And in a massive geopolitical shift, Sikkim was officially added as a full state of the Union of India in 1975. Now, this was the absolute final step in forging the modern republic. See, while the territories of the princely states had been integrated decades prior, their former rulers had actually retained privy purses and personal privileges. But with the 26th Constitutional Amendment in 1971, those financial and constitutional ties were severed forever. Royal titles, gone. Privileges, gone. The democratic jigsaw puzzle was finally complete. Which brings us to the end of our explainer, but I want to leave you with a final thought. As we've explored today, the map of India wasn't just carved in stone in 1947. It was forged by its people, by intense agitations, by detailed commissions, and by the democratic process itself. It's a living document. So here's my question for you. Given this complex history of shifting lines, how might future demographic or economic shifts continue to reshape the internal borders of India in the decades to come? Thank you so much for joining the explainer today, and keep questioning the lines on the map.
In 1947, India inherited an economy ravaged by 2 centuries of colonial extraction. The British administration left behind extreme poverty and an industrial base incapable of self-sustained growth. The core issue was structural. The colonial administration severed the links between domestic Indian sectors. Agricultural yields and raw materials were routed directly to the metropolitan core in Britain, leaving the internal economy disjointed and dependent. Contemporary economic discussions often look back at the decades following independence through the lens of the 1991 liberalization. From that perspective, the early era of state-planned economics is frequently described as a stagnant, bureaucratic failure. However, the quantitative data from 1947 to 1965 reveals a calculated, rigorously executed structural transformation. This is a chart tracking India's economic growth rate. After flatlining at around 1% for the final half-century of colonial rule, the post-1947 rate inflects sharply, quadrupling to an average of 4%. This shift was driven by the Nehru-Mahalanobis strategy. Rather than relying on agrarian output to slowly build wealth over generations, state planners chose to force the rapid construction of an independent domestic industrial base. They aimed to build the physical and human macroeconomic bedrock required to sustain long-term growth on their own terms. This attempt was a historical anomaly. No other industrialized nation had attempted rapid modern industrial transformation while maintaining a democratic and civil libertarian framework. Understanding India's current global position requires a close analysis of the hard data from this foundational era, rather than a retroactive dismissal. Unlike many other post-colonial states, India entered 1947 with a mature, independent, indigenous capitalist class. These conglomerates had already started building. During the disruptions of the two world wars and the Great Depression, Indian entrepreneurs competed with European imports, eventually capturing nearly 75% of the domestic industrial market. This corporate class helped design the post-independent state apparatus. In 1945, business leaders authored the Bombay Plan, which called for comprehensive, state-led development. State planning was a shared consensus, not a purely left-wing objective. Both the capitalists and the state planners identified a critical bottleneck. India lacked an indigenous capital goods industry. Without the ability to produce machinery, they could not equip new factories without foreign assistance. Establishing basic heavy industries requires massive upfront financing and long time lags for returns. In 1947, even India's large conglomerates could not yet sustain that level of investment. The resulting mechanism saw the state public sector capture the commanding heights of the economy. The state would absorb the initial risks to lay the heavy industrial foundation. To achieve this, planners implemented a strategy of import substitution. Operating under the assumption that Indian exports could not grow fast enough to finance continuous imports of machinery, they focused on producing those capital goods domestically. State intervention was a pragmatic alliance designed specifically to secure internal capital accumulation, allowing the nation to build capacity without immediate reliance on foreign capital. The results of this strategy are visible in the hard quantitative output of the first 3 5-year plans. Resource allocation shifted decisively. Between 70 and 80% of plan expenditures were directed exclusively toward the metal, machinery, and chemical industries. This table tracks indices of industrial production from 1951 through the 1970s.
During the first 3 plans, the aggregate index tripled. The data reveals a planned imbalance in output. Consumer goods like textiles saw moderate growth, increasing by 70% over 2 decades. Intermediate goods, however, grew much faster. Production in the basic metal sector quadrupled over the exact same period of time. The primary target of the strategy, capital goods, saw the most extreme growth. Output in the general machinery sector increased tenfold. Manufacturing growth rates corroborate this priority. Electrical and non-electrical machinery sectors grew at double-digit annual rates, consistently outpacing traditional textiles. This shift addressed a practical dependency. In 1950, India was forced to import nearly 90% of its machine tools to maintain any level of industrial activity. By 1974, imported equipment accounted for only 9% of India's total fixed investment. The data shows that the Nehru-Mahalanobis strategy successfully established internal capital economy, reducing the nation's reliance on advanced foreign countries for basic industrial capacity. Beyond manufacturing, the state-planned era poured resources into physical and human infrastructure. This table tracks the growth of infrastructure and education from 1950 to 1965. These figures must be measured against a population increase of roughly 37% during this window. Basic utilities outpaced demographic growth, with installed electricity capacity increasing by nearly 400%. General school enrollment also rose significantly, jumping by 188%. The most significant metric for future autonomy is here. Admission capacity for degree-level engineering and technology surged by over 500%. This technical focus was deliberate. To overcome colonial scientific neglect,
planners established high-powered national laboratories and the Atomic Energy Commission in 1948. Consequently, India's scientific and technical manpower increased 12-fold, growing from 190,000 to over 2.3 million professionals. This created the second-largest pool of scientific and technical personnel in the world at the time. India's ability to participate in a high-tech globalized economy is a direct dividend of this specific investment in human resources. Valid critiques of this era focus on the Industries Development and Regulation Act of 1951, which created a complicated and stifling system of state controls. This license Raj, a web of bureaucratic quotas and import restrictions, eventually shielded inefficient producers from competition and slowed economic agility. Because this bureaucracy eventually caused stagnation, it is often argued that the entire system was a failure. However, these state-directed policies allowed for a phase of primitive accumulation. This allowed the state to aggregate capital in an economy that lacked any other mechanism for large-scale industrial financing. Historically, rapid industrial transitions in nations like Japan or the Soviet Union relied on authoritarian environments to force development. India was different. It executed land reform, capital aggregation, and a manufacturing shift while retaining a functioning democracy. The modern, liberalized Indian economy post-1991 operates directly on top of the foundation poured during those early decades. The agricultural success of the Green Revolution and the later tech boom were made possible because the state had already established capital autonomy and a massive technical workforce. Development economists of the era noted that the direction of the Indian planning effort was positive and possessed significant potential. The Nehruvian era provided the physical and human capital foundations that ultimately enabled modern Indian autonomy.
In the mid-20th century, India faced an economic paradox. Agriculture was the nation's backbone, yet 70% of the rural population lived below the poverty line. How does an agricultural powerhouse starve its own farmers? Centuries ago, the very concept of land ownership was weaponized against the peasantry. When the British East India Company intervened, they dismantled traditional structures with the permanent settlement, locking in the government's tax share at an exorbitant 89%. This empowered a parasitic class of intermediary landlords, zamindars, alongside moneylenders, while the cultivator was left to fight it out himself. Cultivators were stripped of their ancestral hereditary rights. They were reduced to mere tenants at will, crushed under a permanent, inescapable cycle of debt. At independence in 1947, India faced the legacy of a shattered society, polarized between incredibly wealthy absentee landlords and a massive landless proletariat.
Independence seemed to offer a reset. Through its new 5-year plans, the Indian government pushed a hopeful, immediate promise: land to the tiller. The state set specific legislative targets: abolish the zamindar landlords, regulate exorbitant rents, and impose strict land ceilings, a legal cap on the maximum size of any single estate. But drafting a law isn't enforcing it. The landlord class had amassed too much political power to let these laws pass smoothly. They fought the state using its own machinery. Landlords hid their property records, refused to hand over documents, and paralyzed redistribution with endless appeals. Legally, the elite mutated. They transitioned from feudal lords into capitalist landlords, insulating their vast assets while maintaining the outward appearance of compliance. Bureaucratic legislation is ultimately powerless against an elite class that manipulates the tools of the bureaucracy. Out in the countryside, the massive gap between government promises and daily reality pushed the peasantry to absolute desperation. Frustration ignited into violence. Communist-led armed peasant revolts broke out across the landscape, most notably the fierce Telangana uprising in the south. This sudden militarization introduced a wave of widespread political terror, threatening to drag the entire nation into a bloody class struggle. In 1951, Vinoba Bhave emerged as a direct response to this threat. He sought an urgent, nonviolent alternative to the communist uprisings. He launched the Bhudan, or land gift movement. It was a utopian workaround that aimed to bypass the paralyzed state entirely by appealing directly to human morality. This chart shows the exact mathematical ask of his campaign.
Bhave traveled the country, asking the wealthy to voluntarily sacrifice and donate exactly 1/6 of their land to the landless. It was a utopian workaround. The movement attempted to solve a centuries-old economic crisis through individual generosity rather than enforceable law. At first, it looked like a miraculous success. Millions of acres were collected on paper, including massive, historic donations from local royalty. But the momentum quickly stalled. The physical logistics of redistributing that much land proved completely impossible without the backing of the government. Worse, much of the donated land was entirely useless. It was often barren, entangled in pre-existing legal disputes, or lacked the basic plot numbers required to even identify it. The landlord class exploited the movement, dumping their worst, uncultivatable soil while protecting their prime agricultural assets from future seizure. A purely moral appeal cannot dismantle a profit-driven power structure. It only gives the oppressors a convenient mask of virtue. By the late 1960s and early 70s, the grim reality was undeniable. Despite decades of 5-year plans and millions of supposedly donated acres, the core structure of rural poverty remained entirely unchanged. The ultimate proof of this failure came from the state itself. The government's own planning commission was forced to officially admit on paper that their agrarian land reforms were a massive systemic failure. Economic inequality, once codified into law and class structures by an empire, built an incredible resilience against half-hearted measures. The echo of this history leaves us with a stark warning. Without strict, enforceable structural change, the people who actually work the land rarely get to own it.
Welcome to our Conclusion Overview Explainer. Let's rapidly recap the foundational years that shaped modern India. We're tackling 5 key themes today: independence, state integration, the Constitution, our mixed economy, and land reforms. Things moved incredibly fast. From the 42 Quit India movement, events just cascaded right into 1947's independence. Congress wanted a united India, but the Muslim League's two-nation theory ultimately paved the way for partition. After that, a massive new hurdle. We had to somehow stitch together hundreds of fractured princely states. Most joined up smoothly, but complex holdouts like Junagadh, Hyderabad, and Kashmir took serious, sometimes military wrangling. To actually hold this new nation together, drafting the Constitution provided the absolute crucial legal glue. Talk about thorough. The Assembly literally debated 7,635 different amendments. They locked in core pillars, like fundamental rights and a federal structure, to build a truly robust democracy. But remember Dr. Ambedkar's sobering warning: even the very best constitution fails if its administrators are flawed. Economically, we inherited a total crisis from colonial rule. Massive industrial transformation wasn't just an option, it was vital. The fix? A mixed economy. They balanced state-led 5-year plans right alongside independent private sector capitalism. At the exact same time, the government had to desperately reverse colonial systems that totally devastated rural India. Exploitative British revenue setups, like the permanent settlement and riot worry, had brutally entrenched poverty and extreme rural debt. So, post-independence reforms hit back hard. They abolished zamindari intermediaries, regulated rents, and aggressively capped land holdings. Meanwhile, Vinoba Bhave kicked off the Bhudan movement, a really unique, nonviolent push for voluntary land donations. By 1957, people donated over 4.3 million acres, though actually redistributing it faced some pretty huge administrative hurdles. The final puzzle piece for the Republic? Redrawing all those internal state borders strictly along linguistic lines. Even with all the early flaws, these crazy, intense decades literally forged the modern democratic nation we know. So, which of these exact initial challenges still shape India today? Thanks for catching this Conclusion Overview Explainer. Welcome to the Explainer. Today, we're doing a quick introduction overview of some seriously overlooked modern Indian history. This syllabus is absolutely massive, packed with everything from Ambedkar's social vision to the daring Kakori train robbery. Okay, let's dive in. We've split this explainer into 4 key themes to help map the margins. First up, social reform. Here, visionary leaders completely challenge those rigid 19th and 20th century social structures. Arya Samaj aggressively revived Vedic traditions, while Mahatma Phule's Satyasholak Samaj fiercely fought back against elite Brahmin dominance. Dr. B.R. Ambedkar used education as a weapon. His People's Education Society aimed to totally eradicate deep-seated bias. Later, the 1964 Kotari Commission built on these exact ideals, demanding free, compulsory primary education for everyone.
Theme 2, Waves of Resistance. This fight against oppression wasn't just political, it was deeply grassroots.
Crushing British agrarian policies pushed peasants into sheer exploitation by zamindar landlords, sparking some truly massive protests. This rapid-fire string of peasant uprisings actually formed the crucial backbone of the entire Indian nationalist movement. Resistance evolved. The 1925 Kakori train robbery strategically targeted the British Treasury, trying to stop senseless civilian killings. Moving on to controversial colonial policies, these oppressive laws literally acted as massive catalysts for Indian uprisings. Take Dalhousie's doctrine of lapse. It aggressively annexed states like Jhansi by flatly refusing to recognize adopted heirs. Then the 1883 Ilbert Bill tried letting Indian magistrates judge Europeans, which sparked a massive racist white mutiny. Finally, ideologies and legal codes. These fierce, foundational battles are what ultimately shaped modern Indian identity. Annie Besant merged religious revivalism with political freedom, aggressively demanding home rule through her really powerful publications. Meanwhile, V.D. Savarkar formulated Hindutva, defining Hindu nationhood around sacred land, which the RSS later widely propagated. In stark contrast, Ambedkar demanded the absolute annihilation of caste, eventually leading a strategic mass conversion to Neo-Buddhism. These deep ideological clashes heavily impacted the law, leaving the Uniform Civil Code as an unenforced, complex debate. Look at Ambedkar's ambitious Hindu Code Bill. It faced immense orthodox opposition and was ultimately divided up. Nehru then pushed through the 1955 Hindu Marriage Act, finally enforcing strict monogamy and allowing legal divorce. The 1956 acts completely overhauled traditional inheritance, granting absolute property rights and equal shares to Hindu women. So, why does this rapid-fire overview actually matter to us today? Let's look at the modern echoes. Debates over Dalit rights, the Uniform Civil Code, and national identity are literally still dominating our politics today. As these fragments shape our world, I gotta ask, which of these ideological battles is truly resolved?
Welcome to This Explainer. Now, I want you to think about the modern Republic of India for a second. We're talking about a democratic powerhouse of over 1 billion people. But how did it actually get there? Today, we're diving into the massive, century-long domino effect of policies, revolts, and reforms that literally built modern India. It's an absolutely fascinating story of how an entire subcontinent transformed from a patchwork of colonial subjects into a unified, modern republic.
To make sense of this massive history, we're going to trace this journey through 5 main pillars: colonial power and uprisings, social reform and nationalism, revolutionaries and mass movements, Ambedkar's vision for equality, and finally, codifying a modern nation. Let's jump right in.
Part 1. Colonial Power and Uprisings.
Imagine a foreign power stepping in and just legally erasing your kingdom's centuries-old lineage on a pure technicality. Crazy, right? Well, starting in the 1830s, the British did exactly that, using something called the Doctrine of Lapse. Basically, if a ruler of a dependent state died without a biological heir, that state would simply lapse, or escheat, directly to the British government. They completely refused to recognize traditional Indian adoption rights. Through this incredibly audacious legal maneuver, they aggressively annexed major states like Satara, Jhansi, and Nagpur. The British tried to spin it as a way of preventing misrule, but Indians saw it for what it was: an unjust, aggressive land grab that planted the deep seeds of resentment fueling the massive 1857 rebellion.
But hey, this disruption wasn't just happening in royal palaces. It hit the ground hard, absolutely devastating the everyday lives of millions. British land revenue policies completely collapsed the old agrarian system. Peasants were plunged into immense, crushing debt under zamindars and urban moneylenders, who, by the way, frequently manipulated accounts with the full backing of British courts.
The human cost was staggering, and it sparked over a century of continuous, violent peasant uprisings. You can see this flow of resistance constantly evolving. You've got the Santals Rebellion in 1855, the major agrarian revolt in Maharashtra in 1875, which was actually so fierce it forced the British to pass the Deccan Agriculturalist Relief Act. And that momentum carried right through Gandhi's Champaran Satyagraha in 1917 against forced indigo cultivation, all the way to the massive communist-led Tebaga and Telangana revolts in 1946. The countryside was quite literally on fire with resistance for decades.
Which brings us to Part 2, Social Reform and Nationalism. While physical resistance boiled over in the rural countryside, an equally powerful intellectual awakening was brewing in the cities. New organizations were stepping up to reform Hinduism from the inside out, but man, they had completely different visions for the future. Take the Arya Samaj, founded in 1875. They pushed for a militant return to the pure Vedas, totally rejected later Hindu practices, and launched the Shuddhi movement to reconvert people, which made things highly aggressive in nationalist politics. But contrast that entirely with the Prathnana Samaj, founded earlier in 1849. Their approach was vastly different, way more progressive and rational. Instead of militancy, they actively ran night schools, orphanages, and a depressed classes mission, focusing heavily on improving the actual, practical, daily lives of women and lower castes.
At the same time, intermediate and lower castes started aggressively challenging the heavy Brahmin dominance in education and government. Enter Mahatma Phule and the Satyashodak Samaj in Maharashtra. They built this radical populist base in the rural Deccan to fight both Brahmin priests and wealthy merchants, and their strategy was brilliant. To bypass the traditional elite communication channels, they creatively refashioned tamasha, which is traditional folk drama, to spread their anti-caste messaging directly to the peasantry. This wasn't just a protest, it was a highly effective grassroots media campaign that mobilized the working class in a way dry intellectual debates simply never could.
Now, concurrently, the ideological landscape was getting even more complex. V.D. Savarkar formulated the specific political ideology of Hindutva. This shifted the focus from simple religious practice to defining Indian nationhood strictly through nation, history, and culture, emphasizing India not just as a motherland, but as a sacred Punya Bhumi. This ideology laid the critical groundwork for organizations like the RSS in 1925 and later the Jan Sangh. These groups promoted Hindu nationalism, with leaders viewing non-Hindus as alien elements who had to assimilate into the broader Hindu cultural fabric.
So with all these distinct groups active, what actually pushed them to organize on a national level? Well, let's rewind to 1883. Viceroy Lord Ripon introduced the Ilbert Bill. The goal was pretty simple: allow senior Indian magistrates to exercise criminal jurisdiction over European subjects in rural areas. But wow, it ignited what became known as the White Mutiny, a massive, highly coordinated, racist backlash from British businessmen and tea planters. The hypocrisy was just glaring. They claimed Indians lacked the moral character to judge Europeans, all while throwing a huge, riotous tantrum over a basic measure of legal equality. And faced with this immense pressure, the British government completely caved, passing a deeply compromised version of the bill.
But here's the twist. This successful European pushback inadvertently taught Indian leaders a massive, enduring lesson. There is serious, raw power in coordinated national protest. This realization directly paved the way for the formation of the Indian National Congress in 1885. Ironically, though, it also fueled fierce nationalist resistance to later colonial domestic laws, like the Age of Consent Act in 1891. Even though this act progressively sought to protect child wives by raising the legal marriage age, revivalist nationalists like B.G. Tilak fought it fiercely. They argued that any colonial legislation interfering with Indian domestic issues represented cultural emasculation. So the battle lines for independence were becoming incredibly complex, pitting the very real desire for internal social reform against the absolute rejection of outside colonial interference.
Moving on to Part 3, Revolutionaries and Mass Movements.
By the early 20th century, this profound political awakening shifted into organized mass movements. The nationalist base broadened significantly with the arrival of Dr. Annie Besant. In 1916, she boldly launched the All India Home Rule League. She essentially built a mass media empire, aggressively utilizing her newspapers, Commonweal and New India, to demand absolute self-government, not just piecemeal colonial reform. Through vigorous propaganda and mass meetings, she successfully expanded the movement way beyond the traditional upper caste, Western-educated elites. She took the message directly to the masses, running it much like a modern, highly coordinated political campaign.
But while Besant was out there campaigning publicly, a parallel, radical underground movement was surging in the shadows. Operating like that requires immense, almost superhuman discipline. Ram Prasad Bismil, a key revolutionary figure, famously credited two things for his resilience. First, his mother's profound moral support, which he actually compared to the mother of the Italian patriot Mazzini. And second, his strict practice of strategic brahmacharya, or celibacy. He viewed this strict lifestyle as an absolutely essential physical and mental asset for surviving the grueling paranoia and constant physical toll of a life on the run.
And that intense discipline? It culminated in the brilliantly executed Kakori train robbery of 1925. This wasn't just some random heist, it was a massive strategic shift. Revolutionaries deliberately stopped robbing fellow Indians and started directly attacking the colonial state's financial lifeline. The logistics were meticulous. First, target the highly predictable colonial railway schedules. Next, procure modern Mauser pistols and rifles. Then, halt the 8-down train dead in its tracks near Kakori simply by pulling the chain in a second-class carriage. And finally, literally smash open the British iron treasury box with hammers and axes. Bismil was eventually executed for this daring act, but his sacrifice provided vital psychological fuel for the next generation of revolutionaries, like Bhagat Singh.
This leads us to Part 4, Ambedkar's vision for equality.
While revolutionaries were fighting a physical war against the British, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar was waging an equally fierce internal war against the structural oppression of the Hindu caste system. He was incredibly methodical, attacking inequality at its very root. Intellectually, he prepared the explosive Annihilation of Caste speech in 1936, arguing that the religious authority of the Shastras didn't just need reform, it had to be completely discarded. Practically, he founded the Bahaiskrit Hitkarni Sabha in 1924 with the core vow to educate, agitate, and organize. Recognizing that education is the ultimate tool against systemic bias, he also established the People's Education Society in 1945, heavily advocating for scientific, impartial, and free co-education to truly empower the depressed classes.
Ultimately, Ambedkar came to a stark conclusion. Hinduism simply lacked the internal integrating forces needed to counteract caste. So he made a monumental move. In 1956, he led a mass conversion to a radically reinterpreted form of Buddhism known as Navayana, or Neo-Buddhism. He completely stripped away the traditional esoteric escapism and the fatalistic doctrine of karma. Instead, Navayana Buddhism is strictly rational and scientific. Most importantly, he boldly redefined dukkha, or suffering, not as some existential given to just accept, but as structural oppression and poverty caused directly by human action. It was a brilliant, sweeping move to give Dalits a completely new, distinct cultural identity anchored firmly in equality.
Finally, we arrive at Part 5, Codifying a Modern Nation.
Following independence, the colossal task shifted from fighting oppression to actually building and legally codifying a modern, egalitarian republic out of all this complex history. And you know what the new Indian government realized first? Education was absolutely paramount for true nation building. Enter the Kothari Commission of 1964. They strongly advocated that education had to be the primary instrument for social and economic transformation. They pushed for a national system emphasizing science, research, and, crucially, the immediate abolition of primary school tuition fees. Demanding free and compulsory education for all children up to the age of 14 was an unprecedented step toward universal empowerment.
At the exact same time, India's legal framework needed a massive, and I mean incredibly contentious, overhaul. This was the Hindu Code Bill project, initially spearheaded by the Rue Committee and Dr. Ambedkar. The goal was to unify a chaotic patchwork of ancient Dharmashastra texts, local customs, and English common law into one progressive uniform code. Naturally, it faced immense, fierce opposition from Orthodox Hindus who felt it threatened divinely revealed family structures. The political backlash was so severe that Ambedkar actually resigned in protest when the bill stalled. However, Prime Minister Nehru eventually managed to pass it by cleverly breaking it into 4 separate, highly transformative acts between 1955 and 1956.
These acts weren't just tiny legal tweaks. They fundamentally, completely altered the fabric of Indian society. Take the Hindu Marriage Act. It strictly enforced monogamy, breaking entirely from centuries of orthodox tradition, and introduced modern provisions for judicial separation and divorce. The Minority and Guardianship Act was equally critical. It protected minors by strictly curtailing the power of natural guardians.
For instance, a guardian could no longer just sell or mortgage a minor's property without explicit court permission. It prioritized the safety and rights of the individual child, above all else.
And the leap in gender equality here was nothing short of profound. The Hindu Succession Act of 1956 was a total game changer. It completely abolished the traditional limited estate for women, decreeing that any property held by a female Hindu was now hers absolutely to manage or sell. Plus, it elevated daughters to Class I heirs, meaning they would finally inherit equally alongside sons. Coupled with the Adoption Act, which at last empowered unmarried, widowed, or divorced women to legally adopt children on their own, these laws violently dragged ancient customs straight into the framework of modern constitutional justice.
Yet, despite all these monumental, hard-fought reforms, there's a big piece of the puzzle still missing. The constitutional mandate under Article 44 for a uniform civil code for all citizens, regardless of religion, remains entirely unenforced today. Opponents argue it violates the fundamental right to freedom of religion, while proponents argue it's absolutely essential for eradicating gender-biased personal laws and achieving true secularism. Which leaves us with a critical, ongoing question to ponder as we look back at the forging of modern India. How does a diverse nation successfully balance the vital right to religious freedom against the drive for unified civil equality? It's a profound debate that is actively shaping the country to this very day. Thanks for joining me on this explainer. Keep questioning and keep learning.
Welcome to This Explainer. Let's wrap up with a quick conclusion overview of modern Indian history. We're breaking down the crucial historical forces operating quietly behind the scenes of major mainstream events. It really boils down to three main drivers: social reform, grassroots resistance, and post-independence law. Let's dive in. First up, reform. Arya Samaj pushed for a militant Vedic revival, while Parthana Samaj chased modern social reform.
Over in Maharashtra, the Satya Shodak Samaj fought Brahmin dominance by creatively using traditional tamasha folk drama to protest.
Dr. B.R. Ambedkar passionately argued that to truly break the oppressive caste system, its religious roots must be annihilated.
He radically reinterpreted Buddhism into Navayana. This was a strictly rational, scientific approach, completely stripping away supernatural beliefs. Shifting to resistance, Dalhousie's aggressive doctrine of lapse annexations fueled massive resentment, sparking widespread Indian uprisings. Oppressed by zamindaras and shady moneylenders under brutal British land policies, Indian peasants frequently rebelled too. The Ilbert Bill tried letting Indian magistrates judge Europeans, but man, it sparked a massive racist backlash.
But this actually taught Indian leaders the power of national protest, a tactic brilliantly utilized by Annie Besant. Revolutionaries adapted too. The 1925 Kakori train robbery directly targeted the British Treasury to garner public sympathy. Finally, post-independence law. Building a new, modern republic required absolutely massive legislative overhauls for education and unified laws. The Gotari Commission championed free, compulsory primary education. It was a total game changer for nationwide social transformation. The ambitious Hindu Code Bill sought to modernize a chaotic legal system, but it faced fierce orthodox opposition. So, to push these vital reforms through in the mid-1950s, it was strategically